God, what a shit bunch of games I've had to run through recently, and it's 90% your fault, you purple punk.
You got a problem with that pussy?
And just when I got really tired of shitting on things, Far Cry 6 came into my life. I had my first real introduction to the long-running Far Cry series with Far Cry Primal years ago, and I loved it. Then I played Far Cry 5, and I loved it. Finally, I played Far Cry New Dawn, and I really liked it. So while I'm late to the party and didn't jump on board like many people with Far Cry 3, by now, yeah, I guess you could welcome me to the Far Cry fan club. And you know what else I'm a fan of? Breaking Bad. So when I watched the initial teaser and saw that Giancarlo Esposito, aka Gus Goddamn Fring, was gonna be the main antagonist.
What do you mean? The Nessie is up his nose.
Oh yes, please, more of that. I know Far Cry 3 is supposed to be like the legendary game in the franchise, so if you're expecting a lot of comparison to that and the older Far Crys, don't. So the game takes place in the nation of Yara, roughly 50 years after the guerrilla revolution overthrowing dictator at the time, President Gabriel Castillo. Because of this revolution, Yara's economy completely collapsed, and in 2014, his son Anton was elected as president, promising new economic stability with the creation of Viviro, a cancer treatment developed from Yara's tobacco. This was Anton's vision to rebuild paradise. And as you can see, his vision is fucked, which is pretty fitting considering he has leukemia. In 2021, Anton announces a draft lottery to enslave workers for the tobacco fields, and Anton justifies his actions as the right thing to do, even if it's not the easy thing to do. The cutscene then pans back from the TV as you shift to the POV of your character Danny, who is male or female depending on what you pick, vibing on a rooftop with, in my case, his friends Lita and Alejo. It's mentioned that the three of them are orphans, which is important considering Anton's whole deal is that the lottery is random when in reality, his army targets the poor, orphans, quote-unquote outcasts. As the three are talking, the power across the whole city cuts out and the FND, which is Anton's military, shows up, and some people don't take kindly to them. I'm sure you can guess what happens to those people.
What the fuck?
This really pisses off Alejo, and yeah, you can see what we're dealing with here. Danny and Lita decide it's time to get the fuck out of Yara and make a run for a boat heading for Miami. You sneak your way through sewers and dart across town avoiding soldiers, helicopters, tanks. It's a complete lockdown. But eventually the duo join dozens of others heading for the United States, only for their boat to be seized by Anton's forces, because it turns out Anton's son, Diego, was on board trying to escape as well. And here we perfectly set the tone for the game going forward.
I have got you, mijo. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore, Papa.
We have no choice.
Let them go. They can work. Make Viviro.
Truth or lies?
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish, we will catch and release.
What the hell just happened?
I think we're fucked.
Vamos, vamos!
Daddy!
Miraculously, Danny survives, washing up on a beach. Unfortunately, Lita isn't so lucky. She hands you her phone and a cloth saying to find her friend Clara Garcia, leader of Libertad, a group of guerrillas rebelling against Anton's dictatorship. Lita passes, Danny finds a machete beside another dead passenger of the boat, and you're welcomed to Far Cry 6. Yara is fucking massive. Seriously, it's huge. And stunning. I mean, Jesus Christ. Holy mackerel, you could say. Mother of pearl, even. Heavens to Betsy, perhaps. I've heard a lot of people complain about the graphics, but I don't know. I think it looks pretty great, and I'm playing on the bum-ass base PS4. Could it be better? Sure, but I think overall it still looks great. I'm a simple man to please, I guess. Of the Far Cry games I've played, this one is easily host to the most diverse biomes and locations yet. And considering it's the biggest Far Cry map by far, I can imagine that it's the most diverse Far Cry game visually, period. Not just of those I've played. From lush jungles and beaches to caves and mountains, land riddled with pollution and crawling with pipelines, venturing out to sea, villages, and of course the capital city with government buildings, factories and forts, military bases and outposts to infiltrate and capture along the way. There's so much visual diversity. Yara is split into 3 main regions, each of which is overlooked by different members of Anton's inner circle. So the main overarching objective, of course, is to recruit members from other rebel groups from all across Yara, like Maxima's Matanzas and the Monteros, to fight alongside Libertad to bring down Anton's dictatorship. How do we recruit them?
Simple. You help.
You can overtake FND military targets like outposts, disable aircraft cannons, capture military checkpoints, race to the spot of an enemy supply drop to secure the supplies for Libertad, ambush members of the FND at a supply drop pickup point, find caches which are filled with supplies to upgrade your bases around Yara. I mean, there's so much to do. As you find the headquarters of other factions, you'll be able to use supplies you find in caches, or just from finding them in the world like gasoline, medicine, and metal, to build different stations around camp for specific resources like an armory for purchasing weapons and armor, a Hunter's Lodge where you can purchase gear catered for hunting, as well as hunting spots throughout Yara, and even a hideout network where you can purchase intel on the location of other small guerrilla hideouts throughout Yara, which made traversing regions I haven't been through yet to start new missions way faster, since I could either fast travel directly to the hideouts or airdrop over them, allowing me to wingsuit my way over to new objectives. And there's of course cars, horses, aircraft, jet skis, but my favorite way to travel was sliding. I mean, seriously, look how awesome this is. There's also Banditos operations, which are these text-based missions where if you end up making all the best choices, you'll win loot at the end, which is fine, I guess, but I'd rather spend my time actually doing stuff. This is Far Cry. I'm here to send people flying out of their helicopters to their death, not read. Also, you can bribe guards for cash information with pesos, but you find so many of these just wandering around the world anyway, so just save your money. You can also use what you find in the various caches to improve your weapons, or you can just straight up find gear, new weapons, and even uniquely customized weapons for your arsenal. As cool as being able to find unique weapons is, there are flaws with the execution. So you can buy various mods and attachments for your weapons and customize them any way you want at workbenches and guerrilla camps. However, the special weapons you find in FND caches or from treasure hunts around the world can't be altered in any way, meaning some of them unfortunately just lose their use when you're able to find a regular old gun or buy a gun and then customize it any way you want. Although I love these 2 unique grenade launchers I found, they were the fucking best. Regardless, it'd still be better if there were some exclusive mods added to the unique weapons you can find. Like maybe this one-of-a-kind SMG has bullets that can zap nearby enemies on some Ratchet and Clank shit. Or maybe this assault rifle has a flamethrower or grenade launcher attachment. Things that can't be bought and applied to any weapon. As you accomplish more objectives and further disrupt Anton's military presence, you'll rank up. Ranking up increases the arsenal and quality of weapons you can purchase, but you come across so many weapons while just doing story missions and looking around the world that you won't ever have to really buy weapons because you're always just finding better ones. Yeah, I bought new gear sometimes at least, but weapons I pretty much always had no need. Some weapons I did absolutely have the need to buy though were these Resolver weapons, which you purchase with uranium and are like these scrappy, thrown together tools of destruction akin to the weapons seen in New Dawn. My favorite one out of them was probably La Clavadora, excuse my pronunciation of literally any of this, I'm just a fat white kid, alright? Which is this harpoon firing crossbow, which is good for sniping, but also good for smacking the shit out of people at close range. Have mercy! There's El Susuro? Which is this silenced nail gun, which really came in handy for taking out a soldier who was getting too close for comfort when escorting Captain Diaz. I didn't use it often, but El Muro was a pretty cool concept. A shotgun shield combo, which is perfect for close combat. And last but certainly not least, we got El Pequeño, which is this death machine-ass machine gun, which worked wonders for taking out enemy air support when I didn't have any explosive rounds on me. Speaking of which, the Supremo weapon, the Exterminator, was a lifesaver in that regard as well. Supremo weapons are these backpacks you can buy, also with uranium, from the infamous Juan Cortez, who I'll get to later. He's an interesting man.
Juan, got a lead on a weapon shipment. American. Interested?
Interested? Danny, I'm having a hands-free orgasm in this church.
All Supremo weapons wield a unique special ability. Of course, the Exterminator, as you saw, projects heat-seeking missiles, and when I say they seek, they fucking seek. Another nice Supremo weapon was the Furioso, which is like this jetpack from hell, creating an explosive ring roasting all enemies around you. You can even use it to give yourself an extra thrust in midair to clear large gaps. I didn't really get around to using the other Supremos though, just because I love the Exterminator so much. How could you not when it takes out annoying ass choppers with zero problem? If you need some extra help though, you've got some amigos, which are animal companions, each with their own traits though. Honestly, I didn't really mess around with them much either. There's the gator Guapo, who is actually a little bitch. Chorizo, who is useful for distracting guards. I mean, how couldn't he be? He's fucking adorable. You can even find the dog Boomer from Far Cry 5 who got shipped here somehow, but I completely forgot to use him after I got him. And then the other animals I didn't get. Sorry. I do miss being able to have two companions with you. Hell, I missed having a human with you, honestly. I love the goofballs I had fighting beside me in Far Cry 5. Speaking of things I missed, the perk tree. You don't gain experience to earn perks anymore, as now experience is tied to ranking up, which of course gives access to the perks that are tied to the various gear you buy and scavenge throughout the game, rather than being able to just buy and stack individual perks like before. Different gear you wear can allow you to move more stealthily, endure specific types of damage better, and more. I don't really mind that, but I just prefer the other way personally. One thing I do prefer this time around though is that there's a separate quick select wheel for throwables, and I love how you can even throw baseballs. It just makes me laugh. Something else I also prefer in this entry is the added emphasis on stealth. Of course, at the end of the day, this is still Far Cry. You're still going around as a fucking belligerent, war-crazy Neanderthal, but you're definitely required to play smarter at times. Even if your guns are equipped with suppressors, enemies will investigate where they saw the shot come from if they're somewhat in the area of the guy you just killed. So you always have to be moving around and making your shots count. You can't even spam suppressed guns anymore because if you do, they'll begin to overheat, which nullifies the effect of the suppressor. And when infiltrating enemy bases, there are some alarms that are completely bulletproof, so you can't even disable them from far away anymore. You'll have to get up close and disable them manually. And if you're having trouble making out an area, you can even pull out your phone and it'll show you the location of enemies and alarms within your view, which was really helpful with the darker missions. Your phone can also tell you the types of enemies and the gear they're wearing, so you'll know what kind of bullets are most effective against them. Some of my favorite stealth missions are when you have to escort a kidnapped captain of Anton's army without being spotted by enemy patrols making their rounds through the area. Another mission requires you to sneak into the BioVita factory. Sorry, did I say sneak? Well, at least you do some sneaky reconnaissance work to expose the toxic secrets behind Viviro. One of the last missions of the game has you sneaking onto Anton's private island where you pretty much have to take out every guard without being spotted, and if you get detected at all, you fail. Some of my other favorite missions that aren't stealthy in nature are when you secure an oil rig while looking for a circuit board, a mission where you steal a goddamn tank, which, considering my hatred for tanks in games in the past, I was pleasantly surprised by how well this one controlled. In another operation, you rescue hostages of the La Morale group from a cargo ship, which ends up turning into complete insanity. There's the obligatory Far Cry mission of getting drunk or drugged, in this case drinking with this guy Bicho, who we'll talk about more later, where you lead the drunk bastard back to town away from a cow. Stay away from him! Then you vandalize 769 propaganda billboards together. Seriously. 769. I'm just playing. You fuck up Anton's wife's office with all the firepower you can muster, and then proceed to have a nice heartfelt conversation with Bicho on a roof at sunrise, which again, I'll get into later. And while this wasn't a main story mission, I do have to talk about this one treasure hunt I liked. Treasure hunts are kind of like obstacle courses in a way, searching for miscellaneous valuables. I definitely felt like they were a bit more wacky and creative in this game than Far Cry 5. My favorite treasure hunt that I did for sure was this one where you go swinging through this flooded cave nightclub. It's just a really cool setting as you're grappling and swinging over electrified pools and jumping from ledge to ledge of the cave walls as the club music rages on in the background. And at the end, you find a pistol, a nice gun charm, and a... Ow! While those are some of my favorite missions, I have to talk about some missions that just went wrong. Not in the sense of they weren't good or I didn't enjoy them, because to be honest, I really can't think of any I disliked. I mean the ones where the game just didn't seem to handle well technically. There's an escort mission where the military trucks pursuing you spend most of the time just trying to catch up to you rather than actually attacking you. It's supposed to be like this really intense thing, but instead I just laughed at how, I'm assuming, unintentionally easy it turned out to be. And even before that part, when you have to carry Alejandro to safety while Espada leads the way, she sometimes just zones out. Like, dude, your brother's gonna die if we don't keep moving. Or how about this mission where you're downloading security cam footage and for the last like 90 seconds of it, literally nobody comes to try and stop you. Later on, I was cracking up when I went to do this ambush and Castillo's special forces were sent after me, so they literally materialized behind me out of thin air. It even caught Danny off guard.
Oh, shit!
And then there was, of course, the best glitch or series of glitches I encountered all game. None of these things actually bothered me though. I really don't mind when this kind of stuff happens in games as long as it doesn't happen too often. I just think it's funny as hell.
Oh, shit.
The good news for Ubisoft is that the game can definitely be funny when it wants to, especially when the humor is played so straight and cold. It just really makes me laugh.
You pull this off, I'm gonna give you something for pulling me from the bottle. A little gift an old friend gave me for saving his life. Not that you saved my life, just... I get the fuck out of here. Remember, rule number 9, right tool for the right job.
Rule number 10. Shut the fuck up.
And then there's explosions, because of course they're hilarious.
So you're Clara's hero, eh?
I'm no hero.
At this point, I've blabbered on long enough and said about as much as I can say about the gameplay itself, so let's move on to the characters. I'd love to break down the story bit by bit, but if I did, this video would be like 30 hours long, and my monkey brain couldn't just contain all that fucking information. So I thought it'd be best for me to just go over the guys that intrigued me the most, or I took most issue with. And I think the most logical place to start would be with our main character, Danny Rojas. It's worth noting that after surviving the boat incident, Danny's objective is still to get off the island and flee to America. There's even a secret ending where you can do that, but everybody dies. However, as Danny fights alongside Clara and Libertad to earn his stay until he can retreat to the States, he has a change of heart and stays to fight for his country's freedom with Libertad and other rebel groups like La Morale and the Legends of 67. What I love about Danny compared to the protagonist in Far Cry 5 and New Dawn is that he actually fucking talks. Damn, that's already more character progression than the last two protagonists combined. He's not just some mute mercenary, there's evidence he has feelings and motivations. One of my favorite cutscenes in the game which really demonstrates this idea is when you're drinking on a rooftop with that guy Bicho I mentioned earlier, who is a DJ affiliated with Maximas Matanzas. You can find a note from him earlier in the game at his house where he talks about how for once he finally feels useful thanks to Danny. Even though he feels useful, he still wants to feel braver and cooler like Danny. So when Bicho drunkenly talks to Danny about how he's such a badass for being so gung-ho, Danny retorts with how being a gunman is all people see him as, which ironically is the exact opposite of what I just said he is. The whole dialogue between them is just really good stuff.
Lito used to joke we were nothing but numbers to the rest of Yara. I was lucky orphan 13 at Esperanza School for the Lost. Then Cadet 2683. And after that, Drafty 0418 to rebuild Castillo's paradise. When Lita died, she called me the lucky one. Like an idiot, I thought. Still just a number, Danny. And nobody. But I wasn't listening. She knew I still had a chance to be who I wanted to be. She was telling me not to waste it. To act. People see what they want to see. Not a number, not a fucking gun. I'm a guerrilla. It's like you. I use this. And you use that, huh?
But I could be a cool fucking gun too.
Danny taking pride in the fact that he's a gorilla at heart now, not caring if others just see him as a gun for hire, that's really cool. Which really is just what I felt like playing Far Cry 5 and New Dawn. I know the whole idea of Far Cry 5 and New Dawn's direction with the protagonist is projecting yourself onto the character, but I don't care for that. A character like Danny is something I can get much more invested in than being Rook. Even more characters who I was absolutely able to get invested in were Anton and Diego Castillo. Giancarlo Esposito plays Anton, as I'm sure you figured, perfectly.
Me papa was a lamb.
Jose is a lamb.
You want to know why we're here? You are a lion. And we eat the fucking lambs.
And just to be clear, I thought a lot of the acting was really good in this game, but of course, Anton's the standout. Why wouldn't he be?
Let me ask you a question, Miss Garcia. When I am dead and Yara is burning, what exactly is your plan? Hold hands, sing songs around the fire?
Pinga. Who told you, fascista?
You call me Señor Presidente!
I can basically summarize exactly who Anton is and what he's about with just this cutscene.
Let's talk Viviro, a cancer treatment that extends the lives of millions around the world, except in the United States. My own father is stage 4. Why do you make Americans wait?
It's very American to expect what does not belong to you.
You refuse diplomatic overtures, even promises to lift the blockade.
I am sorry about your father, but Americans will wait, just like everyone else.
Yesterday, your network, Yaravision, was hijacked by rebels. They called for the liberation of so-called outcasts from Viviro labor camps. Is Viviro produced with slave labor?
Truth or lies?
The truth, of course.
Yara did not write the playbook. Slavery was your first corporation, 1800 to 1860. Cotton was your #1 export. Grown by whom?
Just a second.
Slaves. 4 million Americans worth $3.5 billion. The #1 asset in your economy was people who look like me. What is that called?
A history lesson?
A head start. Replaced by a billion-dollar prison industry that pays its inmates pennies.
America is not alone.
Correct. Children sew our clothes. Sweatshops build our phones. And Viviro saves millions of lives. Do you think that those lives care where it comes from?
Santos Espinosa executed your father in the 1967 Communist Revolution. You were imprisoned at the age of 13, the same age as Diego. You were self-educated?
My mother was a wonderful teacher.
I understand you were forced to endure 15 years of hard labor. Pruning tobacco. I hear you still have the blade.
When Yara becomes paradise, when I give my Viviro to America, my methods, your questions, no one will care.
Anton possesses a relentless drive to rebuild Yara to its former glory, to restore it to the great nation that his father Gabriel led it to be. In 1967, during the First Yaran Revolution, Gabriel was executed by the rebel Santos Espinosa right in front of Anton when he was just 13 years old, the same age Diego is now. After the execution, Anton was forced into slavery, working in the tobacco fields for 15 years. Apparently, after killing Gabriel, Santos's poor leadership of the country turned out to be even worse than Castillo's. This led to a blockade being imposed on Yara by the US for years, plunging it into economic disparity. This, coupled with Santos's corruption, led to the people under disillusion electing Anton Castillo based on his promise of restoring paradise in Yara. However, his paradise would come with a cost.
A true Yaran understands that loyalty to country is key to his survival. Not justice, not love, not even family. Loyalty to a vision that looks beyond themselves.
Viviro's cause is noble, but clearly the road to get there is horrific, appalling, morally bankrupt, and yet, when the miracle cancer cure eventually saves millions of lives across the globe, will anyone really care what it took to get there?
For their father.
No. But as you've seen, Diego isn't quite like his father. Despite Anton's merciless iron fist he has clenched around the island, Diego is more compassionate. He sympathizes with the Yarans, he loves his people and doesn't want them to get hurt. But he knows disobeying his father and trying to run from him will only continue to throw even more Yarans in harm's way. Just look where it got the innocent people on that boat when Diego tried to escape with them. Diego's whole life is just tragic.
I have acute leukemia. I was diagnosed 13 years ago. But there was a doctor. He promised what we are all so desperate for. Time. But it wasn't enough. Was it, Diego?
Papa, I don't want to hear this story.
I needed insurance. But the irony was, I hated kids. But Maria, she had a way with words. And here you are, Mijo. 13 years strong.
So from the day Diego was born, he was nothing but a tool to Anton. He was being groomed to be Anton's successor, pretty much by force. Anton saw how the country fell apart after his father died, so he feels only a Castillo can be a true leader of Yara. What makes Diego's story especially interesting is the relationship he shares with Danny. During an assassination attempt on Anton, it turns out he's not there, and instead you run into Diego, who helps you escape before Anton's guards can catch up with you. Later on, when you get kidnapped by one of Anton's men who is about to kill you after some brutal torturing, Diego saves you by shooting the scumbag in the fucking head, which again really emphasizes where Diego stands in this whole thing deep down. As earlier in the game, when his father commands him to put down this guy Julio, Diego can't do it. Diego spares Danny because Danny could have given him to Libertad or killed him, but didn't. Once again, we save Diego when Juan attempts to shoot him. And before I go any further, I have to talk about Juan Cortez, because this guy is one sketchy motherfucker. Juan is a former Soviet spy master who is also secretly working with the CIA during this revolution, and as I said earlier, supplies Danny with Resolver and Supremo weapons. And Guapo, of course. And while Juan fights on the side of Libertad the whole game, there is something off about him. First of all, trying to kill Diego. I get his logic behind it, as he's Anton's son and Castillos have plagued Yara for generations, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that Diego would grow to do the same. But he's still just a kid. And on top of that, all of Danny's accounts of Diego show him trying to flee the country and saving Danny multiple times when he literally could have killed him or watched him be killed. But the sad truth is Diego probably would be killed by others in Libertad anyway. Just look how the older generation treats him.
And if you loosen these chains, I will wrap my hands around your little throat and save Yara from another Castillo. Or you can do your country a favor and kill yourself.
Juan trying to kill Diego and failing because of Danny protecting him leads to Anton killing Clara, which, even if the shot on Diego landed, surely Anton would have killed Clara anyway. Either way, Juan is getting Clara killed if he doesn't take out Anton, so what is he thinking here? This leads into the second thing I found pretty sketchy, which was the fact that he didn't really care that not only Clara just got killed, but that it was basically his fault. He was so pissed about how she got set up by Anton earlier and wanted to rescue her, and now he's just indifferent to the whole situation. I must have missed something, or maybe it was all an act by Juan for whatever reason, as maybe he has some more insidious intentions we don't know about. I don't get it. Also, Danny is so pissed at Juan about this, and then literally the next day he's just like, alright, we're cool, let's go try and kill Anton for the 14th time. Like, huh? I feel like we're missing some scenes before this where they patch things up. They're just suddenly bros again. I don't understand. It'd be one thing if Danny begrudgingly was like, fine, let's work together and finish this, but they're literally joking around with each other, saying they look like shit. It's just odd. Anyway, back to conspiracies about Juan. There's this fantastic post on the Far Cry subreddit by the user AlexAlex12 that really helps piece together things further discussing Juan's actions, and thus theories we can string together about him. Everything I've mentioned up to this point has just been my own analysis, so if you want more in-depth sketchy shit on this piece of shit, then be sure to check out the post below. He pieced together way more details than I ever could. Alright, let's wrap up this story. Juan's failed assassination attempt on a child results in Anton killing Clara and escaping with Diego, leaving Danny as the new leader of Libertad, and now it's time to finally put an end to Castillo's tyranny. The final mission is pretty lackluster, to be honest. Now that I think about it, when I said I didn't dislike any missions earlier, I kind of dislike this one because it's pretty disappointing. You and all the main rebels you've recruited along the way storm the capital, and you just kind of run for a while towards the presidential palace, picking off some enemies here and there. There were just a lot more tense and harder missions throughout the game that this one just paled in comparison to. Eventually, you take the elevator to the top of the palace and confront Anton and Diego. Here, we watch as history begins to repeat itself. Anton was 13 years old when his father was murdered, and here we are in the present day. Diego is the same age Anton was back then when Anton watched his father be killed, and now Anton is about to be executed right in front of his son.
I never thought that you would have to face what they put me through. I am sorry, Diego. You are my lion. Everything that I did to make you stronger.
You are not going to kill him. He's gonna die anyway.
Last lesson, Mio. There is one thing in life that will always be true. Do you know what that is?
Death.
See. You will protect him from your friends, from the monsters.
He'll be safe. I promise.
Lies.
Diego! No!
Oh, I don't know what I was expecting, but it was not that. God damn, that made me sad. I really wanted Diego to live. But at least Anton's dead. The problem is, Clara's gone too. So without her leadership, then who is to lead Yara? What does this whole revolution really stand for? How are we supposed to prevent Yara from falling into economic disparity yet again and make sure you don't repeat the mistakes of the last generation? For fuck's sake, they practically say this themselves.
I don't want to be the one to say this, but what do we do now?
To be fair, Clara's true Yaran upper-class background inhibits her from ever being seen as a legitimate leader to the largely oppressed outcasts anyway, despite her leadership of Libertad. Danny is much more relatable to the rest of the guerrillas in that way. As Juan says, he comes from nothing. Despite being just a number, just an orphan, Danny rises up to become a true hero and legend. The God of Yara. It's a notion that's widely expressed throughout the game. Those outside Libertad don't really care much for Clara.
You know why Clara never told you about us? Because to her, we're just a bunch of kids playing with guns. She loves to talk about the future, but it's her future, not ours. Clara's just a Castillo who lost his dick.
She's not the reason that the rebels are uniting to take down Castillo.
Danny, Clara was a great leader, but there's a reason we joined Libertad. We're with you, Jefe.
Even so, when everyone agrees that Yara is Danny's, he declines the offer, saying he's not a politician like Clara was. So, yeah, what happens now? Clara had her guess earlier in the game.
This revolution will free Yara, but won't fix it. When we take the capital, Yara will be burning. Will be civil war, factions, warlords, born-backed coups. Take your pick.
Yarans will be killing Yarans for a generation.
Uh-huh. This fight will take the rest of my life. Yara is stuck in a cycle of tyranny and revolution. My job is to show us how to break it.
If Yara is going to have a future, his people, our people, we need to coexist. And the point was never to kill Castillo. It was to free Yara. For all of us.
You had already made up your mind, hadn't you? Yara needs a leader, Clara. Not a martyr.
Viva Libertad, Danny.
The fate of Yara is left uncertain, though based on what the game seems it's trying to tell us, Yara seems to simply be a tragic case of the more things change, the more they stay the same. Revolution never ends. Far Cry to me is kind of like, it captures the exact essence of what video games are. Wacky, larger-than-life villains and characters. You get to fly around and ride around gorgeous landscapes, pick off enemies from afar with the most satisfying from a stealthy headshot. You can go in guns blazing and light up enemies with endless rounds of ammo, shoot choppers out of the sky with heat-seeking missiles, hijack tanks, cockfight for no fucking reason. You've got animal companions that fight for you, and there are dozens upon dozens of more things to do and ways to approach the game however you want. There is no one way to play Far Cry. You can play it and interpret it and make of it anything you desire. It can be serious, funny, sad, weird, whatever. And that's what I absolutely love about Far Cry. People can bust on the lack of innovation. Personally, I can't really speak for those people as I'm not one of them. As I said, I've only been around since Far Cry Primal. If the previous Far Cry games are pretty much like this and you've been around since the Far Cry 3 days and earlier, I can understand the craving for something new. But for me personally, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. To me, Far Cry isn't broken. It's great. I love it a lot. And I'm excited to explore the franchise further in the future. So with that post-credits scene in Far Cry 6 and the release of a certain DLC recently that I'll get into later in the video, I figured there was no better time for me to go back and finally check out all the hype behind the all-time classic Far Cry 3. As I said in my Far Cry 6 review, I've only played Far Cry Primal, 5, New Dawn, and now 6 of course. I know the general consensus seems to be that Far Cry 3 is the peak of the series and that every game afterwards is sort of like the same game but with a different coat of paint, in the sense that there's not much innovation. Far Cry 3 seems to be where Ubisoft found what obviously worked and figured from here if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So it was very interesting for me coming into Far Cry 3 as a newcomer after seeing what many people claim in a way the series stagnated or even devolved into following this entry. So what do I think? Does Far Cry 3 deserve to maintain its legendary status? Well, you saw the title. Far Cry 3 has you play as Jason Brody, and the game begins with you on vacation with your brothers and friends as you celebrate your little brother Riley getting his pilot license. During the trip, they end up going skydiving over what they are told to be the remote Rook Islands. But when they land on the ground, they get ambushed by pirates and are brought back to the pirate leader Voss's camp, where he explains that he'll be selling them all off into slavery. Well, let's get right into it. Voss is the big draw for the game, right? He is a legendary villain, so I was really excited to experience him for the first time after hearing so much about him for nearly the last decade. And I can definitely see why he's held in such high regard. He is the best Far Cry villain I've had the pleasure of meeting so far.
You see, the thing is, up there, you thought you had a chance. Way up in the fucking skies, you thought you had your finger on the pussy trigger. But hermano, down here,
From his mannerisms to his dialect, the way he completely snaps from calm and collected to raging like a banshee. His charisma is off the charts, and I felt genuine fear when he was around. I thought he was gonna jump through the screen and slit my throat. Shame he's only on screen for like 12 minutes the whole game, but he certainly makes a lasting impression. After Voss goes to deal with some other hostages, your brother Grant breaks you out of the cage, and together you attempt to escape the prison camp, and as the older brother and military experienced man, Grant leads the charge. You pick up some supplies and grab your stuff, and there's even a moment where Grant kills a guard and Jason goes into a panic, which I thought was a nice touch and makes Jason's transformation as the game progresses feel all the more drastic. As they look over a map and try to figure out where the rest of their friends are taken, Voss shoots and kills Grant, and then Voss tells Jason to make a run for it as his army chases Jason down through the jungle. When Jason attempts to make a run for it across a bridge overlapping a river, it collapses, and as the current carries him, he's rescued by a man named Dennis who gives you the tatau, not a tattoo. There's a difference. One of the things I really love about Far Cry 3 is the survivalist, tribalistic aura around the game. Far Cry 6 was more of a military operation, building your army to overthrow the government, which was great in its own right. Here, you feel like a one-man wrecking crew rising through the ranks, tower by tower, outpost by outpost, conquering the land and killing off Voss's entire crew one by one in your relentless quest to avenge your brother's death, as well as to save your friends, those of which who are still alive anyway. This is like what I was saying earlier. Each Far Cry game to me has its own identity, but it's just a different spin on similar concepts. But now having played 3, I do think this is the pinnacle where everything just came together wonderfully overall, though each game does do some things better than others. I really don't think there's a huge gap between any of them. Except New Dawn. But as I was saying earlier, you can go climbing around activating radio towers, which will identify a certain perimeter of the map, provide you with free weapons at shops, as well as activate supply drop quests where you race to a certain location under a time limit and get paid for it. There's of course enemy outposts where you can pick off guys from afar one by one, go in guns blazing, or just release a fucking bear to do your dirty work. There's plenty of other side quests to tackle, like Wanted Dead missions, which are some Dark Brotherhood bounty shit where you have to specifically melee kill commanders for money, as using a knife is Rakiat tradition. Then there are the trials of the Rakiat, where you have to kill as many enemies as possible under a time limit, which were okay, I guess. I didn't really care about them. And if you're wondering what the hell a yak rat is, don't worry, I'll get to that soon. More side quests include Path of the Hunter missions, where you have to hunt down specific animals for money, like this golden tiger. And you can use a tie to craft yourself an extra large ammo pouch. Again, stuff like this I only really got to experience in Far Cry Primal, which was actually my introduction to the series, so I kind of feel nostalgic for it. Far Cry 5 onward, you just kind of had to find stuff or buy stuff, but scavenging from creatures and plants adds to the survival aspect, and I love that. As I said, you can also collect foliage around the Rook Islands that you can use to craft syringes, like ones that increase your health or buff your hunting senses temporarily. And with more animal hides, you can craft other items like weapon holsters so you can carry more gear with you, wallets to carry more cash, loot rucksacks so you can carry more plants and hides and other miscellaneous items in your inventory. There's so much depth to the gameplay. Remember how I mentioned the tatau you get from Dennis? Well, the tatau represents all the strength and skills you'll acquire along your journey. As you complete quests and level up throughout the campaign, you'll earn skill points which will enable you to learn special abilities. The skill tree is broken up into 3 categories: the heron, the shark, and the spider by Weezer.
Cowboy shit!
With each classification focusing on different forms of takedowns, survival abilities, mobility, and more. And every time you make an upgrade, the tatau on Jason's arm will grow larger and correspond to the type of skill you just learned. The fact that what you learn physically manifests itself on Jason is such a cool detail. However, all the skills you acquire aren't enough, as you must befriend the Rakyat leader Citra, who is actually Voss's sister and is somehow even crazier than Voss. The Rakyat are a tribe of warriors indigenous to the Rook Islands, and Citra promises to make you into a true warrior as long as you retrieve for her. I mean, she is a whore, fuck her. So long as you retrieve for her the lost silver dragon dagger. The only problem is there's this prick Buck who bought one of your friends and is only willing to let your friend go so long as you bring the knife to him instead. Although he's like the 3rd most important villain in the game, I found Buck to be incredibly hateable. Honestly, even more than Voss.
I'm here for my friend, Keith.
Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
You bought him from Hoyt.
Ah, him. He said his name was...
I mean, okay, that was funny, but also fuck you. Anyway, once you finally retrieve the knife after a series of searches, you head over to Buck's house to make the exchange for Keith, and you find him in the basement on a bed completely shaken. Just as you're about to leave, Buck taunts you very creepily.
Yeah, look, about that, mate. I am grateful, right? And, I'd really like to show my appreciation, you know. Proper. Like a man should.
You said we could leave, you fuck!
No. Actually, what I said was, Keith could leave with you, but you're not going anywhere.
We're walking through that door.
You are what I say you are. I'll take you bloody if you like. I like my meat rare.
This leads to a knife fight with Buck.
He's some fucked up ball player.
Shut the fuck up. And oh man, it was satisfying to kill this fucking scumbag, especially considering what I'm sure we can all presume he did to Keith.
So his name is Buck, and he lacks the...
Oh my god, if that isn't the most fucked up foreshadowing I've ever heard. Although I think Voss is amazing, I found Buck to be far more disturbing. Voss might sell you into slavery, but Buck's the kind of guy you'd have to deal with purchasing you on the other side. Really an unsettlingly genius way of showing just how in danger your friends are here. There are not many villains I ever wanted to see dead so badly, but Buck was definitely one of them. However, as a fantastic consolation prize for putting up with this snotty piece of shit, the treasure hunts Buck sent me on to find the silver dragon dagger were my favorite missions throughout the whole game. You infiltrate a ship off the coast of the islands to find a compass leading to the knife, but before escaping, things quickly go south as the ship begins to sink and you make a tense getaway. Next, you venture down into an old Japanese bunker, leading to massive ancient Chinese ruins. After you find the next piece of the compass, you make your way to an abandoned mine shaft, which leads to more Chinese ruins, which are even more impressive than the last, with a gigantic Chinese temple at the bottom of the abyss where you find the 3rd and final part to the compass. The compass leads to the last series of Chinese ruins where you continue to venture further and further into the earth before finally reaching a tomb entrance where you find the knife. And then we kill the sick fuck Buck, thank fuck. Quickly moving on, let's talk about my favorite missions. Whoa! The first of my favorite goes to when you head out to Sunset Cove, the alleged location your friends have been taken to, only to be captured by Voss again. But this time your girlfriend Lisa and one of your other friends are there too, though Voss and his right-hand man take him away before setting the place on fire. The floor collapses and you have to race your way back up to the top floor to save your girlfriend from being consumed by the inferno.
Oh, no, I can't do this! It's the only way down, come on! Oh my god!
Together, you race to freedom as you obliterate enemy trucks pursuing you, and the banter between Jason and Lisa along the way was pretty funny.
Heads at 10 and 2, 10 and 2!
You wanna drive?
Why did you turn off the truck?
No! It died!
Jiggle the key to press the pedal!
What does that even mean?
In another mission, you go on a drug trip, of course, when you meet Citra, which prophesizes future events that'll unfold throughout the game. Afterwards, one of the prophecies is immediately fulfilled as you tail the man in white you saw in your visions throughout Bad Town. Yes, this place is actually called Bad Town, and the developers know it's a bad name. After tailing the stranger to this shack, shit goes from 1 to 100 fast.
You have 10 seconds to tell me who you are before I remotely detonate the C4 under the table and this whole place explodes like a pop bottle.
Jesus.
I doubt it. 5 seconds.
The guy turns out to be a CIA operative named Willis Huntley, and it's his job to know the islands inside and out, and as such he's figuring out where Voss has taken your friends. Willis also tells you about Voss's boss Hoyt Volker, the true head of the pirate operation, and furthermore the largest drug and human trafficking ring in the South Pacific. Later on, Willis lets you in on a recording between Hoyt and Voss.
By the way, you're getting popular.
Lovely weather we're having. My boss, are you planning a parade? That's why I love you, Voss. You make me laugh. Everything in business is so goddamn serious. But you, sir, what about Snow White? You know what? I don't give a fuck about him. I don't give a fuck. Really? Then why am I here? Once you've got the ransom money, his friends are gonna be sold like that. I shot his older brother. I did what you wanted with his younger brother. He's my sister. She's inking that white boy. I don't give a fuck about your family. It is by my grace that your head isn't impaled on the antenna of my car. Therefore, I would like it if you gave a fuck about Jason Brody. Okay, Hoyt. Okay. All right.
What's interesting about Voss in this recording is that he's much more mellow than any encounters you've shared with him so far, which could indicate that he acts so over the top to assert dominance. However, Hoyt also seems to be the only person that Voss seems to fear, so it could also just be that. The interaction directly reveals the location of your friend Oliver, so you can rescue him, which happens to be another of my favorite missions. But I mean, besides the sniping part in the first half having to escort him, the second half is basically the same as the mission rescuing Lisa. It's fun blowing shit up, what can I say? And now, it's time for the mission where that speech happens. I know plenty of people have heard it, but who cares? We're gonna watch the whole thing anyway because it's that damn good and it's incredibly crucial to the narrative.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy. But the first time somebody told me that, I don't know, I thought they were bullshitting me, so boom, I shot him. The thing is, okay, he was right. And then I started seeing it everywhere I looked, all these fucking pricks. Everywhere I looked, doing the exact same fucking thing, over and over and over and over and over again, thinking, this time, he's gonna be different. No, please. This time, he's gonna be different. I'm sorry. I don't like the way you are looking at me. Okay? You have a fucking problem in your head. Do you think I'm bullshitting you? Do you think I'm lying? Fuck you! Okay? Fuck you! It's okay, man. I'm gonna chill, hermano. I'm gonna chill. The thing is, alright? The thing is, I killed you once already. And it's not like I am fucking crazy. It's okay. It's like water under the bridge. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck you!
I love how as Voss gives this monologue, you can see other pirates in the background dealing with another civilian. It makes the scene all the more sinister. And the way Voss gives that whole speech, and then it's like his memory was wiped clean. His face goes blank, and he asks you again.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
The visuals, the acting, it's perfect. The irony is that Voss refuses to accept himself being crazy, preaching about how everybody else is, but him, no way.
No way! I don't think so, pal!
He denies that Jason even is still alive because he killed him once already. Having to try and kill him again and again only proves his own insanity, doing the same thing and expecting shit to change, just as on the flip side, Jason keeps escaping and trying to get revenge but failing over and over again, expecting shit to change. Voss seems to be in denial of his insanity, but Jason isn't even aware of his yet. I've also got to mention the way Voss so nonchalantly says he thought the person who told him the definition of insanity was bullshit, so he just shot him. That was great. Anyway, so after falling into the pit of water, you somehow free yourself and attempt to make an escape in a helicopter down the road, only for it to be shot down. Again, you somehow survive, but as you regain consciousness, Voss eerily creeps towards you. Before again...
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Somehow, you survive again! Waking up and digging yourself through a pile of dead bodies, which was horrific. You survived because Voss gave you one of his crappy lighters that wouldn't work when he tried to burn you alive earlier, and now it just blocked a gunshot. Jason has literal plot armor. After going on another drug trip where you slay a giant monster and have the sex, you then infiltrate Voss's compound, but he somehow knew you were coming.
I come to make an announcement.
Jason Brody.
He's a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Once you've killed his men, you run into a warehouse where Voss is waiting for you and he impales you, sending you into another trip. I mean, at this point, my mind has just been completely blown for like the last 3 hours at how amazing this game has been, and this is where it peaks. This was probably my favorite scene from any game I've ever played. The music, the dialogue, the visual metaphors and symbolism all around is absolutely masterful. Voss knows the warrior path that Jason is being led down by Citra is horrible. He would know, he's walked it before, and Voss knows he's fucked, just like he knows Jason is now. Voss may be dead, but as he collapses to the floor and locks eyes with you one last time, it symbolizes precisely what he was proclaiming, his rebirth.
You, are me.
Even after killing Voss, effectively avenging his brother, and also having saved his friends who are now ready to return home with a boat geared to go, although his little brother Riley hasn't been recovered yet because he's thought to be dead, Jason tells them he'll be staying on the Rook Islands because he feels this is his home now. Lisa expressed concerns earlier on that this whole thing seems to be changing him. The fact that he's got not tattoos, you fucking idiot. The way he seems to enjoy the thrill of blowing shit up, and especially concerning is the fact he straight up says killing people used to feel wrong, but now feels like winning. I mean, to be fair, that was pretty fucking sick. Hello, it's like midnight as I'm recording this, so sorry for the bit of ASMR voice, but as I was going through footage, I found part of this cutscene with Willis that I forgot about, which also foreshadows Jason losing his sanity.
Hey, you ever go out on recon with your guys?
No. There's a reason I have the American flag in here. In here, there's society, there's order. Out there, the jungle, the synapses in our brains go dark little by little. You forget where you're from, who you are.
This is what it feels like to take control of his life for what feels like the first time. This is his higher purpose now. That's a bit fucked, isn't it? Voss may be a monster, but he isn't anything that Jason can't become. That Jason isn't already becoming. Voss was driven to insanity by Citra, and we get a lot more clarification on this with the Far Cry 6 DLC. But before we get to that, let's wrap up Far Cry 3.
When I initially auditioned for Ubisoft, the character of Voss did not exist. The part was initially written as 6'6", 280 pounds, very sociopathic, stoic, unemotional. And I took leave it with it, and I gave him anything but what they were looking for. And obviously, I did not get the part. But I get a call a few weeks later saying, Ubisoft liked your audition so much, they're creating this small character based on the audition you had done.
How cool that a small character turned out to be one of the greatest video game villains of all time. Because of Voss's legendary status he's attained in the gaming world, it made things that much more surprising to me when his boss Hoyt Volker was introduced. I realized that Voss probably wasn't going to be the end-all be-all for Far Cry 3's story after all, which really shocked me because I never heard anybody ever bring up this Hoyt chump before. Like, look up articles ranking Far Cry's villains, they just talk about Voss. No Hoyt, even though he's actually the main villain, which was worrisome, because I was like, well, clearly he must not live up to Voss for most people if he's not even worth mentioning. Just how bad is he? Honestly, not bad at all. In fact, I think he's fucking great in a completely different way from Voss. The final third of the game has you teaming up with this German dude Sam, who's an associate of Willis Huntley, who helps you infiltrate Hoyt's personal army, the Privateers. And in doing so, we get a taste up close and personal of just how evil Volker truly is.
First, protect my product. You can fuck them, boys, but be gentle. Second, kill any native on sight. Finally, all profits go to me. I'm an understanding boss. But if you break one of these rules...
You know what skin water is? It's called mud.
I roast you in the furnace until your skin crackles like a chicken.
Jeez, bud, really giving a whole new meaning to getting fired. Hoyt is completely psychotic, seeing everyone and everything as nothing more than puppets on string to do his bidding and product to be sold. And although Citra is largely responsible for Voss's descent into madness, it is the drugs and money and proposition of power he got from working for Volker in the end that put the final nail in his mental coffin. Hoyt is the one who caused Voss to completely lose his mind. While working under the Foster alias, you end up meeting with Hoyt one-on-one, and I found this interaction absolutely fascinating. The way Hoyt compares the universality of the 123 on contact lenses to his global slave trade is pretty astonishing. And then he proceeds to obliterate a ship full of captives with the press of a button while Bryan Danielson's theme song plays. There's a lot more I have to say about this interaction, but I'll swing back to it when it makes more sense. After the meeting, he sends you downstairs to interrogate a prisoner. Before you make your way to the cell, you can actually see one of Hoyt's men viewing footage of your capture, which kinda raises the question, as Jason is seen in the video, how doesn't Hoyt recognize Jason during their meeting? But we'll get to that. When the cell opens up, I was very surprised to find Jason's little brother Riley alive and not well, but alive nonetheless. The most tragic thing though is your interaction is being recorded and Hoyt is watching, so you have to torture your little brother Riley to pretend you have no affiliation to him to keep Hoyt from getting suspicious, which was really brutal. This is a crucial turning point for Jason's character. He has killed countless people up to this point and takes pleasure in doing so, and especially because of Citra's corruption, believes he has found his life's purpose on the Rook Islands. But finding his little brother alive after all helps him to finally realize that he's completely lost himself in the process because of everything.
Who have I become?
Eventually, you and Sam meet with Hoyt for a poker game to discuss business. You plan to assassinate Hoyt, but he gets the jump on you and stabs Sammy in the throat. This is where Volker reveals that he was onto you all along. And I think this is where I love Hoyt's character. He's the kind of villain you really appreciate in hindsight. Every line you go back to ends up having a deeper meaning to it. From the way he says cancer won't be the thing that kills you after you deny having a smoke with him. He mentions that you jump from job to job and can't commit, which is his way of saying as clearly as possible without blatantly saying it, I know you're a traitor and I'm gonna kill you. And on top of that, he's even right in making that assessment on the version of Jason prior to the events of Far Cry 3, as it's implied Jason was directionless in life, jumping from job to job after finishing college. Then there's that obnoxious clap after interrogating your brother, which almost seems to be mocking you. And even when you play poker together, you can hear the rage bubbling under the surface when he makes a remark about Sam.
What a job. Poker. Ask anyone on the street and they'll call it a game of chance. Or talk to Sam here and he'll say it's about bluffing. Weren't you, Sam?
And of course, this interaction speaks volumes as well.
So, hobbies. Cooking, painting, movies, crystal meth. What are yours?
I like to hunt.
I'm a hunter myself. The noblest of professions. But you know, I like to hunt real game.
As a fellow hunter and absolute power-driven egomaniac, Volker probably seeks the thrill of taking down the biggest predator on the island, the biggest threat to his operation. He puts a hit on Jason Brody and in the process lures Jason right to him, while also arrogantly letting Jace build himself up, make himself as strong as possible, give him a false sense of hope and let him prove himself worthy of dying at Hoyt's hand. This whole time you've been going around the island sabotaging his operation thinking you have the jump on him, when in reality, Hoyt just lets you think you're so good and so smart just to tear you down in the end. I mean, Sam and Jason thought it would work, but the whole time I was like, Hoyt is so onto you, you fucking idiots. The way Hoyt screams at you.
How stupid do you think I am?
I felt like genuine shame. Even though I knew he was definitely onto us, he just makes me feel so stupid for even trying to dupe him. It's great. Also, I love Hoyt's line after stabbing Sam. He's such an asshole.
We should keep playing. Dealer's on the left, right? Guess he's sitting this one out.
I get why he doesn't receive the same recognition Voss does, but he deserves far more praise than he gets. Hoyt is fantastic. After killing Sam, Hoyt uses the same blood-soaked knife to cut off one of your fingers. This leads to the third and final melee duel of the game. During the fight, Hoyt ends up telling you that Riley's about to be shipped off to somebody in Yemen who likes him young. Deservedly so, we stab him several times, and after coming out of the adrenaline-fueled trance, we find Hoyt and several of his men's corpses sprawled across the room. From here, you race off to get Riley before he's shipped away, and your friends who are still on the island reach out to you reporting that they're being kidnapped again.
Jason, where are you? They're taking us. I don't know where. We need your help.
What? I can't hear you!
As fast as you can.
What the fuck?
You eventually reach the airstrip and rescue Riley. I thought it was really cool how Riley getting his pilot license is the reason this whole adventure started, and Riley ends up using his skills to get us out of it. Well, he got a license to fly planes, not helicopters, but it works out in the end. We hit the ground, but finally we're soaring through the skies once again, with Danielson's theme blasting once again, and it's fucking extraordinary. However, when you go back to your friend's hideout, you find that their caretaker, Dr. Earnhardt, and I use that term very loosely, on the verge of death, but before he passes, he's able to utter that your friends have been taken to Citra's temple. By this point, Citra has fallen in love with you for the unstoppable killing machine you've become and wants you to impregnate her so that she can produce the perfect warrior to lead the Rook Islands in the years to come, which is the exact insane shit she tried pulling with her brother. Here, Citra sends you on one final glorious drug trip, hallucinating your friends calling you a piece of shit, and when you come out of the trip, you've got a knife to Lisa's neck where you have to make the choice of killing her and joining Citra to fulfill your supposed destiny, or you can save your friends and escape the island, which I chose to do without hesitation because Citra's a fucking prick. And would you look at that? Voss literally told you this would happen.
So they say to me, they say, Voss, who the fuck is it going to be? Them or me? Me or them?
Dennis gets pissed as he feels you're betraying the Rockette and attempts to murder you, but Citra jumps in the way and gets stabbed instead. And dies. Nobody is sad.
Fuck you!
The boat takes off as Jason and friends leave the island, although Grant is dead and this other dude was just never seen again.
Do you want me to slice you open like I did your friend?
Oh. In essence, either ending you choose is pretty much a bad ending, even though Citra's ending is definitely better since you kill your friends and then she fucks and kills you.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
But in this much more bittersweet end, you escape. However, what happened on those islands is nothing Jason's mind can ever truly escape from.
I've killed so many people, I've lost count. I can't come back from this. I'm a monster. I can feel the anger inside me. But I am still somewhere inside me more than that. Better than that.
In the process of trying to slay monsters, Jason has become one himself, but at least he's still sane enough to recognize that, and that gives just enough hope that, yeah, maybe he can come back from this and be better after all. Maybe he's not too far gone. Alexa, cue Rick Grimes' Too Far Gone speech. No! With Jason's cycle of insanity broken, there is still one left to take care of.
It's not the anger, it's the inner child underneath it all. That's the character. He's really not trying to hurt anybody, and his understanding of pain is completely like just not there. He doesn't speak to himself politely, doesn't speak to others. He's destroyed. He's a guy who's completely gone.
So they say to me, they say, Voss, who the fuck is it going to be? Them or me? Me or them?
But underneath it all, he's a human. And before it all, he's a child. And with Voss as a character, if you go back to the child, you immediately find the character.
In the Far Cry 6 DLC, you play as Voss in his mind as you fight to overcome your inner demons, unlock repressed memories, and ultimately put an end to Voss's endless cycle of insanity by bringing the pieces of the Silver Dragon blade to Citra to earn her approval. It's crazy how Sorry, no pun intended. The DLC starts and that Far Cry 3 music kicks in, and I already feel nostalgic for it, even though I just finished that game for the first time like 2 days before playing this. Also, gotta love how the DLC starts with Jason saying peekaboo motherfucker, just like Voss did when he stabs Jason in Far Cry 3.
Peekaboo motherfucker. Peekaboo motherfucker.
More of that you are me and I am you symmetry at play. As for the gameplay, it's pretty simple but extremely fun. You earn points by looting chests and killing as many enemies as possible, and use the cash you attain to buy perks in the mirror or upgrade weapons you find on the island at safe house armories. To get better weapons, you have to complete trials, and you can also do trials for some really nice temporary perks which can give you an extra life, because if you die, you lose your progress, have to restart the DLC, and do it all over again. You know, because you're insane. And you can also find diary entries from Voss for even more info on him. Of course, since you're in Voss's fractured psyche, you're taunted by Citra and Jason Brody a lot, the latter of which you have to kill like 100 times. In Far Cry 3, during the mission where you rescue Lisa, Voss gives this incredible speech where it almost seems like he's trying to relate Jason's anger from the murder of his brother Grant to his own feeling of being betrayed by Citra for being made to feel like no matter what he did for her, it was never enough. Like this is a confession of his own pain and insanity, and in a twisted way, looking to Jason's suffering for guidance so that he won't feel so isolated. And for the record, I actually like this speech more than the insanity one.
I'm gonna drive a bullet through my sister's skull, like I did your brother Grant. Fuck you. You are angry, Jason. You are angry. Okay, I get that. I get it. I mean, without family, who the fuck are we? There was a time where I'd do anything for my sister. You know, first time I ever killed was for my sister. It was not enough for her. No, please. You see, the thing about our loved ones, right? Our fucking loved ones! They come and they blindside you every fucking time. So they say to me, they say, Voss, who the fuck is it going to be? Them or me? Me or them? Like, you know, like they fucking think that I need to make a fucking choice. By the way, this lighter really sucks. You know, so much for poetics. It's really too bad that Citra had to wake you up. Because now the only way to kill you is to erase you completely. Shh. It's okay. Don't cry. It's okay. Jason, I swear to God, man. It's truly beautiful that you're willing to die for the one you love.
As I said, Voss was truly driven to insanity and gaslit by his sister from the time they were kids, and the DLC makes that as clear as ever, as well as making sure to blatantly showcase the symmetry between Jason and Voss. Citra is the true villain here, and plays a massive role in both their downfalls. Her relentless love for the Rakyat mythology and drive to conceive the perfect Rakyat warrior to command the Rook Islands has driven her more insane than anybody. And ironically, depending on the ending you choose, her insane dedication to fulfill this prophecy of hers is ultimately what leads to the Rakyat's doom. Citra's corruption and manipulation of Jason is in the same vein as to what gave birth to the monstrous Voss. It's a perfect storm for insanity.
And it's not like I am fucking crazy. It's okay. It's like water under the bridge.
This mission was a total mindfuck, hence the name, and easily my favorite part of the DLC. The mimicking of the infamous insanity scene, but with the roles reversed. You go through this trip listening to Voss recite the definition of insanity speech, proving his own point. Oh, and he even makes a PT reference, which was pretty cool.
Fuck yeah! This reminds me of the game. Wait, what's that? The trailer with the hallway? What the fuck ever happened to that?
Then you make your way into the same hotel from Far Cry 3 that Jason and Lisa escaped from, and the walls are painted in blood with various Voss quotes, and you go room to room watching flashbacks of Voss's time with the Rakyat, visions of Citra, visions of yourself, and visions of, you guessed it, killing Jason. There's even a mission where you're talking with pirates who are planning to take the land from the natives, but Voss protests as he and even some of the other pirates are native to the Rook Islands, and then proclaims he'll be starting a war with Hoyt. I guess before this chat he didn't know Hoyt was into that shit. shit. There's so much great attention to detail and flashbacks here and all throughout the DLC. You just have to check it out for yourself. It's wonderful. The DLC concludes with you assembling the Silver Dragon Blade, presenting it to Citra, only for her to give you a big ol' fuck you as she asks you to prove your devotion to her one last time, as she sends wave after wave of enemies and Jason Brodies for you to kill. Once you get through a certain amount of rounds, you can tell Citra to fuck off and leave your mind, or you can stay behind and keep fighting to prove your worth to her. I just chose to leave after the 8th round because I was like, Voss doesn't have anything to prove to this scumbag. The only problem is when you leave, he says,
I made it, but I might be able to achieve maybe a higher level of enlightenment if I go back for more.
Oh. Shit. So there's 2 other endings you can get where you do choose to stay and fight, and after clearing 20 waves of enemies, you're able to finally move beyond your past, having proved your strength to Citra and yourself. And then there's a 3rd ending where I believe if you complete the DLC on the highest difficulty, you'll see that Voss is alive and finally at peace, which was heavily implied with the post-credits conversation of Far Cry 6. The biggest question now is, how exactly did Voss survive? Well, the thing is, when you fight Buck and Hoyt, you come out of your trance-like state and you reawaken to find the body of your enemy on the floor. However, the fight with Voss is way more trippy, and after the fight is over, you're immediately teleported to Citra's temple. You never see Voss's body. And right before the fight begins and you fade into your presumably drug-induced state, you can see Voss walking away. So it seems to me that when you appear to get stabbed with the silver dragon that Voss somehow has, he actually drugged you. And the other fights with Buck and Hoyt, it seems like Jason goes into this adrenaline-driven rage, nothing drug-induced. So maybe after Voss drugs you, he escapes to Yara and becomes a smuggler of Viviro with his little tennis ball friend, having fully come to peace with himself, his failures, his imperfection, and his insanity. Almost like he left the old Voss behind with Jason. Hopefully Jason has found a way to do the same.
Have I ever told you what the definition of insanity is? Have I?
Who the fuck is it going to be? Dan or me? Me or Dan? Come on! He fucking coffee!
Sad little boy. You never what I need. What I want. Who with me will command the destiny of the Rook Islands. You're out of control. A rabbit dog.
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Okay? Fuck you! Pick it, motherfucker. Hey, Citra, fuck off!
Crash Twinsanity is a total shit show, and I mean that in the best way possible. After the last 2 videos I've made, I thought it'd be nice to take a step back from all the serious stuff and replay the stupidest fucking game I know. This ain't your standard Crash Bandicoot game, because long gone are the days of warp rooms containing hallway-based levels with crystals to collect and boxes to bonk for gems. We've gone with a more sandbox structure of large open areas, though still relatively linear, but now with a grander overarching plot, gems to be collected through platforming puzzles rather than through box count, and overall just one long collective adventure rather than picking and choosing where you want to go. And most notably, Crash Twinsanity just has a completely different vibe around it. Sure, Crash himself was always a goofball, but everybody in the world around him was always for the most part played pretty straight. I said for the most part. But Twinsanity takes everyone and everything and cranks them up to 1000 with easily the wackiest scenes and gameplay the franchise has ever seen. The game goes absolutely a million miles per hour, throwing everything it can at the wall and seeing what shit sticks. You've got classic Crash platforming, platforming with Cortex, escorting Cortex, snowboarding on Cortex, playing as Cortex, murdering Cortex. Yeah, As I said, there's a lot of shit going on, and before I get into the ludicrous story, let me just lump some of my general thoughts, mostly complaints of the game here first. But before I get into them, I must quickly thank the commenters from my Far Cry 3 review. If you'd like to be featured in my next video, then leave your comments here, and last but not least, thank you to my magnificent patrons Stan, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, and the Foe 3. As I said earlier, gems are to be collected primarily by completing platforming puzzles. A big problem though is Crash sometimes just doesn't have a shadow, so it makes predicting the trajectory of your jumps much harder. It was so bad that I found myself having to tilt the camera straight down just so I could get a clear overhead view to see if I'd stick the landing. Speaking of the platforming puzzles, a lot of them are smothered in explosives, and you might think, well then just sacrifice an Aku Aku so you can bust right through and grab the gem. But in this game you can't do that because Aku Aku no longer protects you from explosions. To be fair, it's a good thing they didn't oversee this being an issue, because if Aku Aku functioned the same way he did in previous games, you could cheat a lot of these puzzles. But the downside is that Aku Aku becomes quite useless in the main game as a result of this. And if that wasn't bad enough, invincible Aku Aku is nerfed as well. Before you could run right through explosives and enemies like a freight train, but nope, not even that works anymore. You're still exempt from taking damage from direct attacks, but that's it. I know people were pissed at Wrath of Cortex for changing the invincible Aku Aku theme, but at least he still had a theme, because here he doesn't get shit. And the power-up lasts for an even lesser duration than it did in Wrath of Cortex, which already was only half as long as it lasted in the original trilogy. My final criticism, and notably the most notorious thing about this game, is that it is an absolute unpolished, plot hole-ridden, glitchy clusterfuck. To be fair, I did emulate this game, but trust me, it is well documented just how rushed and therefore inevitably glitchy this game is no matter what you play it on. Cortex was talking to me here, but also wasn't here. There's inadequate sound design, whether it's crates not making a breaking sound. These robots make a poof when hit rather than a nice crunch. Cutscenes like this one with Embryo are completely devoid of sound where there obviously should be sound. There's also no sound in this cutscene at all. Crash quite often transcends the known physics of our universe. And I know this is Twinsanity. The gimmick is the game is supposed to be wacky and wild, but the plot makes zero sense sometimes, but I'll save that for when I specifically get into the story. There's plenty more I'm sure I forgot or just missed, but trust me, this game's a fucking rushed mess and the developers know it.
Come now as we explore a new dimension!
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
I mean, there's so much cut content to digest that examining all of it would make this video twice as long, so I'll just give a brief overview. There's an extras gallery featured in the game where you can view some of the cut content the more you collect gems. There's dozens of audio clips online from removed cutscenes you can check out, and I would definitely look into them if you're not already familiar with them. There's plenty of footage you can find of cut gameplay elements, altered levels, and even levels that had to be removed entirely due to time restraints. It's such a shame because I truly think Twinsanity had the potential to be the best Crash game of all time if it got the time it needed. While it's unknown where Twinsanity would have stood overall in the Crash Bandicoot hierarchy had it received the proper development time, to me there is no doubt in my mind that the soundtrack the game brings to the table is the best Crash Bandicoot has to offer. The music was composed by the a cappella group Spiral Mouth, a cappella meaning that everything you hear was created not with actual instruments but only the group's mouths. And the result is my favorite soundtrack from a game ever. You have to give this a listen. Okay, that's enough of that for now. Let's get on to the story. There is so goddamn much going on here, and I'll do my best to keep things coherent, but this game is all over the fucking place, so if it's a lot to follow, I'm sorry, but it's not my fault. We kick things off with Coco frolicking through the fields. Oh god, Cortex, what the hell are you planning? Ah! Crash has a shoe in his mouth, how unsanitary. But seriously, what the hell is this?
There's something weird going on in the bay! Come see!
Oh, alright, fine, I'll play along, but only for the simple joy that we get to explore Crash's home and Sanity Island in all its glory. After playing Jak and Daxter for the first time last 2 years ago, holy shit, I thought that was last year. I can't help but think about it after realizing just how similar the structure of it and Twinsanity are. I just know Misty Island's out there somewhere. The more open approach for Crash is very well welcome after 4 main games of the same thing. Although I'll gladly accept getting Crash games like that till the end days of humanity, it's nice to see the marsupial move out of his comfort zone into something more modern, and the series feels right at home going for this style. It's not drastically different, but it's still different enough to feel fresh. Being able to explore Crash's homeland is a treat. There's a variety of different gem puzzles, like sledding your way over to this small island, shooting cannonballs into tiki mouths and scaling across them, leading innocent chickens to their demise. But the best part of the game here early on, never thought I would say this about any game, is the tutorial.
It's true. Blondes do have more fun.
It's easily the most entertaining tutorial you will ever play. Not that that's a high ceiling or anything, but Twinsanity crashes through that ceiling.
I'm okay.
The best part of the tutorial, though, is this skunk who decides he won't be your enemy any longer, so you spin him into nitro.
Where's the kaboom?
Once you're wrapped up with that hogwash, Cortex confronts you, revealing that he was indeed not Coco the whole time.
And so I've organized a little gathering, like a birthday party, except the exact opposite.
So, a death day party. I love that. You may have noticed Cortex sounds a bit different, and that's because this is also the first game where Cortex isn't reprised by Clancy Brown, as he's now voiced by the wonderful Lex Lang and has been the voice ever since. His performance completely steals the show throughout the whole game. He's awesome.
I've ruined the lives of so many. I can't be expected to remember them all.
Hell, even Cortex's boss fight to start the game here ain't half bad either. It's definitely one of the better Crash boss fight openers for sure, as he throws Death Day presents at you.
This is from Timey. This is from Dingo Dial. Ripperoo, you shouldn't have.
Afterwards, he'll shoot his ray gun at you before you can deflect a blast, and this repeats until suddenly Mecha Bandicoot appears equipped with missiles and saws, and to beat him, you have to again deflect incoming blasts. Once that's taken care of, Cortex gets hit, loses control, and Crash and him tumble their way through the pit below the arena, and proceed to fight and roll their way all throughout caves tunneling underneath Insanity Island. This gameplay style functions the same as the Atmosphere from Wrath of Cortex, and I love that shit, so no complaints here. On second thought, what the fuck? For real, this section's great, as you whiz your way through the mine glowing with pots of acid and crystals sprawled across the cave walls. There's some really inventive platforming puzzles for gems, of course, like bouncing across pits while you're still fighting, maneuvering your way through various Wait!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Luckily, my sorrows were immediately wiped away as we find our first power crystal. Well, really, Cortex grabs it and refuses to give it to us, so we just grab him instead. Once he's in your clutches, you have to throw him from platform to platform, chuck him into crystals which create bridges for you, and even crank gears with him to operate machinery. And then this giant drill pursues you at the end, which is always pretty intense, honestly. After the two escape the cave, they just stand there staring at their hands for some reason before a zipper with 2 birds appears out of nowhere, and they introduce themselves as the Evil Twins, which I'm sure is supposed to be a terrible name. The twins then extract Cortex's brain and throw it at him. Seriously, like, I've played this game 100 times, but writing this all down makes me realize just how fucking weird it actually is. Need I remind you that all of this has happened within the first half hour of the game? Yeah, Twinsanity's fucking crazy, and it doesn't slow down at all, because right after this, Cortex gets swarmed by bees, and you have to guide him through all these obstacles. And things get even worse when a bear gets on his ass. Then Papu Papu shows up and orders Cortex to be taken away, so we must rescue him by doing our best Sly Cooper impression, sneaking our way upstream before arriving at Papu Papu's village. Here we have to body slam a worm and chase it around until it leads us up to where Cortex is being held, smack him down, and snag another crystal. Oh shit. Oh no. Well, see ya. Classic Crash chase scene. Let's go! Well, that was fun. Time to womp some worms for this farmer in exchange for his power crystal.
I'm an evil scientist. What do you expect? This isn't a game. This isn't a game!
Once again, we're confronted by the evil twins before this totem god attacks us, meaning it's time for another boss fight. And considering this thing is supposed to be a god, when it turns out to be a shit fight, it's incredibly disappointing. You basically run in circles, launch Cortex down this thing's gullet, and you win. With that obstacle out of the way, we're on to our next stop. IcebergLab.png. The Iceberg Lab is host to Cortex's secret base.
Scary, but in the wrong hands, this iceberg lair could do much goodness in the world.
Seriously, every line of his is incredible in this game. I can't believe it. Since Cortex wasn't able to access his lab from the main entrance due to his busted key, We have to take the other way, and the other way is by venturing all the way up, through, and around the icy mountain, and it's magnificent. Starting from the bottom, jumping from platform to platform, hopping onto machinery, carrying you upwards and scaling across scaffolding, and even avoiding turbocharged penguins.
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
But that's not the end of the trek just yet, as you meet up with Cortex having a dispute with the locals.
The check bounced. Are you sure? Well, the past few years have kind of been slow. Wrath of Cortex didn't do as well as we'd hoped, and... Fish?
From here we get more Crash and Cortex platforming, and it's really good. Of course, you've got to throw them across gaps, throw them to activate switches, throw them to grab oh shit. Oh, hey, there he is! I mean, there's not too much to say. It's exactly what you see, but it's all good fun and a nice step up in skill and quality from what we were doing before. Best part of the whole thing, though? Stone Cold Steve Cortex. And that's right, that was Uka Uka you just saw. Don't know how he ended all the way up here when at the beginning of the game he was... Regardless, he's here to fight, and... I remember this being way harder. Basically, you have to act fast and get Cortex to each of the levers surrounding the arena, and every time he activates one, you jump on a button in the center of the arena, which will set Uka Uka on fire. It really wasn't hard considering all Uka Uka did was throw snowballs at me, so yeah. After the fight, Aku Aku convinces him to join forces with the rest of us to take down the evil twins.
A few moments later.
Trick or treat, trick or treat.
Fuck. Well, at least we've made it inside the lab to the Psychotron, which is the key to getting us to the evil twins' homeworld, the 10th dimension.
We require 6 power crystals in order to make the leap, and we have 4. Let's see. That isn't enough!
Well, it's time to go find more crystals, and the venture for the jewels kicks off with the level I'm probably the most nostalgic for from any game I've played. I was 5 years old when Twinsanity came out, and I remember me and my dad used to play it together. One night after I was put to bed, he kept playing, and he stopped right at this level for me to continue on the next morning because he just knew I would love it. And for you familiar viewers of mine, you would know...
He was right.
Yes, let's go! I don't know what it is. Something in my 8 brain goes bananas when I play this shit. It always has. After all this time and all the games I've played, this is still one of my favorite levels I've ever played in a video game. The gameplay is stupid fun, the music is the fucking best, and it's Twinsanity, so of course there's even some great comedy thrown in there as well.
Ladies? Excuse me, madam. Are those real? Mother?
As you sled further down, the two of you start to snowball, and it gets bigger and bigger before getting launched through the side of the mountain and crushing Dingo Dial's house. And he doesn't even care! He just heard Cortex mention the treasure the evil twins were blabbering about and took off, I guess. From here, we board Engine's battleship, where you have to maneuver across various machinery, avoid barrels, bounce across rockets over a pit of more rockets. It's a really cool level. Once you make it to the top of the ship, you meet Engine out at his crow's nest for easily his worst fight in the franchise and the worst boss fight of this entire game. You literally just run in circles for like 15 seconds, lure him into throwing TNT at his support beams, and after the fact he just wonders how he's fallen so far from grace. It's fucking terrible, and I guess they took all the challenge that was supposed to be put into the fight and instead channeled it into the ensuing chase sequence.
Ah, yummy fresh meat for my pot.
Yo, that boy's got real! Seriously, even when I spun the door shut behind me to slow the fat bastard down, he somehow always managed to catch up. Nonetheless, this is another part of the game I absolutely love, and the music here sounds like some shit Gail Bedecker would love. After this, we get thrown into a completely random boss fight with Entropy and Embryo.
Embryo? Get changed.
The fact that the two team up to fight you is pretty cool, but the execution of the battle falls completely flat. It's just walking around, jumping around, rinse and repeat. I mean, I know Crash bosses haven't ever been the greatest, but man, they fucking suck so far here. It's really sad. It's a shame the Iceberg Lab area ends on such a sour note, but nonetheless, we're off next to the Academy of Evil because Coco suddenly showed back up, whacked Cortex and his crystals, and into the Psychotron Control Center. So now the thing's broken, and we'll need Cortex's niece Nina's help to repair it. We take Cortex's blimp to get there, and it's pretty cool to see that make a return. But on the way there, we're ambushed by the evil twins, which leads to us playing as Cortex to gun down their henchmen. Cortex plays very simply. You just shoot. He's fine. Upon arriving at the Academy of Evil, which is a fitting name for any academic center in the United States, Cortex leads us down to the boiler rooms, where you undertake one of the more interesting gameplay styles Twinsanity has to offer. I know we've done plenty of interesting shit already, but trust me.
I'm stuck! The greatest evil scientist in the world! Stuck in a pipe. How could things get any worse?
You know a game's good when they can make a fart gag funny. I mean, the only other funny fart joke I've seen is Weezer fart. I'm sorry, does this feel like a Family Guy segue to anybody else? This is one of my favorite parts of the game, joining puzzle aspects with platforming, as you have to push Cortex through tubes which will create platforms for you, and as you venture further into the boiler room, you'll have to engage switches that elevate alternating spiked platforms, as well as hit switches to reconnect more tubes before sending Cortex through them. The best part of the boiler room is saved for last though, as you fight Dingodile.
How's he, ain't it? Rumor is you two chumps have got your mitts in some treasure. I want a piece of that pie.
I have no idea what you just said.
Dare I say, not only is this better than his Crash 3 fight, but also pre-Crash 4, perhaps the best fight in the entire franchise? Maybe that's a stretch, I am a filthy Dingodile fanboy, but regardless, this is definitely in the top 5 fights pre-Crash 4. And for a game whose bosses for the most part have been thus far, and I'm putting this lightly, fucking dog shit, this was a wonderfully pleasant surprise. It starts off with him spraying fireballs about before you have to lure him into shooting one of the vents behind you. From here, you have to belly flop the button below to engage sprinklers so you can spin him out. Each round gets a good deal more challenging than the last, as the second has him spinning around at alternating heights, the third has him spinning around at different directions and speeds before creating a huge firewall, and the final round has him firing off at alternating heights and speeds, and even alternating the direction of his massive firewall on a whim before firing off one last flare and then taking him down. Nothing against Dingo's fight in Crash 3, it's still great, it just gets undermined a bit when you can beat it by doing this. Regardless, this fight to me is still just more tough and unpredictable anyway. I absolutely love it. From here, we make our way through the actual academy, sneaking through hallways, and also bolting it through a library being swallowed in acid. That's dandy. Wait a sec, is that fat fuck from Jak 2? Eventually we meet up with Cortex and our control gets handed on over to him. Luckily, there is more to his gameplay here than just the shooting we saw before, and we get to see that here. Although things start off getting chased by critters, we eventually find ourselves blasting rats and using magnetic forces to platform our way over acid pools. Also, there's this great detail where when Cortex runs out of ammo, he gets really scared, but then once it's refilled, he's fucking around holding his blaster like he's gonna shoot behind his back. Cortex's section here isn't anything crazy good, but it is solid in my opinion, and I do wish we got to play as him more before the game's end. Speaking of characters, I wish I got to play more as
Nina!
Nina actually plays a good deal like Crash, but just with a grappling hook, as she has a bit more mobility than Cortex and can do the spin like Crash, of course. The grappling's pretty fun whenever it actually works. Shit gets pretty crazy at the end though, as you have to outrun your blimp that's behind you with a bus tied to it. Overall, Nina's section was awesome, and the music, like every other part of the game, is fucking top notch. But unfortunately, as things stand, this is pretty much the end for her as well. Before you're able to escape the academy, Cortex gets stopped by his old teacher, Madame Amberly, who you go on to fight. She'll shoot at these pipes you're standing on, which you have to shut before firing at bells she sends towards you, and then shooting her in the back. It's actually a pretty decent fight, way above anything else up to this point, besides Dingodile, of course. Once she's dead, you head back to the Iceberg lab, but on the blimp ride there, Cortex recalls how he actually knows the evil twins. It turns out that when he was a kid attending the Academy of Evil, they were his pets Victor and Moritz, and he was using them to test out the Evolvo Ray, you know, that thing from Crash 1 that he used, which I thought was a really cool callback. Suffice to say, the experiment failed and sent his parents to the 10th dimension, where they've since come back swearing revenge. And with that said, it's time to finally head to the 10th dimension to take them down. Upon arriving to the new world, Cortex is,
fur is so soft and warm. Evil Crash! No!
Gotcha, bitch!
Well, guess we gotta save Nina now. Before heading off, I just had to stop and stare at how fucking rad the 10th dimension looks. The hellish red, pink, and purple color palette, the sky has multiple suns and black holes in it, it's very chaotic looking. It's a shame that you're not able to explore the grounds below the volcanic lab, but I'm sure you can guess the reasoning as to why that is.
We've run out of time.
But the game immediately makes up for that missed opportunity when we have to chase after Nina and Evil Crash.
My daughter, niece!
What? I was so happy being able to do this again, and this section's probably even better than the last. It feels more fast-paced, and there's more obstacles in the way, which makes me feel that much more fucking sick when I was able to snag some gems along the way. Once you catch up to Evil Crash, he just disappears. After climbing out of the pit, you arrive at Twinsanity Island. The gem puzzles here are head and shoulders above the rest as well. We find Cortex trying to save Nina, which doesn't go well at all.
You son of a bitch!
It's funny how Crash is always the one getting chased, so of course Evil Crash does the chasing. You have to be much quicker and more precise with your timing with this escort compared to the previous one. You've got plenty of switches to hit and bridges to swing from side to side so that Cortex can walk across, and there's even times where you're supposed to leave switches alone, otherwise you would kill Cortex. Oh shit, Cortex, run! 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 Once the escort is complete, Evil Crash runs behind a rock, never to be seen again. We then meet up with Nina and Cortex outside. Wait, but you were... Whatever, we meet with them outside the twin stronghold of evil, the final level of the game, and boy howdy, it's a good one. The platforming here is easily the best of the game and some of the best from any Crash game. It's incredibly unique with platforms floating across gaps, disappearing, and features color-coordinated platforms which you have to memorize. We even get a small lava caves looking section, which was such a tease for what could have been this dimension's alternate take on the ice climb level from the Iceberg Lab. And of course, the music here is as fantastic as ever and really fitting for a final level. Before confronting the twins, we reach their treasure room we've been hearing so much about, but somehow Engine, Embryo, and Tropy are here. How the fuck?
We are rich!
That treasure is stolen property.
It's a little late to develop a conscience, Doctor.
Personally, I don't care, but I think he might want his gems back.
Oh my god, it's that dragon from that really overrated series! We then take an unnecessarily long walk to the twins' arena and finally confront them.
Victor, Moritz, back in your cage, you naughty boys!
What am I doing? Curse my regimented upbringing!
And so begins the final showdown, which is broken up into 3 phases. The first of which has you play as Nina, where you have to scale pillars around the edges of the arena to destroy generators. And sadly, Nina's controls are really screwed here. The grapple, once again, just doesn't work at what seems like random times, which is just unacceptable for the final boss of the game. Eventually, though, I was able to take the thing down, which meant it was Cortex up next, and here you have to shoot at the machine's limbs? Cortex doesn't have the best aim, so you have to be very careful. Once you take its guns out, Crash suddenly reappears with Mecha Bandicoot. Okay, this is just like, what the f? This is definitely the easiest part of the fight, and also the best because it actually works. You just slam the twins with missiles repeatedly, and that's the end of that. It's so unfortunate the controls for Cortex and especially Nina are so wonky at times because the foundation for the fight is pretty good, and it definitely feels like a grand finale. The twins flee the scene of the crime and take refuge in Evil Crash's house.
Oh boy! I love roast chicken! Well, this is one heck of an ending.
We then cut back to Cortex and Crash at the lab, where Cortex looks to erase Crash from existence, but his plan backfires spectacularly.
I never want to see your ridiculous face again!
Where am I? What is this?
Fucking hell, what a ride. Crash Twinsanity is like the ultimate roller coaster. It's an adventure that whirls you all over the place and does not slow down for even a second. It's constantly bombarding you with one gameplay style after the next, as well as characters popping up left, right, and center at times in completely nonsensical ways. It's pretty funny how this game is both the same yet complete opposite of Wrath of Cortex. Wrath of Cortex played it way too safe and ended up with mixed reception, though I like it more than most people, whereas Twinsanity admirably went balls to the wall with new ideas but left the product feeling totally rushed, unpolished, a plot hole filled mess, and therefore once again receiving mixed reception. The nerfing of Aku Aku, I get it, but not great. If anything, just avoid putting explosives all over the place and keep the gem puzzles more creative like they were at the beginning and at the end of the game. Glitches, I honestly find amusing, and while I can look past a good portion of them because how much does this really hurt the game, this is just unacceptable. It's the final goddamned boss. The story, most of the bosses, could have used some more time in the oven, but a lot of these issues arise from the tale as old as time. They didn't have enough time, so fair enough, but like it or not, this is the finished product. This is what we got, and what we got is quite perplexing in many aspects. However, for what they were able to accomplish in the time they had, while not everything is perfect or even good, I do still love a ton of it. Crash works very well in this more open world environment. I love trying to tackle the gem puzzles. Considering there's so many different gameplay styles, you'd figure they'd be spread thin and not controlled well, but nearly all of them work great. I love Cavern Catastrophe. Nina's one and only section was really fun. Boiler Room Doom was fantastic from start to finish. Ant Agony was a wonderful final level, and you already know just how much I love the Humiliscate sections.
Hell fucking yeah!
The game made me laugh time and time and time again.
You see? This is why nobody likes you.
And the music accompanying each level and cutscene is nothing short of perfection. It's so weird I'm able to acknowledge all the game's massive glaring flaws and all of this incomprehensible insanity mashed together, but I'm really struggling to find the words. I don't know what exactly it is, but I love this game despite all that. Long live this magnificent, charming bastard. The Ratchet and Clank trilogy quietly went through an overhaul as it progressed, especially when you compare it to how radically different the Sly and especially Jack trilogies changed from beginning to end.
Hi, how are you?
Starting off as a sprawling galactic adventure filled with mesmerizing worlds and a more methodical approach to combat, over time became more so about extravagant weapons and less about the places you were traveling to. That's not to say what Up Your Arsenal became was bad. There's a reason I call it my least favorite of the trilogy. For me personally, it just felt a little bit spread thin. It seemed like it was putting a bit too much emphasis on combat for my taste that the incredibly enchanting environments I fell in love with in the first two games ended up taking a back seat. It was no longer about exploring multiple branching paths and seeing what you could stumble across. Hell, even the settings themselves were a bit of an eyesore, which is incredibly uncharacteristic of a Ratchet and Clank game. Now the objective became all about starting a level at point A, making it to point B, and done. These planets used to feel like real places with real people to interact with, and then they just became levels. So how do you think I felt when Ratchet Deadlocked took what little sense of adventure Ratchet 3 had left, completely erased all the exploration and adventurous elements, and turned it into a totally combat-driven, mission-based, Halo-inspired third-person shooter? But whatever you thought was probably wrong, because I actually fucking love Ratchet Deadlocked, even more than Up Your Arsenal. Bullshit! Now, before I explain how the hell that exactly is, I'd like to thank all the commenters on my Crash Twinsanity review. You guys were incredible. If you'd like to be featured in my next video, leave your comments on this one, and one last big thank you to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, and the Foe 3. Ratchet does it yet again with another banger of a startup screen. Insomniac does not miss! Deadlocked picks up shortly after the events of Up Your Arsenal on the Starship Phoenix as the gang get on Discord with Sasha, who has since become the mayor of Metropolis. Sasha tells them that Captain Starshield, a hero who'd been missing for over a month, was just killed on Dreadzone by none other than Logan Paul. Dreadzone is an illegal gladiatorial combat sport broadcasted by this shark-looking dude, Gleeman Vox. And how nice of Sasha to give a heads up in case anybody comes for Ratchet. Well, that's just fucking convenient, isn't it? Ratchet, Clank, and Al get kidnapped, and Ratchet, of course, is now being forced to partake in Dreadzone.
Note the deadlock collar securely fastened around your neck. This collar cannot be broken or removed. Should you stray into any restricted area, the collar will administer an extremely painful shock. Observe.
I hate this job.
Ratchet honestly doesn't seem very bothered by being kidnapped and forced to fight to the death. It almost seems like he was hoping they'd kidnap him eventually.
This place is crazy. I've always wondered what it'd be like to be a professional gladiator. I mean, these guys have the life, the fame, the money, the babes.
We then meet with Al, who's having a bit of a moment.
Hey, Al.
He then introduces us to our battle bots, who will help us in battle, obviously. And then we meet with Clank, who doesn't have a part in the gameplay this time around, which is fine because they designed the game with him being gone in mind. His role here is basically to just monitor our progress. This was actually my first time playing Deadlocked because, as a kid, the presumed lack of Clank always put me off to playing it considering the spin-off-y box art and title. Ratchet, Deadlocked, where's Clank?
Where's the son of a bitch? Where is it?
But I was just an idiot. He's right here. Safe and sound. And from there, you're pretty much off. The name of the game is to just complete as many missions as possible to earn dread points, rank up until you can fight in tournaments, and do that repeatedly until you confront Vox himself at the end. Oh, you can also check the leaderboards to see where you rank as the game goes along, which is pretty cool. Basically, if you like the arena battles from Ratchets 2 and 3, then I'd imagine you'd love this game, because this is basically these on juice. You could also compare the gameplay here to the battlefields from Ratchet 3, which, yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of, but not necessarily because the gameplay itself was anything bad. Ratchet and Clank, as I said, has always been about planet hopping and exploring and blowing shit up along the way. So when Ratchet 3 would throw in these mandatory sections where you have to clear wave after wave of enemies, it just felt like busy work. Now that the game is clearly defined that there will be no more of that exploration and it's just about beating the shit out of people, I don't feel like I'm being misled or the game is just trying to pad itself out anymore. Not to mention, again, those sections in 3 weren't bad, but they weren't great. The hovership missions always felt slow to me. Sometimes you'd have to clear out enemies from an area just to end up having to do the mission again, clearing out enemies and cranking bolts like that's supposed to make this feel fresh. And oh boy, a turret section! I'm having a wonderful time! But in Deadlocked, not only are there numerous mission types, but I find them all to be way more fun because of the variety in the objectives themselves and their environments. You do some arena challenges, but most of what you'll be doing involves you venturing to different battlefields on different planets across the galaxy. Again, they're not really meant to be explored, and I'd even go as far as to saying that because of that, these are the worst looking environments of the original PS2 games. They still look pretty good, just not the best, but that's okay because I'm sure they had to sacrifice some visual quality to compensate for the absolute mayhem that'll end up on your screen at times. Missions range from standard combat arenas, only being allowed to use weapons found around the environment, racing through hoops, taking enemies down from a hovercraft which actually controls pretty well this time, piloting the Landstalker, which is this massive spider-like tank equipped with machine guns and mortars. I love this thing. My only complaint is that it's slower than, and best of all, throughout the whole game, one turret section. In a mid-2000s combat-based platformer. I couldn't believe it. And even then, the section only lasted like 2 minutes, thank God. Which is another thing I really love about this game. I'd say on average a mission lasts 2 to 3 minutes, so you're constantly doing new things and the game moves along at a very nice pace because of that. And it also helps that the classic Ratchet combat you'll be partaking in here is easily the most chaotic the series has ever seen. Except maybe Rift Apart because I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. Some of the missions in Ratchet 3 could drag at times, but here your head is constantly on a swivel as you're trying to do so much at once. You've got to fight waves of enemies while you order your battle bots to hack things, protect you as you take out defense systems, or screw it, make them do it for you. Not to mention grind rails make their glorious return, and now you can even shoot enemies as you whiz by. It's wonderful. Speaking of shooting, how are the weapons in this game? Normally I would just go over a few of my favorites, but Deadlocked actually has a fairly small roster this time around, boasting only 10 weapons. There's no need to be concerned though, because I'm happy to report they definitely went for quality over quantity here. But before I get into just how good the weapons are, we have to first address some other changes to the combat. Firstly, the way weapon mods function has changed again. We've gone from purchasing them with Raritanium, to just acquiring them when your gun levels up, to now getting Alpha mods when you level up, and you can also buy Omega mods from the weapons vendor for bolts. Alpha mods are more basic upgrades like increasing your ammo, better aim, and higher fire rate. Though once you've beaten the game and unlocked challenge mode, you can get some really OP Alpha mods like acquiring bolts at 50% the normal rate on top of the beloved bolt multiplier. There's a mod which will allow you to acquire weapon and health experience 50% faster, and there's a mod to replenish your health just by defeating enemies. But the Omega mods are what'll really help up your arsenal. There's classics like the Acid mod and Shock mod, which is so overpowered in this game. Christ on a bike! There's the Napalm mod, which basically creates small pools of lava beneath enemies after they've been hit. The Mini Bomb mod, which is basically the bouncer. There's the Morph mod, which turns enemies into exploding farm animals. Hooray! Wait a sec, did somebody say Heisenberg? Oh yeah, I love the descriptions for weapons and mods in this game. They're so good. For this weapon, Vox Industries borrowed patented mini-turret technology first developed by Megacorp in the Bogon Galaxy. When a team of Megacorp lawyers came to Vox headquarters to present litigation, they quickly ended up as contestants on Dread Zone. Megacorp has since ceased legal recourse. When Vox said, "I need a gun that launches highly explosive homing mines," his weapons design team thought he was crazy. Maybe he was, because he fed them all to a Leviathan. Though this has since become Vox Industries' most potent weapon mod, it was originally designed as a party gag for creating static Klingon women's undergarments. Okay, what the fuck? There are several other mods I didn't discuss, but all you need to know is just about all of them are fantastic in creating the most fun, destructive arsenal Ratchet's had yet. Now, as for the weapons themselves, the first weapons you get, and the weapons you saw me using a little bit ago on the grind rails, were the dual Vipers, which are basically your generic Ratchet and Clank blasters, but now you have 2 of them. Wow. And unlike Ratchet's 2 and 3, where the Lancer and N60 Storm fully upgraded would be about as effective halfway through the game as throwing pebbles at a woolly mammoth, I was able to get use out of the dual Vipers throughout my whole playthrough. And even in challenge mode, when I still hadn't fully upgraded them, they were still packing a good punch. Next, there's the Magma Cannon, which is like the Blitz Cannon and Shock Blaster. And it was one of my favorites considering the spread you get with it once you equip it with a shock mod. It's really deadly. The third weapon is the B6 Obliterator, which was one of my least used weapons. It's not bad, it definitely has its great moments, but it doesn't help that you soon get the Hunter Mine Launcher, which ended up basically taking its place since it can really do the same thing, only it's more powerful and it locks onto enemies. There's the Arbiter, which is like the mini rocket tube or annihilator, and it has a pretty slow fire rate, but it makes up for that with its immense power. There's the Fusion Rifle, which is your standard very powerful Ratchet and Clank rifle. Then there's the Scorpion Flail, and the concept for the weapon is actually pretty unique to this game. It's this mace that when slammed on the ground sends shockwaves and damages nearby enemies. And again, when you pair this thing with the shock mod, it's godly. Speaking of godly, allow me to introduce you to this game's Rhino, the Harbinger. Costing 2 million bolts, this thing packs an absolute whopper of a punch. And also, it upgrades, and it does so ludicrously fast. That was the second shot I ever fired with it. Once it's fully upgraded, it becomes the Supernova. And it's basically the Harbinger, but now it's blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. Let's talk about upgrading weapons real quick. Ratchet 1, you could buy gold weapons, and that was the only means of upgrading your tools in that game. Ratchet 2, you could upgrade them once, and then had to wait to buy mega weapons in challenge mode, which you could upgrade into ultra weapons. Ratchet 3, you could upgrade your weapons to level 5, and in challenge mode, upgrade them to level 8 after purchasing the mega variant. And now in Ratchet Deadlocked in the base game, you can upgrade your guns to level 10, and you can then buy mega weapons in challenge mode, and guess what level you can upgrade them to now? Go on, guess. 15, 20, 30, 40, 50? 90 fucking 9! I know that sounds like a lot, but it goes fast. It goes really fast. The Mega Supernova just went up 3 levels with 1 shot. By the way, the Mega Supernova only costs 3 million bolts, which I thought was really weird considering the Harbinger costs 2 million, and by challenge mode, you can get 2 million bolts every like 5 minutes. I thought the Mega Supernova then would have been like 100 million. There are 2 other weapons still, I didn't forget, the Hollow Shield Launcher and the Mini Turret Launcher, which basically has made appearances in Ratchets 2, 3, and now Deadlocked. The turret's great, but I never really had the need for it, and I barely use the Hollow Shield at all. They're more defense-oriented weapons, and I didn't find myself needing to be on defense much. Not knocking the game for that though, because I did play on the normal difficulty, so there's that. And speaking of defense, to my surprise, you actually don't buy armor in this game. You instead earn it after completing each tournament, and to win a tournament, you have to beat each of the exterminators. I gotta say, I love how the armor looks in this game, especially the Crusader and Liberator armor. They look so good. Now, because there's been more of a focus put on the gunplay, and there's a darker storyline to accompany this game, along with a lack of emphasis on adventure and all that, the soundtrack had to undergo some changes as well. There's no longer that whimsical sense of adventure and wonder accompanying the tracks that I felt a lot of the music in previous Ratchet games had. Now the music has a more grungy feel to it, but it still has that very unique Ratchet and Clank style. Also, the challenge failed theme sounds like something straight out of Far Cry 3. God, I miss that game. You might think, considering this is the supposed darkest entry in the Ratchet and Clank franchise, and this was the mid-2000s, that it would be all edgy and serious, and therefore not as funny as the other games, but to my immense surprise, this honestly might be the funniest Ratchet and Clank game.
Sucker! You fell right into my trap! You're exterminated! Yo, reactor, slap me some skin!
Wow, that
giant exploding drill was neat. Who would have thought the highly toxic drill fuel would leak out the back of the factory, endangering countless lives? I did!
What kind of cold, heartless person would break apart such a loving relationship? I would!
Oh yeah, since this is supposed to be some game show, the host actually talks shit on you while you're playing. It's great.
Well, here he is. He's a little guy, isn't he? Well, don't bother getting up for drinks, folks. This guy won't last 2 rounds.
We'll see.
And I love how the biggest subplot of this game is Dallas trying to plunk Juanita.
You are a selfish, selfish man.
Thank you, Juanita. Your searing dose of verbal abuse was refreshing. I can't even tell you. Ooh, and the whole mommy-baby thing. Sexy. Baby needs a change.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Now, as for the actual story, if you recall from the beginning of the video, Ace Hardlight killed Captain Starshield, which crowned Ace as the #1 ranked competitor on Dreadzone. However, despite being the #1 guy and Vox's media team doing everything they could to bury Ratchet,
after making his fortune selling cigarettes to children, Ratchet went on to pilot a tanker ship for Zexon.
A week later, Ratchet got drunk and crashed his tanker into the ocean world of Equados. Who can forget these graphic images of baby seals smothered in radioactive waste? Little Coco never had a chance.
How could you?
Ratchet still rose to become extremely popular among fans despite Vox pushing very hard for Ace to be the face of Dreadzone.
Would you like to buy an Ace Hardlight video game? How about an Ace Hardlight lunchbox? Action figures, movie rights, collectible trading cards?
Oh, I know! An Ace Hardlight NFT! He does look like a monkey. It even gets to a point where Vox is so desperate to sell Ace Hardlight merch that no one's buying that he starts testing kids to see which toy they pick, and he shocks all of them because none of them picked Ace.
Subject 137. Wouldn't you like to play with an Ace Hardlight action figure? All the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, whatever. That guy's a tool.
Yeah. So if Ace is, a tool, whose action figure would you rather have? Huh?
I don't know. Maybe that Lombax guy who smoked Reactor. He was like, who you thought is
Of course, Ratchet's popularity keeps on soaring and keeps completing challenges until he's able to fight Ace himself, where Ace is of course defeated.
Fans reacted to Ace's defeat with shock and outrage. Boo! We hate you, Ratchet. You cheated.
Ratchet is a malicious criminal. He must be punished.
With Ace dead, Vox offers to make Ratchet the new face of Dreadzone.
We'll sell Ratchet action figures, Ratchet sports shoes, Ratchet deodorant, Ratchet breakfast cereal, earmuffs and cologne, soft drinks, hard drinks, energy drinks, breath mints. You get record deals, movie rights, reality shows, video games, and commercials.
And NFTs! Don't forget the NFTs! I also love Vox's pet. He's adorable. Eventually, Clank reveals that he's found a way to release all the heroes that have been kidnapped to partake in Dreadzone, which is basically just by blowing up the control center. Oh, and Al's part robot now because Ace shot him. That was funny. Vox catches on to what Ratchet's up to, so this operation now becomes a race to complete or else the entire Battle Dome will explode.
I've wired the Battle Dome with 6 gigatons of nitroglycerin. If Ratchet doesn't disarm the detonator before time runs out, the Battle Dome will be blown into 1,000,000,000,000 pieces!
That's insane!
Au contraire. If I was still on the Battle Dome, then it would be insane. But I happen to have a truly lovely view of the action from a remote location.
What about the thousands of fans in the Battle Dome? You gonna kill all of them too?
Of course not! You are! Unless you shut your cake hole and get moving.
But apparently every fan in attendance is John Cena because I can't see a single one. After succeeding in thwarting Vox's evil plans, we fight him ourselves in a pretty solid final battle. Probably the best final battle in the series so far underneath Drek. Vox has so many different types of weapons at his disposal, it's really hectic. Following his defeat, Vox has one last trick up his sleeve as he triggers an emergency self-destruct sequence that will kill both him and Ratchet. And Vox is so egotistical that he doesn't even seem to care that he's gonna die. He's just happy that these will be the best ratings his show's ever gotten. Clank makes a last-second rescue and Ratchet grabs Vox's pet on the way out. In the final scenes, we see some of the heroes freed, which I thought was a really nice touch.
Hey Ratchet, it's Hydra Girl. If you're ever back in Aquados, promise you look me up, okay?
Aquados is nice this time of year.
Ratchet, you whore! And then the game ends by bringing back Captain Quark in the most perfect way possible.
Ratchet, Clank, it's me, Captain Quark.
There's a nasty rumor going around about heroes being kidnapped, but don't worry, it's baloney. I mean, come on, nobody came to capture me, right?
And then there's a post-credit scene where an even more perfect thing happens.
Lawrence, what's going on? You said we were coming within range of a space station.
Well, we were, sir. How was I to know it would suddenly explode?
Again, I still love Ratchet 3, but it was really starting to veer away from what I really loved about the first two games. And even though this game went in a completely different direction from those titles, I ended up absolutely loving it because unlike Ratchet 3, it seemed to really embrace it this time around. While there's not a ton of unique weapons necessarily, there's plenty of mods that can be applied to them that you can mix and match whenever and however you want to make each weapon feel unique. And regardless of how original or not weapons were, I was seriously laughing out loud at times at how ridiculously powerful they were and insanely chaotic things got at times. The BattleBots were a fun addition that added some extra depth to the gameplay, the music was wonderful as expected, and unexpectedly the game was really funny. Gleeman Vox might honestly be my favorite villain in all of Ratchet and Clank. He's so funny, he's such an asshole, he's just so good.
Don't you see, kid? I've been doing everything in my power to make you a star. I've transformed you from a worthless nobody into the hottest celebrity in the galaxy.
Right. So that's why your news show is slandering me every 6 seconds.
Slandering? Why, I was building up your bad boy image. And this is the thanks I get.
Whatever.
I had dumbass amounts of fun playing Ratchet Deadlocked, and if you haven't played it yet, don't be a dumbass like me and put it off for any longer. Play it as soon as possible. You might be surprised by how much you like it. Sly 4 was one of the first games I remember really anticipating as a kid. Anybody who's been a fan for as long as I have, I'm sure can remember desperately wanting the franchise to continue after Bentley threw in that completely unnecessary little time travel line to tease adventures continuing after Sly 3. One day, when I was fat and stupid and 11 years old and fat and ugly, I was on YouTube and just wung it and typed Sly 4 into the search bar. And to my ecstatic disbelief, found official Sly 4 footage shown from E3 2011. From there onward, I avidly followed along with the game's development, patiently waited through a delay.
When's it coming out? 2012.
Before finally, on February 5th, 2013, I got my greasy little hands on it. Within 3 days, I 100% did it both on the PS3 and on the Vita. It was great! Sadly though, my chunky little self was oblivious to what have since become glaring problems that the game possesses. And while I recognize that, revisiting this as an older and I hope wiser man, I still seem to enjoy it more than most people I think do. But even then, do I still consider this game ever being made a mistake? But before I get into my zesty takes, I'd like to thank you guys for your ridiculous support on my Ratchet Deadlocked review. You guys fuck. And also, there's like 200 new people here since that video. Sincerely, just thank you. I can't process that. Anyway, leave a comment to be featured in my next video, and my gratitude also goes out to my angelic patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, and the Foe 3. Obviously, the game is gonna have to do with that time travel thing, you know? It's in the name. Picking up where the trilogy left off, Sly 3 ended with the sneaky rat bastard faking amnesia after coming to a beautiful, albeit near-death realization to leave behind his life of crime for a life with his love, Carmelita. Until he didn't want to anymore.
But as time went on, the old itch came back, and I knew I needed to pull a heist.
Well done, Sly. Way to completely undo everything that happened at the end of the last game. And to make things worse, just as Sly's scouting out this museum to rob, Bentley coincidentally shows up anyway looking to reunite the gang. Because it turned out that since Bentley created the time machine, the pages of the
Fingers
were suddenly vanishing. Penelope also mysteriously vanished around this time, but I'm sure she has nothing to do with this, she's innocent. So now we needed to venture back to the time periods of the Coopers whose sections were disappearing and stop whoever was behind all this. Bentley decided to leave a communicator with Dimitri so he could update the gang on any more edits made to the Thievius Raccoonus. To make the time machine work, we'd need an artifact from the specific time period we wanted to go to, and coincidentally, the museum Sly was scouting out to pull a heist was home to the artifact we'd need to head back to feudal Japan. I'm sure you've noticed the little counter I've put in the corner by now. If you're up for a drinking game or have a death wish, take a shot anytime I mention coincidentally or conveniently in regards to the plot, because plot conveniences happen a deadly amount. The game then begins with a long-ass tutorial prologue, and it is really good. You get to play as all 3 members of the gang, and I'll get into how they feel to play later on. Eventually, we make it to the samurai dagger, and just after snagging it, Carmelita shows up and we make a getaway in the van, which, now that I write that all down, sounds pretty similar to how Sly's 1 and 2 started. Well, with that said, welcome to... So it's worth mentioning that Sly 4 wasn't actually made by the original developers Sucker Punch. By Thieves in Time's release, it had been 7.5 years since Sly 3, and Sucker Punch had moved on to creating the infamous franchise with the release of the PS3, which left Sly 4 to be developed by Sanzaru Games, the same company who did the HD remaster of the original trilogy on PS3, and Sanzaru also made Secret Agent Clank, which is apparently mankind's greatest mistake, so you know. This bodes well, doesn't it? Sly 4 follows the typical episodic hub-style jungle gym layout of environments we've become accustomed to since Sly 2. Wow, that was a mouthful. Only now with the newer, stronger hardware of the PS3, they've become even grander in scale and detail. The art style is also a bit different from the PS2 games, especially the cutscenes. The cutscenes now straight up look like a Nickelodeon cartoon, and while I do prefer the comic book style they absolutely nailed in Sly's 2 and 3, this still looks delicious. You know, Sly actually was supposed to get a TV show, and it was announced in 2017, but since the initial announcement there's hardly been any updates, so the project seems to have been abandoned. And if you thought Sly 4's art style was bad, the show was gonna have them look like this, so I can't say I'm upset about the show being scrapped. The show seems to have been looking to use their shitty designs from the 2016 movie that also got scrapped. Okay, I'm getting off track. But while we're on the topic of art and animation, the actual animation in the game itself is leaps and bounds ahead of where the Sly trilogy was. Before it was pretty stiff and robotic, but now it's so fluid and there's a much wider range of expressions. Like, look at Sly here, smiling so big at Ryoichi. It's adorable. You wouldn't get that in the older games. And while the art style of the game itself didn't undergo as much a dramatic shift as the cutscenes did, there's still a noticeably more realistic direction taken, but even then, it does still feel very cartoony, and personally, I love the aesthetic they achieved here. I think the game's fucking gorgeous. Each hub is just absolute eye candy to me, especially Japan in 10,000 BC. My god! Best of all, you actually have incentive to explore these locations again because clue bottles are back! Of course, once you collect all 30 from a hub, you can unlock a safe, and rather than granting you a power-up that you have to toggle on like in Sly 1 or 2, these are little improvements to the game that are always enabled, like collecting twice the coins, reducing damage you take by 50%, and one has a safe, the Clockwork Eye, don't ask me how that's possible, just roll with it, which reveals the location of nearby clue bottles in your binocucom. So now everybody who kept bitching about how hard they were to find in Sly 2 can shut the fuck up! I'm just kidding, because even with that ability, it was still pretty hard to find clue bottles in this game, so I don't have a joke or anything, I'm just making a point. But that's not the only returning collectible, because treasures are back as well.
Treasure,
Back in Sly 2, you'd scavenge these from each area, sell them on ThiefNet, and never see them again. But now, while you still make a profit off them, there's actually a treasure area in each hideout where you can read all about the doubloons you collect. It's a nice little world-building detail, and I loved collecting as many of them as I could just so I could read about them and many of their video game Easter eggs. It was really fun attempting to bring them back to the hideout as well. They really test your knowledge of the area, and I sometimes made it back with only milliseconds to spare. Or, I lost the treasure when I was mere milliseconds away. Come on! And while we're on the topic of nice little extensions the team made to pre-existing concepts, I really love how they laid out hideouts in this game. Before, these were the safe houses, and that was it, which was fine. Nothing wrong about the way they were presented before. But now, not only have they added the treasure area, but they've also added the team van, which you can use to jump time periods as well as replay missions. And for shits and giggles, they even added a little ping pong area. Small details like this just make the joint feel more alive. It ain't much, but it's honest work. But that's not all, because last of all, they added a section to look at your newly revamped costumes.
And then you can move in and pickpocket the armor.
Or not. Costumes made a few appearances in Sly 3 as disguises, but they had literally no purpose beyond that. Well, besides showcasing Sly's Italian accent. But here, I really love what they did with them, as every episode in the game has a costume for you to unlock, with each costume having unique special powers. And on top of serving large roles in the stories of each episode, costumes are also used to open mysterious doors or bypass obstacles leading to more treasures. Understandably, I'm sure there are people who may take issue with having to jump back and forward throughout different time periods after having to wait to get specific costumes before you can access certain treasures, but I personally think that's a pretty cool touch. The first costume is from Japan and is this fireproof samurai armor which can walk through flames and deflect fireballs. The second one is this jailbird costume from the Wild West where you can use the ball and chain to roll around to avoid hazards and bonk these massive crates, or the third is this saber cat skin from the prehistoric episode which can pounce guards in these posts to jump long distances, as well as die. The fourth is an archer fit which can shoot arrows that lay out tight ropes to walk across to traverse long distances. I think it's safe to say if Sly played Skyrim, he'd be a stealth archer just like everybody else. And the fifth and final costume is a thief outfit. No, not what Sly's already wearing. And they gave this outfit a really cool introduction. Like the archer costume, Sly retains much of his mobility that he'd normally have not wearing a costume. And this one can slow the flow of time, and Sly also gets a big-ass scimitar, so that's pretty rad. Also, once you get this costume, bringing treasures back to the safe house becomes comically easier. However, the collectibles don't stop there, as there's actually a new collectible this time around, Sly masks, which the more you collect, the more you unlock little cosmetic changes like alternate costumes for each member of the gang and other cool jazz. Huge missed opportunity to have Murray's alternate outfit be his guru fit from Sly 3 though. By the end of my playthrough, I collected about 40 of the 60 of them without really going out of my way to get them, but I do remember the other third or so being a bitch to collect, so I decided not even to bother with them. Because not only are these things hidden in the hub worlds, but they're also hidden in missions themselves that take place in separate locations away from the main hubs. So thank you Sanzaru for having the sense to add that mission replay system. Regardless, they're a nice addition to keep exploring the hubs that much more interesting. I dig it. Sucker. Speaking of things I dug like a filthy mutt.
Hello, you filthy mutt.
Shut the fuck up. I love how they also expanded upon hacking missions with this entry. We all know how Bentley's hacking levels went in the previous games. They were fine, albeit a bit repetitive, but now there's 3 different types of hacking levels. The first of which is much like those we're already familiar with, but there's some gimmicks thrown in there to spice things up, like different vehicles with unique strengths and weaknesses. The pink being the bulky strong one like Murray, the blue one being the swiftest like Sly, and the green one being the basic one that takes care of technical stuff like unlocking doors and whatnot. You know. Like the cripple.
Shrimp cocktail!
The second hacking style is a side-scrolling shooter, and this might be my favorite of the 3. Basically, there's like this whole level-up system as you go along, and there's always a boss at the end. It's very simple, but it's very fun. And the final type of hacking level is motion-controlled.
What are these, inverted controls?
It's fine. There weren't too many of these, which is good, because they would have outstayed their welcome pretty quickly otherwise. There's actually a spin-off title based on all these new games called Bentley's Hack Pack, which, I mean, I like the hacking stuff, but I don't think I could play a whole game based around it. Now, as for how all the characters themselves play, I think they might be the most fun they've ever been. Sly's very agile and athletic as you'd expect, and you can make some ridiculous jumps in this game that definitely weren't possible in the original trilogy. Bentley and Murray still feel very good to play as, though you only play as Murray for like 20 minutes throughout the whole game, but I'll get into how Sanzaru took a massive steaming shit on him later. You get to play as Carmelita in this game again, and she's great whenever you need to use her. And once you unlock her, you can play as her whenever you want, which is a nice option to have, but also ends up being a completely useless one. But now we gotta talk about the L's Sly 4 eats, so let's start with Murray because he eats a lot apparently, and they don't shut the fuck up about it. Look at Murray, he's a big boy, we all know this. But for some moronic reason, Sanzaru decided to make Murray's entire character this game that he's a fat fuck.
I also won the ramen eating championship, but that's another story. Like the Murray, you need to develop your reaction speed. And not just at the dinner table. A real fighter knows when to strike and when to back off. Like whether or not to have one more pepperoni and chocolate chip burrito.
Why don't you come back to the hideout and have a snack?
I'm not hungry. Whoa! So this is what it feels like.
Holy shit, if they want to throw in a jab once in a while, fine, but they spam these jokes. They'll make like 5 fat jokes in as many minutes sometimes. It's ridiculous. Yes, Murray likes to eat. This is nothing new. He even got ambushed a couple times in Sly 1 while trying to get a snack. And in Sly 2, he literally gets arrested while trying to find a snack. But eating was not his character. It was a character trait. Or in this case, character treat? Murray's character is that he went from being a bitch to finding confidence in himself and proving his strength to his friends and anybody who tried to step up to him. But he lost that confidence after Bentley got crippled.
What's wrong, Chief? Having a little trouble walking?
He blamed himself for everything that happened and then had to undergo his biggest battle yet and ultimately prove his strength to the last person that truly needed it to be proven to. Himself. Murray shows time and time again that he is far more capable than he realizes. He is strong, caring, determined, loyal. That's who Murray is. I'll give credit where it's due. They did try to give him a small arc in this game, and I'll get to that when the time comes, but regardless, I think Thieves in Time did a massive disservice to Murray as a character. And massive is not a fat pun, alright? Unfortunately, the bad writing doesn't stop with Murray, because like in episode 3, they make fat jokes every minute. In episode 4, Sly is constantly cracking jokes after everything Bentley says, and it's just so lame.
The trick is going to be finding some quality wood, leather, and metal.
Sure. Anything else you want me to pick up while I'm out? Eggs, milk, maybe some wax for your shell.
My instrument readings show this place is producing a lot more power than it needs for baking.
Maybe there's a secret donut facility.
From the level of security, I'd bet the farm it's Gallant's Cade.
You have a farm?
A big part of Sly's appeal is how effortlessly funny at times he is. And that's the key here. Effortless. They even get it right at times in this very game.
Data systems, check. Dart ammo, check. Tire pressure, check.
Bentley, how many equipment checks are you going to do?
Just being prepared, Sly. A field operative can never be too careful.
Or watch too many spy movies, apparently.
They're good reference!
But here, it feels like he's trying way too hard to be funny. He's also supposed to be effortlessly cool, but instead sometimes he's just a fucking dork.
Yeah, what he said. Today, you were the hero, Murray, and don't you forget it.
He sounds like he's congratulating Murray for having the winning hit in a game of t-ball. But worst of all is how Sly reacts to Carmelita shutting him out for lying to her. It's just so not Sly.
Carmelita, what are you doing?
Relax, Ringtail. Just keeping tabs on the Dragon Slayer.
I don't recall you watching my back on any jobs.
Only when I'm trying to catch you. But I find Galeth charming. He has a good heart, even if he is a headstrong goof.
Then you better get going before Sir Goof gets himself captured again.
I do think at the very least it's an interesting concept to see Sly care so much and have trouble processing these new emotions. This is probably the first time in his life where he feels like he's losing his connection with Carmelita because Carmelita was always chasing him, but for the first time Sly's now chasing her. But the man is about to let his own family, who he's gone through so much trouble to rescue, potentially get captured again, or even worse, die because he's jealous Carmelita has a little crush on him? And that in itself is pretty weird, but like, you douchebag, don't you realize if that happens you will literally cease to exist? It's even more weird considering a core element of Sly's whole character is all about preserving and honoring his family's legacy. Think about everything this man has been through, from defeating Clockwork to defeating him more again, to almost dying trying to take back his family's inheritance from Dr. M, to the whole plot of this game, which is all about saving Cooper history. And now, this dumbass is gonna risk throwing that all away when it's his fault that he fucked up his relationship in the first place. Fuck! I think Carmelita would have understood if you just told her your family's entire legacy was being erased in front of your very eyes and would have been happy to help. But no! Sly now seems like a total dipshit. Carmelita also isn't safe from questionable writing. She's understandably very pissed at Sly for lying to her, especially when it was so unnecessary to. But then, like I said earlier, she's acting all flirty with Sly's ancestors, especially Sir Galeth, and it's just... The implications of that are really weird to think about. Plus, like I said, it's very understandable she feels the way she does after what Sly did, but salty ex-girlfriend is pretty much her whole character in this game. And on top of that, if you thought Sucker Punch was horny, just wait until you see how dirty these horn dogs did Carmelita. Horny bastards wish they could actually do her dirty. Yeah, her design before was supposed to be visually appealing, but they just went completely overboard here. I mean, just look at her waist. It's so tight, I'm surprised her guts aren't spilling out of her mouth. She's supposed to be a cop, but looks like she got a slutty cop costume from Party City. I swear, Bentley's the only main character that doesn't go through any bullshit changes. I really can't think of anything I'd change about how he was handled in this game. Let's change gears now and get back into the story. After retrieving the samurai dagger, the gang traveled to the past to feudal Japan to help out Ryuichi Cooper, master ninja, and also the inventor of sushi, cause why the hell not? And we have to break him out of jail after he was imprisoned by El Jefe, a modern-day military general who somehow traveled back in time as well. Breaking Ryuichi out of jail was a fantastic mission, and a great showcase for how you can expect costumes to be much more utilized in the actual gameplay this time around. Now that Ryuichi's free, we get to see what he's like. Ryuichi is very formal and honorful, I guess? If that's a word. He's very poetic when speaking and uses proverbs and whatnot. He's cool, but I don't really have too much to say about his personality beyond that. Though there was a funny moment with him where Murray had to dance in this costume to distract guards and Ryuichi looked so confused, but by the end he was just like, this is kinda nice. You get to play as Ryuichi when you have to break into his sushi restaurant that was besieged by El Jefe, and you'll find that most of Sly's ancestors play basically just like Sly but with a few special moves and abilities thrown in there as well. Ryuichi has a super ninja spire jump called the Leaping Dragon where he can launch himself across large gaps, and he's also completely silent when running around, which makes it harder for him to alert guards. By the end of the episode, when we go to confront El Jefe, there's this massive blimp that shows up which comes into play later. El Jefe sneaks up on Ryuichi and steals his cane, which thereafter Sly pursues him. Come on, Ryuichi, sneaking's supposed to be your gig. Here, we actually get some good writing! Wow! I really enjoyed the interactions these two had.
Hey, Cooper! What do you think of my statue?
Ha! Looks like a real pigeon magnet.
I wish we got an amazing platforming section here, climbing up El Jefe's statue, kind of like climbing the Clockwork Tower at the end of Sly 1. It's honestly baffling that we didn't, and instead it's just cut to the next scene and we're at the top of the scaffolding. But at least here we get another wonderful interaction.
A magnificent likeness, isn't it, Cooper? Almost as handsome as the real thing!
Huh, yeah, looks almost big enough to contain your overinflated ego.
Take a nice long look. I want you to remember the one who crushed you!
Looks to me like you've got nowhere left to run, El Jefe. Ready to face me now?
Sticking up for the family, eh, Cooper? Too bad you'll never see any of them again! Oh, Cooper, you've climbed so high, and now you're gonna fall!
We then move into a fantastic boss battle. You have to run and slide across anything you can to make your way over to El Jefe before meeting him at the top of different sections of scaffolding. El Jefe then tries to attack you with his elemental swords, whether it's electricity or fire, and you have to use your samurai armor to deflect his fireballs back at him, and then you can attack. This all goes on for a few rounds, and it's all really good stuff. Not to mention the scenery and scale is awesome, and the music is absolutely killer as you'd expect from a Sly game. After defeating El Jefe, we fail to get Ryuichi's cane back because these rats came down from that blimp we saw earlier and took it. We also get a little glimpse at who could be the mastermind behind all this. The rat bastards escape with their time-traveling blimp, but it just so happens the dumbasses dropped a sheriff's badge on the way, which we could use to travel to the Old West. How convenient.
As we prepared to make the jump back to the Old West, I found myself wondering how Carmelita was doing.
Oh, okay, she's gonna be in the Old West somehow. Got it. Once we make it there, we must help Tennessee Kid Cooper.
It took some time to locate him, but we eventually found him.
In prison.
After this guy Toothpick ended up throwing him in jail right before what was supposed to go down in Cooper lore as the greatest bank robbery in history.
His arrest was the handiwork of the local sheriff, who had celebrated by posting his own picture all over town.
Talk about an ego.
Says the guy who named the gang after himself. Dr. M was right. However, the robberies still occurred after Tennessee had been arrested, and while he was already in jail, he was still framed for committing the crime. Toothpick, like El Jefe, turned out to be someone who'd come from the modern day. And to keep myself from repeating that for every villain I talk about, yes, every villain comes from the modern day. Toothpick was actually a gangster from Eastern Europe who as a kid loved gold and cowboy movies. Cowboy shit! And he somehow ended up here. In order to free Tennessee from jail, Bentley concluded the only way to do so would be to do it from the inside, which meant Sly would have to get himself arrested. So after committing mass genocide, Sly was thrown in the stony lonesome with Tennessee, and busting him out was a really fun mission as well. Once we rescue him, we have to get his cane back, which isn't just an ordinary cane because it's actually a gun. Yeah, unlike Ryuichi, he doesn't have any special abilities. Just a gun which can fire standard shots or use crack shot mode, which slows down time and allows you to lock onto 6 targets at once. He's a great time to play as. I'm also really fond of Tennessee's character. He's just very lighthearted and zany, and I felt his voice actor did a great job with him.
Son, who is it you keep talking to?
I have a thing in my ear that lets me talk to my friend. And now he's telling me you need to carry some of that TNT so we can blow the gate.
Sure. I got voices in my head telling me to blow things up too. They've been right so far.
I do like all the ancestors in this game, but Tennessee's my clear favorite. Carmelita also randomly shows up after this. I know, I totally didn't see that coming either. After rescuing her, she explains that after chasing off Sly, she decided to poke around the museum more and ended up running into the mastermind behind all this, Cyril the Paradox, who is just totally anticlimactically revealed in this cutscene after keeping his identity all mysterious up to this point. It just felt unnecessary to show who he was at this point. They easily could have waited until the final episode to do so. Anyway, he ended up using his time machine to send Carmelita to the past, and here we are. The next move was to now defeat Toothpick and rob him of the gold that Tennessee was supposed to rob, and to do that, it meant it was time for a train heist. Which, by the way, the hub for the Old West, like the Canada level from Sly 2, has a train going right through the thing. But unlike in Sly 2, here you can actually slide along the tracks to get around the area, which I love. Anyway, so at the end of the big heist, Tennessee gets his cane stolen again, which leads into Sly fighting Toothpick, where you have to evade lasers and dynamite and turrets as you use your jailbird costume to trigger whistles by the front of the train to hurt Toothpick's ears. Toothpick then becomes giant and tries to squash you, much like Raleigh from Sly 1. Then you have to use your ball and chain to bash Toothpick into the train's furnace and smack him around. Once again, another really good fight. The victory is once again quite hollow though, as not only was Tennessee's cane not recovered, but the train's also headed for a broken bridge, so Sly has to jump to the van on the side of the road. But conveniently, the brakes aren't working, and conveniently, the boosters on the van that were being used to keep up with the train won't shut down either. So Bentley quickly throws Murray's Australian fossil necklace into the time machine, which sends the team whirling back over 10,000 years in time, and Carmelita is still pissed at Sly, so she storms off to be alone for a while when they get there. So apparently, a lot of people don't really like this episode, but I gotta be honest, I really like it. I don't love it because, trust me, I can easily admit it's an absolute clusterfuck to navigate, but I do still like it. And really, that's 90% because the environment itself is just so wonderful to look at.
Take me home to the place I belong.
I just love the scale of this place, and who the hell doesn't love dinosaurs and prehistoric shit in general? Doesn't make sense that in 10,000 BC there's still dinosaurs roaming around when they went extinct over 65 million years ago. But this is also a series about a talking, thieving animal, so real world logic does not apply. I also know that a lot of people don't seem to really like this episode's villain, the Grizz, because his backstory also seems to be pretty awfully similar to Dimitri, so I can see why. But I gotta be honest. Yeah, looking past that, I really love this guy. Look, he's just a dumbass bear who raps. And who doesn't love bears, especially bears who are dumbass rappers?
The Grizz gotta put some art on ice. Gonna dig it up later for a big fat price.
Like I mentioned earlier, he's also an artist, and a big part of his villainous schemes is that he makes prehistoric cave paintings here and then digs them up in the present day for a fortune, which I actually think is a really cool idea. Good job, writers.
For now,
So we scope out Grizz's base, where we totally could have just pushed him into lava and been done with this shit, and actually end up discovering the first Cooper. Wow. Incredible that Murray's necklace just so happened to send us back to a time period where we could discover the first undocumented original Cooper. How convenient! Also, if even Sly never knew this ancestor of his existed, how did Le Paradox know to come after this guy? Did I miss an explanation for that, or is that a plot hole? Because if I missed that, that's on me, but... Huh? Anyway, you end up using the Sabretooth costume to assault the guards and set Bob Cooper free. Bob is completely different from the other Coopers. He doesn't speak English, and he's much bulkier than Sly or any of his other ancestors, so he doesn't have the nimbleness that the rest of them have. However, he does have the ability to scale huge walls, and I thought playing as him was always a pretty good time. He's also very charming. I love this moment where Sly and Carmelita are kind of flirting and Bob's just awkwardly standing between them. Before you really get to play as him though, Murray has to whip him back into climbing shape, and Murray trains him through an 80s style montage with all these unorthodox exercises like hitting home runs with penguins, slingshotting penguins, playing whack-a-mole with penguins, and sumo wrestling a giant penguin. After whipping Bob back into shape, Murray volunteers to do this rock climbing job, which defeats the whole purpose of all the work done to get Bob back into shape, but whatever! But after trying a few times, it turns out Murray can't climb the wall, which means Bob has to take over for him. For some reason, this makes Murray really sad, and this becomes the subplot for the episode. Later on, while Sly attempts to tail Grizz to get the code for his main fortress, the plan fails as Bentley can't crack the code in time. But Carmelita conveniently shows up in the nick of time, revealing that she's been doing her own work casing Grizz, and just so happens to have the security codes and full schematics to his mountain base.
You should all be clear on what needs to be done, so let's get out there and put this bear on ice.
Actually, good foreshadowing, because while infiltrating the base, Murray runs into and confronts the Grizz himself.
I'm tired of you Cooper chumps. The Paradox, everybody. All I ever really wanted to do is skate. That's right.
Okay?
No, it ain't okay.
I mean, all things considered, this is pretty random, but regardless, this is another pretty good boss battle. Grizz zips and slides in your direction trying to spear you before encasing himself in a rock barrier, where you have to push blocks of ice into him and then do quick time events where you copy his skating moves before clocking him with a flurry of punches. Yeah. I had a good time, and this triumph caps off a quite hollow storyline of Murray trying to gain his confidence back.
I guess this makes up for all my screw-ups lately.
Yes, all one of your screw-ups lately. After the battle, Dimitri then points us towards medieval England as our next destination to help a fellow Cooper, and conveniently, Grizz's crown was the perfect object to get us there. Medieval England was home to Sir Gareth Cooper, a valiant knight who had been reduced to performing in the circus as a jester.
To make matters worse, we still had no information about Penelope.
Oh, okay, so Penelope's gonna be in this episode. Got it! After gathering the materials for and stitching together the archer costume, Sly infiltrates the circus to rescue Gareth.
How does this sound for a stage name? The Amazing Cooperone! Huh? Right? It's good.
It sounds like bad Italian takeout.
That is astonishingly accurate. This was a fantastic mission. Shooting arrows to tightrope walk across pits, and trying to shoot arrows while avoiding cannonballs or hit moving targets kept things interesting. It was a lot of fun.
Right, avoid those cannonballs at all costs.
Thank you, Mr. Obvious. These posters are a gallop. I don't think he's enjoying his job.
So you make fun of Bentley for saying something obvious, and then immediately say something that's also obvious. You fucking prick. Once Gareth was rescued, he explained that the area had been compromised by this mysterious Black Knight. Mysterious. I wonder whose logo that could be. Did my voice just crack like I was 12?
His origin was a mystery, but his power and technological might was impressive.
Technological might? Gee, I wonder who that could be! Penelope once disguised herself as the Black Baron, and now there's the mysterious Black Knight. Are they even trying to make this a twist anymore? It'd be a great twist if it wasn't Penelope at this point! Anyway, so you'll learn very quickly how bombastic and headstrong Gareth is. He's a really fun personality, much like Tennessee. Though his abilities, unfortunately, aren't as fun. So you know how Sly can use hooks to propel himself into the air? Gareth's ability is that he can do that but higher and crash through things while doing so. What makes this even dumber is Sly has always been able to get pretty good height doing this, but then, just in this episode, they nerfed Sly's catapult to make Galeth seem better. Even if Galeth's ability itself isn't anything terribly exciting, there's this really fun mission where he has to take out the Black Knight's moat monster, which ends up being this mechanical hydra, and there's some wonderful platforming you have to do on the way up to confronting it. This is also the mission where that dumbass shit happened, so Carmelita followed Galeth and actually ended up taking the dragon on, and for being a giant mechanical hydra, I thought this would have been harder, but I actually only took damage once. I know. I'm so cool. Later on, Bentley tails the Black Knight through this blacksmith shop to try and figure out more as to what their plans are. And he ends up learning that this mysterious figure, whose subtitles are the same color as Penelope's, stole Bentley's time machine plans and pawned them off to La Paradox. The Black Knight suddenly stopped to step out of their armor, revealing the culprit to be...
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
No, it's Penelope. Was there literally any doubt?
If only Bentley hadn't been brainwashed by Cooper's honorable thief nonsense, we could have made billions in weapon design.
Oh my god, this is actually awful. Dude, Sly left you the Cooper vault. Do you know how much money's in there? There's a pirate ship in there. The Statue of Liberty is in there! Like Carmelita, she also got more sexualized, which was just really unnecessary. They took who was supposed to be a perfect little nerd for Bentley and went... perfect! Poor Bentley, though, he really took this rough as you'd expect, which left the gang without him for a while as they tried to figure out a plan to take Penelope down. After gathering some explosives, the team stormed the castle and... had literally no plan for what would happen after that, so Galeth charged Penelope, immediately got his cane stolen, dumbass! And Sly was then left to take her on alone. Penelope then entered this huge knight robot thing, which Sly could only attack by striking weak spots with his arrows. It was a fine battle, but a bit tedious. However, things weren't over just yet, as after the robot was defeated, it came crashing down onto Sly, and just as Penelope was about to kill him, Bentley showed up like Goku ready to save the day. And admittedly, I did find their petty, nerdy back and forth pretty amusing.
Bentley, your suit, is that my moat monster?
Yeah, what's left of it anyway. The design was adequate. I made some adjustments.
It was just a prototype anyway.
Penelope also explains why she betrayed the gang here, and...
Why'd you do it, Penelope? You owe me that much at least.
Why? For you, of course. I had to make you see how things could be.
I'm not going to be one of the bad guys, Penelope.
Huh, bad guys? That's kind of funny, Bentley, seeing as how you work for a thief. But you know the most valuable thing Sly ever stole? Your potential. Together, we could change the world, but you're still chasing after honor for chump change. When are you gonna wake up?
So you sold out to La Paradox for the money?
No, you're not listening. He's just a means to an end.
Wow. And I thought you were smart. Do you really think he's going to just let you go? He owns you now. You're his puppet. And when you've served your purpose, he's going to cut your strings.
I told you, Bentley is the only main character who's normal in this game. Okay, so let's pick this whole thing apart, shall we? Numero uno. Yes, Sly is a thief, and being a thief comes with a negative connotation. But the whole point of Sly being a thief is that he only steals from other thieves. Those thieves being people who actually are bad. Back in Sly 3, Penelope joined this team of thieves without hesitation, but all of a sudden has a problem with it. Like she didn't even know what she was signing up for. Penelope also stole the victory in the Aces competition for years, so she's also a thief. Numero dos. Penelope also makes it a point to say that her and Bentley could change the world when earlier she was talking about owning the world and making billions in weapon design. Again, the whole money thing is stupid since she was just given Sly's inheritance. You could say maybe she wanted to earn her own money and not have it handed to her, which fair enough, but that's kind of just looking for an explanation, not something that's clearly established. If you really wanted to reach, when Bentley and her first start talking, Penelope says she only works for the best, who at the time was the Black Baron, aka herself. So you could say she has ego from the get-go, but her acting that way also seemed to just be part of her whole act as the Black Baron. I hope I'm making sense when I say that, but even then, everything associated with her being the Black Baron, she drops without hesitation as soon as she has a chance to join the gang. So she's clearly very happy to leave that side of herself behind and be a team player. As I said, she talks about how they can change the world together, but none of what she says seems to be about changing the world in a positive way, yet criticizes Bentley for working for a thief, so it's like...
Bentley works for horrible people. Come with me, we will make billions in weapon design.
I don't think that's much better. Why don't you stop contributing to war and save the rhinos or something? It just makes her look dumb, and the way she went about trying to convince Bentley to leave his friends behind and link up with her was even dumber.
But Bentley, I was just trying to persuade you to see things my way by killing your best friend. You understand, don't you, my little schmookums?
The fact that she expected this would all succeed in opening up Bentley's eyes for a character that's supposed to be basically Bentley's intellectual equal is ridiculously stupid. I'm just saying, if she really thinks Bentley is wasting his potential living his life the way he has been, which is the one thing she said where I thought, yeah,
I can see that.
I think there would have been better ways to go about having that discussion with him than handing off his time travel plans to some evil skunk who wants to erase Sly's family from history and take over the world. And the fact that Penelope, again, somebody who is supposed to be Bentley's equal, thinks that this is all going according to plan for her and she won't be backstabbed by the mastermind black market treasure dealer makes her look really dumb. I think there was a way to make this work by making Penelope more of an anti-villain rather than a full-blown villain. Get rid of all the crap about money, because even though she says it's not about money, it is. She literally says it to herself right here, and she's not gonna lie to herself. And second of all, and most importantly, sure, let her be mad at Sly, but not like, fuck you, go back! They were friends before, so that just seems like a big reach. I get that she feels like Sly's stealing Bentley's potential, but Sly's still supposed to be her friend, so make her reluctant to fight Sly. Regardless, this isn't a direction I would have taken under any circumstances, but if you had to, I would have gone this way with it, because in my eyes, there isn't enough about Penelope's established character that leads me to believe that she would ever become a villain of this magnitude as she is now. If Sanzaru had taken this direction, it would have at least felt a bit more realistic and organic, and not like a cheap, relatively out-of-character twist for the sake of a twist. And to make matters even worse, the twist is shit because we all saw it coming anyway. Bentley cathartically proceeds to crush Penelope, and that's the last we see of her. So, well done. You did all that to her character for nothing. Good work. We then pretty abruptly move on to where we'll be heading next, ancient Arabia. And to get there, Carmelita conveniently revealed that while at the museum, she had taken this Arabian coin as evidence. This writing is almost as lazy as Salim al-Kupari, who is the fifth and final ancestor we end up meeting. And his personality is basically that he's a lazy fat sack of shit. Salim was part of a gang known as the 40 Thieves, which made the Cooper gang think they'd have a lot of backup for this job, but they soon find out that most of the thieves already retired. And when Salim and 3 of the last remaining thieves tried to pull one last heist, the rest of them were captured by Miss Decibel while Salim went into hiding. Miss Decibel is basically a mix of Octavio and Dimitri. She loved playing music, but was really bad at it, so of course people hated it. When people booed her, she had a temper tantrum, and in a freak accident, her trumpet ended up getting stuck in her trunk, which miraculously gave her hypnotic abilities, which then also makes her a mix of the Contessa. She's basically Miss Contessa Tavio. That's disgusting. I think she's a pretty bland villain. At least El Jefe had some great interactions with Sly, whereas Decibel doesn't really do anything interesting. However, Decibel is the first villain we actually see with La Paradox, as they walk around talking about Salim's friends they captured and how they all need more food. So Sly uses his costume to pretend to be the food delivery boy, which allows the gang to find out where each of Salim's friends are. When pretending to be the delivery boy, Sly also brings back his Italian accent, which was actually a really nice callback. For the first mission, rescuing one of Salim's friends, you play as Salim, and he uses the climbing cobra technique, which allows him to quickly propel himself up ropes and chains and whatnot. And he even has a magic carpet that acts like a paraglider, which I thought was a really clever addition to his arsenal. I'd say out of the 5 ancestors, he's probably around the 2nd or 3rd most fun to play as, with, as I said earlier, Tennessee being my clear favorite. The second rescue mission has Sly and Salim make a run to the location while Bentley covers them with his chopper, and then Bentley hacks the computer, or hypnotic speaker thing, whatever.
Salim, you are in my dream too. You brought me many delicious snacks.
What is with you guys and all the food?
Thank you, Sly! The final rescue mission is Sly and Murray go through this shop.
Also, there don't appear to be any guards inside at the moment. I think this one is pretty straightforward. You and Sly go in through the front door.
Say it with me. How convenient. For real though, this was easily one of my favorite missions, as when Murray and Sly try to sneak their way over to Salim's friend, they fall into a trap which takes them down to this secret cove beneath the shop, and it's just such a cool area. And I feel like we don't really get a lot of missions with Murray and Sly working together, which made this that much more exciting. Sly gets to put his new thief costume to plenty of use here, which is great, while Murray does what he does best. Turret sections.
What a sick joke!
Yeah, that part I'm not as high on, but it by no means ruined this for me or anything. This mission's still great. So after rescuing Salim's 3rd friend, Bentley pieces together that Decibel's deal here is that she was using her hypnotic powers to make the Thieves forge inheritance documents for Le Paradox, which would make him royalty in the present day and of course grant him immense power. Decibel was scheduled to be handing off the documents to Le Paradox beyond this funky looking door, which you'd have to breach to stop this from happening. And Bentley's desperate plan to create a divergence to distract all 3 guards was to have Carmelita do a belly dance.
Possibly your best plan ever, Bentley.
No, Sly, don't encourage him! God, I've always hated this so much. Nope, not touching the controller. No shaking for you, you fucking apes. On the other side, the gang find a massive loading dock for Le Paradox's big old blimp, and Le Paradox reveals himself to be on it, which, like I said, this could have been the grand reveal as to who was actually behind all this, but nah. Also, Le Paradox and Decibel were kinda in a relationship, but he just dumps her here after he somehow got Salim's cane. She was supposed to get back to the present with him, but now he's just noping out of there before Sly can stop him. Decibel then tries fighting Sly in what is a pretty lengthy battle. You have to use your thief costume to slow down time so you can keep jumping and running across to her so you can smack the shit out of her. Once she's lost half her health, you have to lure her into running into these radar dishes, which finishes her off. The Paradox then reveals that he also somehow kidnapped Carmelita and then flees to the present day.
I believe there is a perfect saying for this situation. The fat lady, she has some.
My God, Sanzaro loves fat jokes. By this point, the Paradox had pretty much won. He kidnapped Carmelita, had each of the ancestors' canes, and due to how much he fooled around with the past, ultimately ended up becoming king of the world. Here, we finally get Le Paradox's backstory, and it's revealed that he also comes from a long line of thieves. Years ago, Sly's dad pulled off a heist to snag the world's largest diamond. However, Le Paradox's dad was already looking to steal it and frame Sly's dad for the crime. But since Sly's dad got there first, Le Paradox's dad was left at the scene to be arrested. Since he was in jail and couldn't show his son how to be a proper thief, Cyril kept getting himself caught. When Cyril was in prison though, this is where he really learned to be a great thief. After leaving prison, he used his contacts he made there to steal treasures from around the world while posing as an art collector. And that museum from the beginning of the game is his museum. So, despite him ending up doing pretty well for himself from what he learned in prison, he still hated the Coopers so much that he wanted to erase them from history and take over the world. That seems a little extreme. But while that seems overboard, I think I tolerate him more than a lot of people do. He's definitely the worst big bad in Sly and quite honestly one of the weaker villains in general, but he made me exhale out of my nose a couple times, so I guess he's not totally unredeemable.
Why, you filthy, backstabbing, two-timing scoundrel!
Flattery will get you nowhere.
So the gang's plan here was to of course rescue Carmelita, get the canes back, and stop Le Paradox. Once aboard the blimp, Sly walks into an obvious trap that even he says is obvious, but walks towards anyway because he's a dumbass. But that was a nice little callback to Sly 1, so GG. Bentley and Murray show up with backup in the form of all Sly's ancestors that you'd met, and you get to play as each one of them one last time as you retrieve their canes. I really liked this.
What about Sly?
He's on his own for now, Murray. but I'm sure he'll be fine.
Right? Wrong!
After getting the Canes back, we catch up with Le Paradox, who is preparing to send Sly and Carmelita through a time tunnel, which is basically this infinite wormhole that they'd be trapped in forever. Le Paradox explains that he went after all the ancestors and not just Sly because he wanted to erase the Coopers from history. You know, if you just killed Bob, I think that would have solved your problem. The homie Tennessee saves Sly and Carmelita before going back to the past, and Le Paradox then accidentally summons the wormhole, which begins to tear the blimp apart. With that, the gang retreat, and it's time to fight Le Paradox in a final climactic quick time event. The final fight is a quick time event. I don't have any bad jokes I'd like to make. This just sucks. But the two did end up having a really good dialogue towards the end of the fight, where Sly pretty much says exactly how I feel about Le Paradox.
So, before we finish this, let me get one thing straight. You came after the Coopers because of what happened to your father?
No, you imbecile! I came after the Coopers to prove that Le Paradox is the greatest thief who has ever lived. Is there any doubt? Ask yourself this. If the Coopers were truly the greatest thieves in history, and I have stolen their most valued possessions, then what does that make me?
An idiot? You had it made. You could have been the biggest thief of all time, but you had to target my ancestors and blow your own cover. You exposed your operation because of your ego. No Cooper would have done that. And for the record, can you really say you stole the Canes? Seems like your friends did all the real work.
Wow, even Sly knows Le Paradox is a bad villain. The best villains are the ones who speak a level of truth or at least have understandable motivations. But Le Paradox is just an idiot. Take Dr. M for example. His motivations and his actions were understandable. He never felt he got the credit he deserved, so he thought the Cooper Vault should be his inheritance. Does that justify what he did? Trying to steal the Cooper wealth and kill Sly? No. But I get it, because in his mind that's a relatively equal justification for the wrongdoings he felt were committed against him by Sly's dad, and seeing the lengths he would go to trying to fulfill this mission and ultimately choose to die inside the vault was tragic because it was clear he had nothing else to live for. But Le Paradox, I don't feel anything towards. Again, I don't absolutely hate him like a lot of people seem to. I just kind of scoff at him because he's a moron. As Sly said, he had it made. It's not like his life was in shambles. If he just came after Sly, that would be fine, but to come after Sly's entire family tree and take over the world because Sly's dad got his dad arrested? It's just an overreaction. And yeah, he says that he did it not for revenge, but to prove he was the greatest thief ever. But earlier, he also says it was for revenge, so what are you doing? After being defeated, Le Paradox begs for his life, and Sly, for some god-forsaken reason, helps him up. And Le Paradox then steals Sly's paraglider.
You won't get away with this. I'll find you.
I know that wasn't supposed to be funny, but Cyril jumps off the blimp, gets hit by a plane, and Sly is left stranded in the sky. After miraculously surviving the fall, Le Paradox was thrown in solitary, everything with the world and the Thievius Raccoonus went back to normal, but Sly was still missing, and he never shows back up. And that's how the game ends. Yep. But if you beat the game 100%, you get to view a secret ending which sees Sly stranded in Egypt. So at least we know where he is? But that's still the last we've ever seen of him. It's been almost 10 years, and the last we saw of Sly was him stranded, presumably, in the distant past. Apparently, Egypt was going to originally be included and was scheduled as the first episode to take place in Thieves in Time, but had to be scrapped because of size limits on the PS Vita. Fuck you. The episode was then intended to be released as DLC so we could see Sly be rescued from Egypt, but Sony didn't give the green light on that for unknown reasons. Yeah, that is how the Sly Cooper franchise ended. Which leads me back to the question. Was Sly Cooper Thieves in Time a mistake? First of all, before I go on to everything I'm about to say, I need to emphasize, I do not hate this game. It's just disappointing how it ended. There's genuinely a lot I love about Thieves in Time. If you want some good old classic Sly Cooper gameplay, if you love running around the hubs, pickpocketing, and collecting things, and the gameplay's all you really care about, you'll probably have a good time. Because as for how the game plays, it's a fuck ton of fun, and I truly can't stress that enough. And while I thought some of Sly's ancestors' movesets could have used a bit more fleshing out, and some could have used a bit more playing time at all, overall, they were good fun to meet and play as, so that's a win. The bosses were for the most part fantastic. The new hacking missions were some much needed renovation of the formula. The in-game animation was much better than it was in the trilogy. The voice acting was phenomenal, and the music was right up there as some of the best the series has to offer. You could make the argument that Sly 4 is the most fun Sly game to play overall, and I wouldn't even disagree. Which makes it all the more tragic that the writing causes all the good this game does to be thrown to the wayside. And like I've said, the writing does have its moments. When it's good, it's really good. But for me, even the best writing this game has to offer doesn't come close to the emotional resonance the trilogy offered, and simply put, lacked the mature concepts the first three games juggled with, mainly 2 and 3. You had Murray proving himself against Rajan, Bentley saving Sly and Murray, the gang losing the van as well as all the clockwork parts, Bentley getting crippled, Murray sticking up for Bentley against Octavio, the Panda King's unlikely alliance with the Cooper gang and the struggles he and Sly both went through to come to terms with that, Sly almost dying at the hands of Dr. M, Dr. M's fascinating parallels drawn with Bentley, the climax, pun intended, of Sly and Carmelita's storyline. So many great moments, character arcs, and resolutions that felt earned, deserved, and came to natural, realistic conclusions. Sly 4 tries to create emotional moments and arcs, but they ring hollow for me because they feel artificial, nonsensical, or straight up out of character. Sly feels more immature and at some points even unlikable. Murray's whole character's been reduced to being a fat fuck. Carmelita's being over-sexualized, incredibly unnecessarily, by the way. I am not shaking the controller! While also having her character reduced to angry ex-girlfriend. Penelope's betrayal of the gang, while if you squint hard enough has some validity to it, was woefully executed. There's an absurd amount of conveniences to keep the plot going, and the Paradox was a very weak final villain. There truly is a lot I could give a pass to in this game. In fact, I'd be lying if I said I'm never going to play this game ever again, because it's honestly too much fun to play to pass up forever. But as for how it contributed to the legacy of the franchise, that fucking ending is the drizzling shit. It's criminal, no pun intended, that they pulled a cliffhanger ending like that when they weren't even greenlit a fucking sequel. And even then, when their solution was to hide it behind a DLC, I think that's kind of scummy anyway. And because of that, here we are nearly a decade later, still stuck with this bullshit. If the game just ended with the Paradox falling right off the blimp, going to jail, or dying, Sly paragliding down and reuniting with Carmelita and his friends, this game would have been so much better. But unfortunately, like they say, it's how you leave them. And considering the circumstances, I'm quite confident in calling this one of the worst endings to any piece of media ever. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go build my own time machine to see if Sly 5 ever comes out and they correct this painful mistake.
You fool! No, wait! You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it! Too stupid to understand and follow simple rudimentary instructions!
Mario Party, baby, also known as Mario's hilariously awful attempt to recapture the magic from Crash Bash. Jokes aside, I think it's safe to say everybody loves some Mario Party. You roll some dice, move around a board, play minigames, collect stars, and want to die when you lose them all! It's so much fun. In fact, my girlfriend and I used to play it all the time. To the brink of insanity! And that got me thinking, as I'd only partied a small handful of times throughout my life, what the other Mario parties must be like. And to answer that question, I pushed myself past the brink of insanity and played almost every Mario Party game over the last couple months, accumulating over 100 hours of playtime in the process. 100 hours of my finite time on this earth spent partying. It seemed like such a good idea, but I just ended up putting myself through complete misery, and now I get to share my agonizing journey with you. But before I indulge you all, I need to thank you all for your mother of holy Christ! Unbelievable support on the last video. And just thank you all so much for all the support on the channel this year. It's truly been mind-blowing. Leave a comment to be featured in the next video, and a final big ol' THX to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, and the Foe 3. Now, a couple more things. I know, shut the fuck up, Mr. Dickhead. When I review these games, I am not taking into account any minigame extra modes or anything like that, because I've already spent far too much of my life on this video just on the party and story/solo modes alone, and if I spend any more time on these, I think I'd rather grind Ghost Chili Pepper Flakes into my eyes. This means I will only be taking a look into the classic party mode and solo/story modes if there are a separate thing for that. But when we get to Super Mario Party, for example, I will be taking a look at Partner Party because it's a variation of the standard party mode. As we go on, we'll gradually fill out a tier list ranking all the Mario parties, and the full list will be revealed at the end of the video in case you weren't keeping track. Now then. On with the fun. Me after playing Mario Party 1. Oh, humble beginnings. Look, I don't care about graphics, this is not me shitting on them, but come on, can we all admit back in the day Donkey Kong was horrifying? As it is the first Mario Party, it is one of the more straightforward and simpler entries in the series. No items to purchase, orbs to gather, allies to recruit, or anything like that. You just roll the dice and move around a board to blue spaces for coins, red spaces to lose coins, green spaces to trigger events for better or worse. Bowser spaces where something bad could happen, but even scarier than Bowser spaces are chance time spaces, which have the potential to flip the entire game on its head in an instant, swapping coins or stars randomly among players. It's an absolutely nail-biting event anytime it happens. There is also a Bowser chance time, which is even more unforgiving than regular chance time. It is pretty funny though, seeing the characters just stand there like their souls have left their bodies when chance time screws them over. Speaking of screwing people over, you also have the chance to talk to Boo on some boards, where for free you can steal coins from another player, or if you have 50 coins you can even buy a star off of somebody else. Now each board of course has their own unique characteristics. The first map is pretty straightforward and introduces you to the basics of what Mario Party is. Yoshi's Island has the interesting mechanic of the star flip-flopping between each end of the map with Bowser, who if you have the displeasure of meeting with will take a ton of money from you because he can't get a real job. Wario's Battle Canyon is pretty cool, firing you off from island to island in pursuit of the star, and there's several other maps featured. There's plenty of boards to choose from, which I do appreciate. In fact, in doing research for this video, I realized I somehow missed Eternal Star, which is the secret 8th map unlocked by obtaining 100 stars throughout your playthrough. But if I have to play any more Mario Party right now, I'm going to tie cinder blocks to my legs and throw myself in the Delaware River. And I certainly don't want to risk having as bad an experience with it as Peach's Birthday Cake, which is easily the worst map because it is vile and disgusting. So the star stays in the same spot the whole game. That is not the problem. What is the problem is this troll right before the star that halts you and makes you pay 10 coins to play some bullshit lottery, where if you're right you get to proceed to the star but you don't get your coins back or win anything. So hopefully you at least have 30 coins before you approach him so you can afford the star in the first place. Now if you're unlucky enough to lose the lottery like I did almost every time, you get sent over to Bowser, who is guaranteed pretty much to take about 20 more coins from you. And right after you're done with that con man, you have to go right back to Goomba to play the lottery again, which means losing 10 more coins, and hope that this time you can advance to the star. But just like that, in a matter of like 2 rolls of the die, I've lost 40 coins. So who cares if I can go for the star? I don't have enough money! Thankfully, in Superstars, they fixed this map, but I'll get to that later. As for the mini games in Mario Party 1, which you play after everybody takes a turn rolling their dice, I found them to be largely forgettable, to be honest. None of them all that bad, but I didn't find myself really enjoying too many of them. And it doesn't help that in my playthrough, I got a lot of repeats. Some of the ones I did enjoy though was this team treasure diving one, racing across these panels in the sky, and the skateboarding one's pretty neat too. There were mini games that did annoy me though, like this 3v1 where if you get hit by the other players, they get your coins. And if you avoid getting hit, you get Nothing, even though I didn't get hit once the entire time, which is kinda dumb. At least give me something. There's also this pipe maze minigame where a chest with coins is dropped down and basically a random player wins it. They do show the layout of the pipes before you get to choose which one to send it down, but it happens so fast that it's hard to keep track. And if you're not the player picked to choose which pipe to send the chest down, you just have to hold your breath and hope you win. And luck-based minigames just are not my favorite thing. I don't enjoy them very much. And what I don't enjoy whatsoever is being forced to sit here and watch the computers play single-player minigames as they scramble around like empty-headed fucking dumb fuck. I know it seems like I did a lot of complaining. Probably because I did, but this is the first Mario Party after all, and it's going to have its issues, and that's okay, because there's plenty of Mario Parties to come along and fix them. And while this first installment is rough around the edges, at its core, it's still quite a jolly old time. And with that said, we're going to put Mario Party 1 in the solid shindig tier.
It is
Yeah, Mario Party was pretty alright, so how would the sequel improve upon it? Really, in every way imaginable, actually. The story is a lot better this time around, not that there's really much story in these games or that they hold much precedence to begin with, but Mario Party 1 was just, yeah, I'm the superstar, yeah, no I am, no, me. And while the premise really is the exact same with a bunch of narcissistic pricks trying to one-up each other, this time around it's presented with more bells and whistles. In Mario Party 1, once the superstar is declared after each game, things happen, I guess. It's cool. But in Mario Party 2, whoever becomes the superstar gets to stop Bowser from terrorizing each map you venture to in neat little cutscenes at the end of each game. I love Bowser calling Donkey Kong an impertinent fool. But also for each board you play on, the characters have costumes matching the themes of each map, which is a great little touch that surprisingly never happens again for the rest of the franchise. And the maps in this game are not only larger, but also just more interesting and varied in my opinion, with Western Land, Space Land, and Horror Land being my favorites. The gameplay itself has some more variety spiced in as well, where you can now play minigames for a chance to win items or buy items in shops that can be used to give you an advantage, though you can only have one item on you at a time. There's basic items like different mushrooms which affect your rolls, skeleton keys which open doors to alternate paths, and then there's game breakers like the magic lamp which can be used to take you right to a star. You've also got the newly added duel minigames where you can 1v1 on Rust for coins, and there's also battle minigames where a random amount of coins are taken from everybody and you battle it out for them. But if you don't have as many coins as Goomba asks of you, he gets comically angry. Hey. Hey! Hey! You're also forced to give up coins at the newly introduced Koopa banks whenever you pass them. However, if you actually land on the bank space, you win all the money that was deposited up to that point, which is always a marvelous feeling. And speaking of winning money, there's also hidden blocks now, which randomly generate in some spots throughout the map, which either contain a ton of coins or a star! Let's go! As for the minigames, there were plenty more for me to enjoy here, and while there are some returning from the previous game, there's small adjustments made to them to keep them from being total copies. Even if it's something as small as a cosmetic change, I appreciate the effort to disrupt the monotony. But as for the fresh minigames, there's this cool penguin relay race that I really enjoyed, a minigame where you try to hammer the others running around only dimly lit by the light bulbs they're holding, a game where you work together with a partner in a handcar race, a game where you have to try escaping without waking up Jeff the Killer. Also, I know I said about Mario Party 1 that I don't really like luck-based minigames, but I just want to bring up this one time that I did because I did absolutely nothing here and won just by watching everybody else die. So overall, fantastic minigames, a more fleshed out presentation, bit more dynamic boards and gimmicks. The only thing I really didn't enjoy here was still having to be sat here and forced to watch the computers play single-player minigames from time to time. Regardless, Mario Party 2 humps, and just like that, we're placing it in the highest tier available, the Life of the Party tier. It's third game time, boys. You know what that means. Typically, the first games are experimental, rough around the edges, trying to find their identity. The second games dial in on what needs refining and, well, refines. And then the third game seems to throw whatever other shit it can think of at the wall to see what sticks, and, well, the biggest change here seems to be that Goomba went to anger management since the last game. But for real, the biggest change for certain is the addition of duel boards.
It's time to
which you compete on in story mode after you clear a regular board. I I am the kindest one ever, so the kindest star belongs to me.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
That's right. I am so kind that I'm going to stare you down menacingly and beat the piss out of you for that star you rightfully earned. Duel boards have you basically trying to catch up to your opponent so you can use your partners to attack them. Your partners have switched positions. Very nice. There's tons of different allies, each with different attack and defense stats, and there's a decent bit of strategy that goes into this mode. But really, you'll still be depending mostly on your dice roll being good enough to catch up to your opponent or run away from your opponent, depending on the types of allies you have and the positions they're in. And you just keep attacking each other until one of you run out of health, or the winner is determined by who has the most health and coins remaining by the end of 20 turns if you have to play that long. I did because I suck. You don't have to play a minigame after every turn, so that at least keeps the pace quick. It's a pretty solid addition, though I'm not really bothered that it didn't reappear in later installments. However, I got the most off-putting introduction to the new Game Guy spaces. At these wretched plots, you're forced to gamble all of your coins, and while there's different Game Guy games that present different levels of risk, I immediately got thrust into the riskiest game of all, where it's literally all or nothing. And before I could even process what the fuck just happened, I lost 138 coins! And to make things worse, I was just 2 spaces away from a star! A lot of the maps also just weren't my favorite. There's not as much variation in their layouts as there were in the previous games, and there's also so many things that cause you to be moving all over the place all the time. So many of the games I played were pretty low scoring because it was so hard to progress towards stars. Up to this point, this was easily the worst bundle of boards in the series in my opinion. What I did really enjoy in an interesting twist was that in story mode, after each duel you win, Bowser would come in ready to confront you and show up too late. I kept thinking eventually you'd have that final showdown with him, but it turns out the final battle is actually against Waluigi on his own map after he kicks Bowser's ass.
Waluigi #1.
I also really appreciate that there's no repeating minigames from the previous 2 entries. These are all originals. I like Eats a Pizza because I'm tubby. I love Snowball Summit. I really just get to let my demons run wild. Spotlight Swim is always pretty fun, especially when you're on the run. Motor Rooters are great 1v1 as well as Silly Screws. And last but not least is Train One, where you have to guess which path is correct. To be honest, the only reason I really like it is because if you choose incorrectly, you go flying off the tracks. With all of that said, definitely not as good as Mario Party 2, but still a little bit better than Mario Party 1, really only because it kept a lot of the improvements that Mario Party 2 made. Still though, the boards aren't the greatest, so this is only slightly gonna put Mario Party 3 ahead of Mario Party 1 in the solid shindig tier. The rose-tinted glasses are strong with this one, boys. The first Mario Party I ever played right here. I love how the story this time around is presented so menacingly, with all the characters horrified as this giant bag comes floating towards them. Only for it to be revealed that it's just a bunch of the good guys throwing a birthday party. So once again, a Bowser fake-out. But he does reintroduce himself later on by committing a murder. First of all, I absolutely love the mini games in Mario Party 4. They're easily my favorite bunch in the franchise to this point, and maybe in the whole franchise, period.
Banger! After banger! After banger! After banger! After banger!
And of course, my favorite Mario Party minigame ever, Dungeon Duos. An intense cooperative race bringing down doors, working together to cross pits and find the right pipes to lead to your escape. I love it. There's really no minigames that I dislike in Mario Party 4. There's such a strong batch of them to be found here. I also enjoyed the new lottery shops to be found throughout boards. You know, pay 5 coins and hope you win more coins, or an item, which I did, because I have a larger than average penis. What I wasn't so high on, however, were once again the boards, ranging from fantastic to forgettable. Goomba's casino-themed board is a blast, as it's basically a roulette deciding which direction you'll be taking throughout different segments of the map, making for a very fun dynamic. Shy Guy's map was pretty cool. I just really liked the environment and thought being able to fly across the map was also epic. Toad's Midway Madness was alright. It has a roller coaster, so it's alright. And the other maps just didn't do anything for me. I forgot what they even were, to be honest, until I started writing this portion of the script. Another thing I loved about the story mode this time around, though, was after completing each map, you compete against the host of that map before before they give you your reward. There's Bowser Bop, where you race to bop some Bowsy boys. Archaeologus, which just looking at that word makes me want to put my brain in an air fryer, where you have to find which rock doesn't match the others. A card matching game based on pure luck that I managed to fail at for what felt like an hour, but after reviewing the footage took me less than 10 minutes? What? Koopa's game sucked ass, you just have to jam some shells and holes, and then Goomba's game, which like Boo's, is totally luck-based, and once again felt like it took me an hour, but only took me 10 minutes. And then of course the Bowsy Boy battle at the end of the game, where you first have to complete an obstacle course and use the power of triangles to best him. So overall, a decent bag of boards, but a very strong story mode, and easily my favorite minigames up to this point in the franchise, and it's got that nostalgia boost as well. My heart says yes, my head says no, but I'm more of a listen to my heart guy, so this is going right behind Mario Party 2 in the life of the party tier.
Hell fucking yeah!
I will be finger.
I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter.
Mario Party 5 is the first installment which really shakes things up, and I hate it. You can't play as Donkey Kong. This is fucking garbage! And one of the biggest changes, story mode has you not playing standard Mario Party like the previous entries, but actually has you fighting Bowser's children, the format of which is fairly similar to the dueling mode of Mario Party 3. Whenever you and another one of the Koopa kids are on the same space, you have to duel in a minigame against each other, and there's always some arbitrary number of coins at stake. The game ends once you've beaten all the children into submission and deprive them of their money, which is apparently their life force. You do this across a bunch of different boards until you fight Bowser himself. I'd show you, but apparently my computer went into cardiac arrest at this point. As for the standard party mode, it's also pretty different. First of all, there's no more buying items, as there's now capsule machines around the maps where you're given a random item. And those items you can either throw on a space, which will affect yourself or other players, or you can spend money just to directly use the item on yourself for one time. This system requires a bit more strategy due to the random nature of what items you'll receive, where you want to place them or use them, and when you want to. I like it, but I think I just prefer the old-fashioned way, but there's really nothing wrong with this one either, in my opinion. While Bowser spaces have regularly appeared throughout the series, there's now Donkey Kong spaces as well, which are their good counterpart, giving you the chance to receive coins and stars, that generous, handsome bastard. There's some pretty good minigames to be found in Mario Party 5, though 5 is overall host to a weaker chunk of minigames in my opinion. What it absolutely makes up for that with, though, is some of the best boards in the whole franchise, with Pirate Dream, Rainbow Dream, Future Dream, and Bowser Nightmare being big standouts. The environments themselves are really cool, and the boards are no longer flat as you're able to move up and down them vertically as well. They're so good. A great story mode yet again, the best collection of boards yet, and a freshening up of the Mario Party formula both from a gameplay and presentation standpoint, but a weaker collection of mini-games keep this just under Life of the Party tier, placing Mario Party 5 in the bona fide banger tier.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Mario Party 6 once again drifts further from what the older Mario Party games used to be. Not that that's a bad thing. There isn't even a story mode this time around, just a solo mode which is its own thing entirely, with you competing in mini-games against the Koopa kids, trying to win as many as you can, as well as collect as many coins as you can before you reach the end of the stage as you can. In regards to party mode, the biggest change incorporated is the implementation of a day and night cycle, with each period of the day having different effects on the board. And the boards, while I like the aesthetic of a bit more in Mario Party 5, feel more memorable and unique here due to the gimmick changes incorporated into them on top of how the day-night cycle affects them. The first two maps are par for the course. The star moves around after each time a player obtains one, and depending on what time of day it is, certain pathways undergo minor changes. But with the next few maps, things really get shaken up. On Fair Square, the star stays in the same spot all game, but changes course throughout the game depending on if it's day or night. Snowflake Lake, which became one of my favorite maps in the franchise, is an absolute blast. Everybody starts out with 5 stars, and you have to talk to Jeff the Killers around the map to take them for rides to crush your opponent, which steals their stars. It's very fast-paced and tense, knowing that at every turn, the game could be completely flipped on its head in a matter of seconds. And if it's nighttime, you're able to get even more rolls out of Jeff for an even greater chance of stealing the stars from your opponents. Castaway Bay is a beautiful little map with a lethal catch to it. The only way to obtain a star is to meet with Donkey Kong at the end of the board, but once someone buys a star from him, Bowser takes his place. And if you're unlucky enough to meet with Bowser before he switches out with Donkey Kong again, he can steal one of your stars, or 20 coins if you don't have any. The final map, Clockwork Castle, is peak chicanery, as you have to chase Donkey Kong around the map like the slimy little chimp that he is to get a star from him. But at night, you move in the opposite direction as Bowser chases you for your stars. And again, while the first 2 maps aren't anything crazy, the last 4 are some of my favorites in all of Mario Party, honestly. They're a great shakeup of the formula. As for the minigames, there's a few I get a kick out of, like Surge and Destroy, Gondola Glide, Jump the Gun, Granite Getaway.
Yo, he think he Crash Bandicoot, bro!
But overall, again, there's better collections of minigames the series has to offer. This is also the first Mario Party to introduce microphone-based minigames, but I couldn't be bothered to go through the headache of setting that up through an emulator, even though it's probably easy. I've exerted myself enough already just playing through all these games as is, leave me alone. Which means with Mario Party 6, we've got an interesting solo mode, an even better collection of maps, and serviceable minigames. For me, it's basically Mario Party 5, but with better maps, and those better maps are enough to squeeze it right in the middle of the life of the party tier.
Yeah, bitch!
Mario Party 6.
Oh!
Before we move on to Mario Party 7, there is another Mario Party game I reluctantly need to talk about. Mario Party Advance. For the Xbox. I played Mario Party for the DS back in the day and figured Mario Party on the Game Boy would have just been more of that.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It starts off fine enough, I guess. You have to make a passport, answer some personal questions, and then Toad dies again. That's always fun. And well, the goal is not to compete against a bunch of others or even just one person this time. No, instead, you roll a die and ride around in a car completing quests for gadgets. You have a number of mushrooms to use to move around the board, but if you run out, you get game over and have to start back where you spawned in. You don't lose any progress necessarily, just move back to the center of the map, which isn't all that bad. What is bad is the rest of the game. Ooh, okay, time for a minigame. Well, this should be fun, right? Alright, well, let's do this. Shit. How about these quests we gotta do for people? Let's see here. Oh boy, math problems. This is exactly what I want in my video games. 10 times what equals 1,000? 33. Obviously. If you're a moron!
You should just give up now!
I surrender!
Alright, fine. Let's see what else we got here. So this guy wants me to swim against his little bitch brother and lose on purpose to boost his confidence. What an idiot! But fine, I'll play along. Alright, let's do the... Wait. Why is he actually kicking my ass? I'm mashing A as fast as I possibly can. Why is he actually kicking my ass? Well, I tried again and the fish somehow started drowning. That's fantastic. All right, let's check out this beach. Ooh. Okay, let's check out a different quest. Hello, I'm Dolphin. What a creative name you have. Dolphin here wants to be a stand-up comedian, but doesn't have any confidence in himself. So I have now been summoned to sit here and hit A to laugh at his jokes. But not to laugh at all his jokes, or else that would make it too obvious that I'm purposely laughing to make him feel better. You're starting to remind me of some prick I just met. Hello, ladies and germs. Enjoy the show. I'm on to you. Well, that was boring. Again. How many more quests of these are there? 48 more! Within half an hour, I could already tell I was in for a bad time with this one, and it did not get any better. Let me tell you about this exhilarating quest where I walked into Goomba's house. He told me to go to the train station next door to buy him a ticket, and then bring the ticket back to him. That was it! 2 minutes of my time going back and forth just reading text, and a quest is completed. Oh boy, time for a minigame with Koopa Kid. If I win, I get 1 measly mushroom. God damn it! Why? What? I mean, I could go on and on. I somehow recorded 6 hours of this game, but after that, I just broke. I couldn't do it anymore. This game is abysmally boring. I mean, I don't know how this is even a Mario Party. This could be an entirely different Mario title. There is nothing about this that is a party. In fact, it's actually the lowest rated Mario game ever. So because of this monstrosity, it's time for a new tier. The lowest tier, Party Pooper.
Stop it! Oh, please, make it stop!
Mario Party 7 begins with Mario taking his morning constitutional. Could you be any more pretentious? It's called a walk. When suddenly, Toadsworth appears and offers him and the gang a vacation on a cruise ship, which makes Bowser very angry because he wasn't invited. And I love how Bowser just goes into blatant exposition about his feelings.
This makes me mad! Mad!
Bowser is not a happy camper. Awkward. Once aboard the ship, you've got plenty of different gameplay styles to choose from, so I'll applaud Mario Party 7 for that. First, though, we'll be looking at the solo cruise where I decided to name myself Finnegan for some reason. From here, you get to customize a pre-game and winning message. The poor bastards don't know what they've done. My pre-game message will be... shit. Now write a message for when you win. Keep it clean, I say.
Let's fucking
I love this feature, and I really wish they would have brought it back after this, but I can only assume it was because people abused it maliciously. How immature. The solo mode is pretty fun until the end. You play on all the maps you would do in party mode in a 1v1 style, completing unique objectives, like becoming the first person to win 2 stars, retrieve a stolen star and bring it back to the Bowser Sphincter, become the first person to repair 3 windmills and get stars for doing so. It's all good stuff, and party mode on these maps doesn't differentiate itself too much because it's basically an expansion on these concepts. The only map to my knowledge that works pretty differently is the final map, Bowser's Enchanted Inferno, which lights an inferno in my soul just thinking about it, where you have to race to obtain a star, and that star is the key to confronting Bowser and the prodigal son. To win the battle, you have to hit these dice blocks, which the number added up between the 4 equates to the amount of floors you'll move up the tower, and you have to keep doing this while avoiding getting hit until you reach the top of the tower, which by reaching, you will win. Which I did. See? Right there! I did it! I won! But no, this fucking clown hit me off the platform! I should have won, but because of that, no! I didn't! And Luigi won instead! This goddamn bullshit! No! No! It's a good map. I'm just a sore loser. My favorite map in the whole game, and again one of my favorites in the entire franchise, is Pagoda Peak. The journey of 7,000 steps. A magical quest to the top of a mountain to meet Master Roshi for a star that fluctuates in price throughout the game. I absolutely love the design and gimmick of the board itself. It's such good shit. Neon Heights also deserves a mention with its treasure chest gimmick, where some chests might have stars, they might have coins, and they might have bombs. It's luck of the draw, and it's all good fun, and the design of the USA themed board is great as well, with an Old West movie set, a baseball field, a spaceship at the top. It's just really cool. Easily the weakest aspect of Mario Party 7, however, was the minigames. I just want to stress, this doesn't mean they're all bad. Plenty of Mario Party minigames are great. This was just the least fun bunch I came across in my run throughout the whole series. Snow Ride was cool. Cartwheel was pretty fun once you get the hang of it. Anthony Pogo A Go-Go was cool. Sphere Factor was quite good. Everything else was just pretty forgettable for me personally. There weren't any games that were really horrible, but there weren't any true greats either, which even while Mario Party 1 had its fair share of weak minigames, had classics to back them up too. Mario Party 7 had once again a couple of my favorite maps in the franchise and a great solo mode until the end. But in relation to the series as a whole, probably the worst minigames to be had. The solo mode and the maps though are still enough to just barely drag this up to the bona fide banger tier.
Not bad.
The first Mario Party for the Wii. I had to buy a sensor bar so I could play it on the computer. As you can see though, for a while there, I appeared to have Parkinson's when trying to operate this thing, but I eventually realized the sensor bar wasn't detecting the best because I was too close to it. Moron! Anyway, I love this Mario Party. First of all, the host.
Welcome to the Star Carnival!
He is known as the Master of Catastrophe, MC Ballyhoo, with his co-host Big Top. What the fuck is going on? You've even got 12 characters to choose from. Still no DK, which enrages me deeply, but I appreciate having more options. DK does still appear though. He even yeeted me to a star. What a lovely chimp. Mario Party 8 is once again host to a very strong collection of boards, and both the solo and party modes make great use of them. The first board is actually Donkey Kong themed and is a standard Mario Party board. The second is like Pagoda Peak, with the star staying in the same spot at the end of the map the entire time, only instead of going straight up, you move in a straightforward line. I really enjoyed King Boo's Haunted Hallway, as it's a maze to try and find him as many times as you can for stars. Shy Guy's Perplex Express is one of my absolute favorites, and in party mode at the end of the train you can pay for a star. And there's the chance that throughout the game, different sections of the train will swap out with each other, which is either really fun or can really plunk you in the pooper. The solo mode is the really tricky version of this map though. To beat it, you need 50 coins to buy a star from Holly over here. Hello! Problem is, she is not the conductor. She is simply a passenger on one of the interchangeable cars of the train. And whether through my own ineptitude or pure bad luck, I was stuck fighting against this bombastic bitch for 2 hours. It took me no more than like 20 minutes to beat any of the other opponents of this story mode, but this yelping banshee miraculously bested me at every turn. You'd think I'd never be able to speak highly of this game, or at least this board, ever again after such a horrific experience, but I guess that just shows how great this board is. Koopa's Tycoon Town is another absolute banger of a board where you have to buy out hotels at the highest prices possible for stars. It's undoubtedly one of the best maps in the series. And the final map is my favorite Bowser themed board in the whole franchise, Bowser's Warped Orbit. Similar to the Jeff the Killer maps, each player is given a number of stars ready to be ran over for them through the use of special candies. I love this type of gimmick in Mario Party. The map looks great, I love space, and there's a pretty solid Bowser boss battle at the end of the story mode to cap it off, though I got my ass kicked for like the first 5 minutes because I couldn't grasp the motion controls for my life. Again, I do realize that was in large part to my stupidity. I really liked the motion controls in this game once I got the hang of them, and thought there were plenty of great minigames for them. Surfways Up, Balancing Act, Breakneck Building, Swing King, Settle It in Court, just a bunch of fun-ass games. Okay, that made me feel a lot better. I mean, fantastic mini-games, fantastic maps, a great story mode. I don't know how controversial this is, but I think this is the best Mario Party. Life of the Party tier.
Yes! Hell yeah! Hey, come on, baby! Come on! Yes! Come on! Ah! Yes!
Time for the second handheld Mario Party entry, but really the first, since this is actually a Mario Party, and a damn good one at that. Though for some reason when first loading it up, I had a file named YoppyYop1111. It's even got one of the better stories of all the Mario Party games, if not the best, if I'm being perfectly honest. Again, I know that's a low bar to pass, but it's worth bonus points, right? A bunch of sky crystals fall from the heavens and kill everybody! Humanity's extinction event has finally arrived! And in the meantime, Bowser sends an apology to everybody for being a bastard and invites him for a buffet at his castle. But upon arrival, Bowser shrinks them all down, allowing him to search for the sky crystals peacefully without distractions. This leads to the gang making their way back to Bowser's castle while helping a bunch of people on boards and receiving the sky crystals as rewards along the way. There's a couple of exciting board gimmicks as well, with the star fluctuating in price in Toadette's music room, as well as the same gimmick used in Neon Lights from Mario Party 7, where these jars either contain a star, coins, or send you back to the start. There's also a pretty solid collection of mini-games like Mole Thrill, Nothing to Luge, Track Star, which reminds me of SpongeBob and Patrick getting chased and Patrick explodes when Sandy ropes him in, and even the games using the stylus are pretty fun as well, like Cucumber Jacks, very good name by the way, Rotisserie Rampage, and I really enjoyed this one where you have to play the Mario theme at just the right speed with your stylus to get the Goombas to come over to you. It's really good stuff. The story mode also contains bosses after completing each map, and most of the bosses aren't anything special, but it's cool that they're here anyway. So we've got pretty interesting diverse maps, very good mini games, stylus ones too, and one of the better, if not the best, story mode in Mario Party history. Yeah, this is an easy Life of the Party tier.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Here's where things with the Mario Party franchise really seem to get dicey. We've seen the series make some substantial changes throughout, but Mario Party 9 is the first to truly shake the foundation of what the series was built upon, beside the horrendously bad Mario Party Advance, of course. Mario Party 9 has all the players moving in a car at the same time. No more branching pathways, choosing where you want to go, or strategizing your moves, well, barely. Nope, everybody moves all at once. You do take turns rolling the dice block, but even now the dice features only a 1 through 6 roll rather than a 1 through 10. You can roll through 10 with this special dice you can obtain, and different dice blocks are the only items you can get in this game, so there's the little bit of strategy you can sometimes employ. But even the premise of the gameplay itself is more dumbed down, as there's no more coins or stars for you to get. There are only mini stars, and getting as many of them as you can is the name of the game, and they can be snatched throughout the map by whoever's at the front of the car, by winning mini games, or by landing on special spaces. But you can also lose your stars because of stars. That's so unnatural to say. There are some things they did with the board that I did enjoy though, like landing on Bowser spaces because it's hilarious. And maybe even funnier is the fact that one of the conditions of landing on a Bowser space is that you may have to play a reverse minigame, which sounds like one of those ideas that was thrown out as a joke, but was taken seriously and actually put in the game, where you have to lose on purpose, and by doing so, you earn 10 mini stars. It's the most ridiculous shit. Not only are there Bowser spaces, but there are also Bowser Jr. castles midway through and at the end of maps, where you have to take on a mini boss again, which by beating, you get a ton of mini stars. I don't really enjoy how luck-based some of the battles are mini-games are, considering the nature of the game itself is already so much more luck-based, since there's hardly any strategizing your moves around the board because you all move at once. There's also Bowser Jr. 2v1 spaces where you have to work with a teammate to bring him down, which I actually did enjoy a good bit. But what truly tainted my Mario Party 9 experience was that it's just too luck-based, and I especially felt the wrath of bad luck on Magma Mine. Another instance of me being stuck on a board for not 1, not 2, but 3 hours! So what good are the fun minigames when there's always almost some bullshit guaranteed to screw you over and make it not matter anyway? I commend Nintendo for trying something new, but unfortunately this just is not as good as the classic formula. In fact, it's infuriating sometimes. Not that Mario Parties aren't infuriating, but this one especially. Now overall, this game isn't bad, but it's definitely not good either, so this is going in the new mediocre party tier. Mario Party 9 2, basically, only now any life and soul has been completely stripped away. No big cinematic intro or beautiful title screen, just the most generic layout they could have possibly used. Then you start a game and you don't even get to roll to see who goes first. The game just randomly selects an order. I mean, that's basically what would happen anyway. The dice are random after all, but damn, at least let me feel like I'm doing something. I really don't have much else to say about this one. It's Mario Party 9. Again, you still all move around a map at the same time, collecting mini stars. Dice blocks are still the only items you can obtain. Still mini bosses halfway through the maps. Bowser is really the only big difference in this game. In the beginning of games, he's locked away, but if someone releases him, they lose half their mini stars. However, that's not the real big difference I'm talking about. No, the big difference here is Bowser Party, which is not a party, it's a fight for survival. Basically, all the other players try to reach the end of the board before Bowser kills them, and Bowser gets to roll several dice at a time to try to catch up. It's terrifying. And hilarious. Look at that raw determination to kill. It seems like a lot of people don't really like Bowser Party because Bowser is so ridiculously overpowered and will always catch up to your car, but I don't really care. I just find Bowser's bloodlust hysterical. I enjoyed this mode way more than I should have. Oh, and also Airship Central was a great map with the changing weather, the airships altering paths, and it just looked really cool. It deserved a mention. So yeah, sorry, I don't really have much else to say about this one. Again, it's just Mario Party 9, but with Bowser Party, which is hilarious, so I guess I'll put it in the Bowser Party is the only reason this tier exists here. Finally, a return to form for Mario Party. well, mostly. There's still some slightly weird decisions made, like dice still being only 1 through 6, stars only costing 10 coins, and gold pipes costing 10 coins. Well, that's just fucked. But outside of that, it truly is a return to form for Mario Party. No more cramming into smelly cars, everybody finally rolls at their own volition again. And you can even recruit a buddy to add some to your roll in the form of allies. Allies are one of my favorite gimmicks in all of Mario Party, and as I said, if you recruit one, they can add an additional space or two to your roll. Not only that, but every character has a custom dice block with unique pros and cons. And when you recruit an ally, you can opt to use theirs as well. I always pick to play as Bowser, considering his dice has a 50% chance of rolling an 8 or higher. Even if the other half of the dice isn't that great, you can always rely on allies if you have them, or mushrooms, because good old-fashioned items and item shops are back. One of my only complaints I have here is that there's a pathetic amount of boards to play on. Only 4. Womp's Domino Ruins, King Bob-omb's Powder Keg Mine, Mega Fruit Paradise, and the Backrooms. All the boards are pretty solid though, with the Backrooms being my favorite by far, where you can buy multiple stars at a time if you can afford that, and each time a player buys stars, the price of the stars changes for the next time someone reaches the top of the map. To compensate for the measly amount of boards, the roster of characters to choose from this time is massive, with 20 different characters to choose from, though there's only 16 initially, which is already far more than any other Mario Party we've looked at so far. Not to mention, we've got some exquisite minigames to go around this time. Cruisin' for a Bruisin', Stake Your Claim, Gridiron Gauntlet, Off the Chain.
Tight, yeah!
It is strange though that those who lose minigames still get coins. Why is that a thing? You know, back in my day when I was still in my dad's balls, you actually lost coins for losing a minigame. Also, when halfway through the game and the judges make their predictions as to who they think will win, the fact that you can just be given a gold pipe is some bullshit.
Here, I'll make it easy for you.
You can make it not so easy.
Back to the things I love about Super Mario Party, I gotta bring up Partner Party, which doesn't work as well with a computer, but that's what I had to work with for this video. Partner Party has you and your teammates' rolls added up and then allows you to both move wherever you want on the board, which again, playing with an actual person and not just some soulless amalgamation of ones and zeros allows for some good strategy to be had. It's definitely one of my favorite alternate modes of Mario Party. Finally, we got a nice return to form for Mario Party with a massive roster of characters, great gimmicks like custom dice blocks, allies, and Partner Party, and some of my favorite minigames in the whole franchise. This is going right between Mario Party 6 and Mario Party DS in the life of the party tier. The newest entry to the franchise, last and the exact opposite of least, it's the best Mario Party. It's all reliable, the best of the best mostly from what the original 3 games have to offer. Sporting 100 classic minigames throughout the franchise and 5 maps from the N64 era of the series, no more dueling boards, no more Partner Party, no more motion controls, no more murder. This is Mario Party in its purest, most refined form. Personally, I'm a bit disappointed we didn't see more boards from the series' later installments, but at least they fixed the formerly awful layout of Peach's birthday cake for this. Considering I talked about all the games in this collection already, it's just those with better graphics. Except for the top of Peach's birthday cake, which looks like padding you'd find in gym class. I don't really have much else to add, unfortunately. Now, if we want to be objective about this, I do believe this to be the best Mario Party because it's a great all-rounder in terms of minigames and boards, and a perfect representation of what Mario Party really is. But for me personally, again, Mario Party 8 is my favorite, so while this is undoubtedly going in the life of the party tier, it's going right behind Mario Party 8.
Hello. And well, that's it. I know there's like 3 Mario Parties on the 3DS and whatever the hell Mario Party E is, but I can't take it anymore. I have stopped partying. So here's the full tier list. I hope the exhaustive lengths I foolishly put myself through to entertain you today were enough. I know, you're probably thinking, it's just Mario Party, shut the fuck up, but playing 14 Mario Parties, whatever it was, in a row for months on end was genuinely melting my brain, driving me insane. And, yeah. I regret everything. Maybe one day we can check the rest of them out, but for now they can fuck off. If you hate me because I didn't say your favorite Mario Party is my favorite Mario Party, well, don't care, plus ratio, plus Mario Party 8 gang rise up. Genuinely though, if you're still here, if you made it to the end of this video, you're a fucking champion. Thank you for affording me your time. You are the best. I love you. Thank you, and hopefully I'll see you for my next video.
Change is good. Change is the antithesis of stagnation. If things always stayed the same, things would be boring. Insert more cliché spieling about change. The point is, when Ratchet and Clank moved on from the PS2 to the PS3, it underwent big changes that somehow felt like both an evolution and de-evolution of what came beforehand. Insomniac wanted a sort of soft reboot after the sharp turn into less platforming and more gunplay the series had taken, and also wanted to tell a grander but lighter story after the darker Ratchet Deadlocked. Maybe something more in line with a Pixar movie? And with the arrival of the PlayStation 3, Insomniac was able to push the boundaries of what Ratchet and Clank could be farther than ever before, resulting in the Ratchet and Clank Future Saga starting with Tools of Destruction. Which, while on the topic of the Future Saga, I always forget Into the Nexus was even a thing. I just think of the Future Saga as this trilogy. Anyway, while I have to admire the ambition behind Tools, from a writing perspective, it flounders like a floppy fish in more ways than one. But before I get into what those flaws are, I have to thank you all for your support on my video Crying for Help. Leave a comment if you'd like to be featured in my next video, and my biggest thanks of all go to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, The Foe 3, and my newest patron, Vixavis. Tools of Destruction begins with yet another fantastic home screen. All hail the kings of home screens! Ratchet and Clank are working on a zoomer, but while doing so, receive a distress call from Markiplier. When they go to rescue him, however, they're intercepted by a bunch of bullshit, and ultimately the game's big baddie, Emperor Percival Tachyon.
Your name's Percival?
And just like that, the main villain is immediately undermined. Nefarious was a goofball, but even he was able to be taken seriously and felt like a legitimate threat because he got shit done, and the universe treats him like a massive problem because of that. But Tachyon comes in sounding like me playing Modern Warfare 2 back in 2010, is the size of a walnut, and immediately gets outsmarted and chop-blocked by Ratchet while this triumphant horn plays. What is this? What is happening? I'll get into more of what an absolute cuck Tachyon is later, but the main thing to note here is that the reason this chump even is here in the first place is because he's come looking specifically for Ratchet, revealing that Ratchet is the last Lombax in the universe. Yes. The last Lombax in the universe. Since Tachyon's whole motivation is to wipe the Lombaxes from existence, you could argue maybe he killed Angelo already. But then there's this scene.
So you're a Lombax who's never seen another Lombax, doesn't know where they are or what their secret is.
Yeah, okay, let's just blatantly ignore that ever happened, I guess. Great storytelling. The whole goal of the Future Trilogy story is to unearth Ratchet and Clank's epic origins, and while on paper it sounds super grandiose, for me it actually undermines the incredibly unlikely circumstances of how they came to meet each other, making it all feel so much smaller scale because it was really pretty much destiny after all. I mean, what are the odds that the last Lombax, the Lombaxes being a race who are revealed to be like the smartest and most heroic guys in the universe, just so happens to become best friends with this robot who is supposed to be like the preserver of the very fabric of time and space? Just seems a lot more happenstance than a random defect hunk of bolts meeting some smarmy douchebag mechanic. After dunking on Tachyon, the boys escape the planet with his ship and head towards a random location before being put into cryosleep, which ends with a great literal punchline.
It is fortunate cryosleep does not work on robots.
While in his blunt force-induced coma, Clank dreams of these mysterious creatures, the Zoni, before the duo wake up crash-landed on a distant planet in the Polaris Galaxy. I've said as much as I need to say for now on the writing, so let's celebrate the good Tools of Destruction does. I did mention earlier that Insomniac wanted to go back to the basics a bit with Ratchet and Clank from a gameplay perspective, and that is very much apparent with this first Polaris planet. There's a lot more platforming to be had, especially with the factory towards the end of the level, where you use this cool gadget, the Gelinator, to propel yourself up walls and across gel falls. It's a bit reminiscent of the factory from Nivalis. It gives me similar vibes. It's a shame there's no plumber this time, but you'll see him eventually. Another great gadget I enjoyed was the gyro cycle, which you only get to zip around on a couple times, but I love it every time you do. Look, anything that reminds me of the Atmosphere always gets an A+ in my book. Most Ratchet and Clank games also have some sort of door unlocking gadget, and this time it's the Decryptor, which uses 6-axis controls. If you want to, which I do not. ever. But I really love the decryptor. You have to link circuits together using this ball, and some of the puzzles really put your reaction skills and planning to the test. It's great fun. And it's also so fun to see Insomniac building fleshed out worlds again, as they were beginning to lose their luster in Ratchet 3. Granted, I don't think you meet any civilians really to these planets like you would in Ratchets 1 and 2, besides the smuggler, who is this guy you just see multiple times throughout the galaxy, but you gotta take the wins where you can, I guess. One of my favorite levels is the Apogee space station, where you use these teleporters to leap from one small little asteroid to another, killing Leviathans. Before venturing closer to the heart of the station, traversing lasers, hopping from platform to platform, it's wonderful. Then you've got other favorites of mine like Planet Ardalis, which is home to the robotic space pirates, which is another great looking setting that puts your platforming to the test a good bit. Oh, and yeah, I did say space pirates. You know, the same series that mocked the concept back in Up Your Arsenal, which was the goofiest entry in the series at that point?
Oh, please tell me this is a typo.
That's robotic pirate ghosts.
Yep, they're here now too. I don't mind them, but you did just make fun of the concept like 2 years before this, and here we are.
I mean, I've worked on some real junk, but this one takes the cake. Pirate, ghost, robots. I mean, what do they think, we're idiots?
I mean, at least they're not ghosts. Yet. Sargasso is easily one of the coolest worlds in the whole franchise. In Ratchets 2 and 3, you had worlds where you would hunt monsters for crystals which you could exchange for bolts. And while Tools incorporates that as well on Kabalia and at the Apogee space station with the Leviathans, the best iteration not just in Tools but the series to this point is with dinosaurs on Sargasso. You can even use Clank's robo-wings you get at one point to fly all around the planet. It's amazing. My only complaint about this world is that I wish there were more dinosaurs to hunt, but for a monster hunting location, this is definitely the best this series has to offer to this point. Even the weapons, I didn't remember liking all that much, but goddamn, there are some great ones. Like the plasma launcher, which locks onto several targets at once and hurls bombs at them. The buzz blades, which rip enemies to shreds at 1,000,000 miles per hour. The alpha disruptor, which is by leaps and bounds the best weapon in the game, and is somehow fucking free! You just find it lying around in a factory on Sargasso. Another reason why Sargasso is goated with the sauce.
Hold down the fire button to charge, then let go to release a galactic can of whoop-ass.
I used to think that was the coolest thing ever when I was like 8 years old. The Alpha Disruptor itself has not lost any of its cool factor, however. This thing locks on and fucking vaporizes anything it touches. It's a phenomenal weapon. Then there's the Negotiator, which is your standard rocket launcher, and of course, you can't forget about the Magnet Launcher, which fires off an electrified web which locks onto enemies and traps them in place while zapping away their health. While weapons level up and increase in power up to 5, the bulk of your upgrading will be done using Raritanium. Using the crystals, you can pack on additional damage, add more ammo, increase bolt droppage, increase your weapons range. It's a cool idea, but all the upgrades end up feeling pretty samey because there's not really a reason you couldn't have just kept all these upgrades to standard leveling up. Outside of the wonderful weapons, there's also the newly introduced devices. This is another addition that I think could have just been better streamlined, which is exactly what they end up doing in Crack in Time, where any devices that appear here just end up being classified as weapons. The only devices I ended up really even using anyway in Tools were the Leech Bomb, which lets you steal health from enemies, and of course the Gravitron, which causes any enemies on the battlefield to stop attacking you and just dance. It's overpowered as hell, and I'm ashamed to say, saved my life plenty of times. Yeah, I still beat Tools without buying any armor because I'm the gigaest of chads, but damn, this is definitely the hardest Ratchet and Clank. I haven't played Rift Apart yet, but I'm pretty confident this claim will hold up. I mean, it should be expected, but it's still kind of shocking anyway. By the last level, even with almost 200 health points, I get absolutely eviscerated in one hit. Like, god damn! Oh, and before I forget, each vendor from weapons to devices and armor all have unique spokesmen again.
We got you good Fuzzler gas here! Intoxicating, lethal, and entertaining!
Finally, for the first time since the first game.
Hi there, Fuzzball.
Nobody beats Fuzzball Guy, but having actual vendors is always a great touch I'll enjoy. That's pretty much all I have to say about Ratchet's gameplay, though. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and Ratchet's gameplay has been perfected to a T at this point. The gunplay and platforming is smooth as hell and has been since Ratchet 2. As for Clank, there has always been much to be desired from his gameplay, but thankfully there's big strides made to improve things on his end in this entry thanks to the incorporation of the Zoni. The Zoni work a lot like Gadget robots from previous games, but are way more overpowered as they're able to manipulate the space around them, allow Clank to levitate, and even slow down time for as long as he wants. Yeah, that's fair. Also, the Zoni don't die, which means you won't be having to run back and forth anymore to revive your companions, and Clank seems to move faster than previous games in general, so all in all, everything's just a lot less tedious. For once, I didn't go, ah, fuck, a Clank section whenever they popped up. A type of gameplay that actually did get worse, though, were the spaceship sections. These sections look phenomenal, but are incredibly boring once you actually start playing. I thought they were pretty good in Ratchet 2 and loved how free reign they were, but in Tools, they're basically an on-rails twin-stick shooter, where with one stick you of course move, and the other analog stick you use to aim where you shoot. This means that you can just circle around the edge of the screen while not moving your gun at all, making the pathetic boss battles at the end of each section the most mind-numbing, boring, and easy shit I've ever done. Speaking of boring, let's get back to the story. Yeah, I'm sorry, but this story just doesn't do it for me. I mean, even beyond the weird retcons and contrivances, like, if you're gonna go through all this bending and twisting to make a story work, at least have a good story to tell. And unfortunately, this story doesn't get good until the next game. So the duo land on Kabalia and meet the smuggler.
Imperial spies! Hide their bodies!
Actually, I always pick the Stormcloaks because it sounds cooler. This guy helps Ratchet and Clank get off the planet and takes them to Stratus City, and explains that Tachyon owns most of the Polaris Galaxy, and that the Lombaxes vanquished the rest of Tachyon's race, and are the renowned saviors of the universe, because of course Ratchet's part of like the most important species to ever live.
All hail the Lombaxes! Saviors of the universe!
It's here in Stratus City where the duo find coordinates to the Lombax homeworld Fastoon. Oh, and Clank gets robo-wings from the Zoni, and Ratchet thinks Clank's schizophrenic because Ratchet himself doesn't ever see the Zoni until the end of the game. I will say a part of the story I do really like is the progression of Ratchet's trust growing in Clank about the whole Zoni thing throughout the adventure. Ratchet goes from confused to pissed off at Clank, but slowly he starts piecing together that whatever powers the Zoni are granting Clank are real, and whatever they're telling Clank always ends up coming to fruition.
Wait, how did you even know we were here?
By the end of Tools, even though Ratchet has to believe in what he can't see, he ends up fully believing whatever Clank says, which was really great and cathartic to see, especially for Clank, because of how dismissive Ratchet was towards him.
Ratchet, I believe Tachyon is heading to Fastoon.
What? How do you know?
The Zoni told me.
Then Fastoon it is.
And admittedly, it makes perfect sense why Ratchet was so hesitant to believe anything Clank was saying, because Clank only started acting this way around their crash landing on Kabalia. So while you want Ratchet to believe Clank, you can totally understand why he's so reluctant to. Very simple, but great storytelling. After taking an escape pod to Fastoon, Ratchet spots an old, presumably Lombax ship.
Have to fix her.
And now the story feels weird again. This is another one of those moments where it really hit me that they're desperately trying to hammer home, you're playing a Pixar movie. It's all this melancholy music and there's just a disconnect for me. Personally, I don't feel like I've been given enough reason to care yet to warrant this scene being given this dramatic treatment, you know? I mean, we just learned about this whole Lombax lost race thing like an hour ago, and now I'm supposed to feel really sad about this? Like, I get the idea, but in execution, it doesn't click. It's not time yet. Even the game's approach to comedy is completely different. The older games played a lot of the comedy in a very dry way. Of course, there were exceptions to the rule, like certain pre-rendered cutscenes or pretty much anything Captain Quark or Nefarious related, but most of it was played very straight.
Hey, nice digs.
Yeah, it's a little remnant from my previous life.
You were reincarnated?
Here it's so obvious when they're trying to be funny, which just makes things a lot less funny.
Fare thee well.
Captain? Captain? No! Why? Why?
Cliche, why? Death scene. That is hilarious. Captain Quark still cracks me up, though. I don't give a fuck.
Take me with you! I can't do this undercover thing anymore. I'm not a superhero. I'm just a hero. How am I supposed to survive without some kind of endorsement deal, huh?
Whoa, okay, take it easy, big guy. Maybe you can be a superhero. You just need to stop being so self-absorbed and whiny.
You're right. This is not the time for vanity. It's the time to show the universe how amazingly awesome I am. I'm sorry, Ratchet. I hope you never have to endure the pressure of saving an entire galaxy.
Along their adventure throughout the galaxy, the duo hear of some supposed Lombax secret, which they eventually learn is this device called the Dimensionator, which was created by the Lombaxes to banish the Kragmites to another dimension, and with the help of Kronk, Zephyr, and Talwyn, the group attempt to track it down. The reason why Talwyn and them are even attempting to help in the first place is because her father owned this space station that I mentioned earlier, and a group of space pirates raided the station and took this pyramid-shaped artifact, which was believed to help locate the Dimensionator. The space pirates honestly hold so much more precedence in the story than even Tachyon does, even though Tachyon's the supposed main villain. He only shows up a few times and is a complete joke anytime he does. Eventually, you beat said pirates for the Dimensionator, but the bumbling oaf Captain Quark somehow allowed Tachyon to get his hands on it, which let Tachyon bring back the Kragmites that the Lombaxes had banished.
Finally, the time has come for the Kragmites to rise again! To rise again!
Oh, right. I'm supposed to laugh at that incredibly predictable joke now. In the end, you confront Tachyon back on the Lombax homeworld, and the battle is tough as hell. It's probably the hardest final boss the main series has to offer. As a result of the battle, the Dimensionator breaks, but Clank has just the right thing to fix it.
I believe it is missing a 3 3/4 centicubit hexagonal washer.
Which they got from the plumber on Sargasso.
Say, do you happen to need a 3 3/4 cubit hexagonal washer?
I don't know why this is the direction they went with this, but okay. After the Dimensionator transports Ratchet and Clank back to the Apogee space station, the Zoni finally revealed themselves to everybody and kidnapped Clank.
Bring the bottle back.
And that's it. The game actually ends with a cliffhanger as Clank is taken away with no idea as to where, as tone-deaf, triumphant, happy music blasts in the background, followed up by upbeat disco music in the credits. What the fuck is this game? There is actually, well, it's not a DLC, but it's this weird small sequel before the actual sequel Crack in Time, known as Quest for Booty. Our protagonist ends up on these pirate-inhabited islands repairing radio tower— oh, sorry, that's the beginning of my Far Cry 3 script. Ah, here we go. Ratchet ends up on these pirate-inhabited islands repairing radio tower— huh. How about that? It's okay, I guess. It's basically the story of Ratchet trying to contact the Zoni to figure out where they've taken Clank. There's some nice platforming, puzzles, and the environments are cool, but there's nothing about this that I'd say warrants you going out of your way to check it out. To skip over a long and effectively pointless game, it ends with Ratchet seeing that Dr. Nefarious has returned and seems to be working with the Zoni on Clank. Don't get me wrong, Tools of Destruction is still really good. I think it's absolutely worth checking out, but it is a frustrating entry, especially for fans of the series since the beginning. This is only the second time I've played through it from beginning to end, and growing up I had fond memories of it and wondered why nobody really talked about it and only raved about A Crack in Time. But now, after playing through it all again, I'm like, oh, right, that's why we don't talk about it. It's an awkward transition phase for the series. It's got great gameplay. I mean, how couldn't it? Ratchet and Clank is some of the most addictive shit you could ever play. But the story and the presentation is so hit or miss at times. For the most part, the game is still charming and gets some chuckles out of me.
Which means you used your powers as a world-class suck-up to save your own hide.
Little column A, little column B.
But there's also those moments I've already addressed where the new writing style really sticks out like a sore thumb. When Ratchet and Clank began, it was the story of some no-name mechanic seeking adventure and some defective robot who came together at just the right place at just the right time. As the series continued, the stakes had gotten bigger, the scale larger, and the increased production value in a way symbolically reflects that. It's annoying, I guess, but the real bone to pick is this flat-out denial at times of established lore to awkwardly try and twist this story into something I find ultimately more cliche. It's not bad, I want to make that clear, it's just a little forced how they went about it.
You're a Lombax who's never seen another Lombax.
We've gone from two misfit, undesirable heroes to two chosen ones who were destined to save the universe apparently, and even though everything around them has swelled into something much bigger, these changes make Ratchet and Clank to me feel smaller and phony in a way, because now it kind of feels like they didn't earn their spots as heroes in the universe. This is just where they were always going to end up. Change is often awkward, and Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction sure as hell was an awkward transition phase for the series. But as we all know, good things take time, and it was necessary that Insomniac took the time to lay the foundation for the story they wanted to tell going forward with the crack in time. As I mentioned in my Tools review, the Future Saga was the chance for Insomniac to tell a larger, overarching story throughout a series of games, rather than each game having a unique story. In this instance, Tools was Ratchet's origin story, A Crack in Time is basically Clank's origin story, and this game also deals with everything Ratchet and Clank have learned about themselves in the last few years and what they intend to do with their lives following this new context added. It's a shame they apparently had to compensate for this by ditching the really cool home screens. I mean, what is this? What the fuck? But before we get into the rest of the review, I'd like to thank you all for your comments on the last video. Leave a comment to be featured in the next one, and the biggest of thanks go to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, The Foe 3, Vexavis, and another new patron, Terror of Talos. The game picks up with Clank's father narrating the story, explaining how while he was born in the Solana galaxy, his soul, I guess, was created much farther away. We transition back to Clank, accompanied of course by Dr. Nefarious. It's kind of funny to think if you didn't play Quest for Booty, you'd just be like, whoa, wait, what? And if you opened almost any other Ratchet and Clank game with a Clank section, you'd have me going, no. But Clank's gameplay improved big time with the last entry, but here it's even better. You don't get to truly see how good it is until later on, but even here, just the base Clank gameplay is such an improvement compared to previous entries. Clank's attempts to escape Dr. Nefarious are futile, however, and Lawrence subsequently puts him back in a coma.
A crippled little rat.
Little bit of praise I gotta share. Remember in my last video I brought up Tool's horrible use of music when Clank gets kidnapped? It's all here he gets knocked out and you get this really impressive big cinematic zoom out of the Great Clock with appropriate music playing. It gets you excited to go on with this adventure, but it's not overtly happy. It's minor, I know, but it's the little things like this that make the presentation of the game as a whole feel so much better and less phony than the last game. Meanwhile, we cut back to Ratchet and Markiplier venturing through space looking for Clank, but while doing so, some sort of time rift damages the ship.
Hang on, shifting to evasive maneuvers.
Sending them crashing down to a planet below, but not only do they somehow not die from this crash landing, time itself, by some miracle, also just stops. And from here, the duo look for a way off the planet, and also just try to figure out what the hell's going on with that. One of the things I really love about Crack is that it allows Ratchet and Clank to individually shine. Because of them being apart, Insomniac put themselves into a corner where they were forced to evolve their gameplay. Granted, their way of doing this for Ratchet was to give him hover boots, which kinda renders Clank useless, but I'm not complaining. You can zoom all over the place and wall bounce. It's so much fun. I wish you were able to use your weapons while using the hover boots, but yeah, that'd probably be insanely overpowered. Insomniac also takes a different approach yet again to weapon upgrading in this game, as while you can buy your traditional weapons, you also have Constructo weapons. These allow for tons of customization aesthetically, while also letting you customize exactly how the weapon functions. You can find different mods for the weapons throughout the galaxy, and each mod can change how your weapon fires, the kind of ammo it fires, and what the bullets do once they make contact with an enemy. I think this system works a lot better than the Raritanium one from Tools because not every upgrade is the exact same. I also love that there's cinematic previews for each weapon, that way I know which ones are probably going to be crap, but luckily, Crack doesn't really have many bad weapons. There's plenty I like. Also, the guy that does voiceovers for these kind of sounds like Gilbert Gottfried.
I'm pissing and shitting and coming. Only a grumble now.
There's some returning classics from Tools like the Negotiator, the Magnet Launcher, and Mr. Zircon, who was a device in Tools but is now just a weapon. But then there's new favorites like the Sonic Eruptor, which burps enemies away, the Cryo Mind Glove, which freezes enemies in place, and by far my favorite in this game is the Rift Inducer 5000, which rips open a black hole that sucks in any nearby enemies. It's easily one of my favorite weapons of all time. And as I said earlier, on the flip side, Clank's gameplay is even better than it was in Tools by a good margin, which was already substantially better than any iteration of Clank gameplay we'd seen before. While Ratchet's of course is very gun and platform heavy, Clank's goes all in on puzzle aspects. The big highlight here is Clank's tape recorder puzzles, where Clank can record clones of himself to perform tasks throughout the Great Clock, and it is so much fun. I absolutely love these puzzles. They really put your brain power to good use. Not only that, but his mobility and combat are improved as well, as he gets a Chronoscepter, which is like his equivalent of Ratchet's wrench. It can also be used to deflect enemy fire, repair debris for bolts, and you can also use it in these planet puzzles where you have to fix time irregularities, which is kind of boring, honestly, but it's not that bad. Oh, and somehow I almost forgot to mention that Clank can also slow time with time bombs. His gameplay is so much fun. I can't believe how far we've come. Even the space sections are vastly improved from Tools. Not only do you engage in space combat, but you're also able to fly around to different planets. And no, I don't mean through a menu, I mean like you can physically fly to different planets. It's so cool. Additionally, you can also check out little moons and planetoids to hunt down Zoni, which will upgrade your ship, or you can find Constructo mods, gold bolts, and more. You can even fight Nefarious's forces, which are scattered throughout different sectors of the galaxy, which as a whole makes the universe feel more lively and gives Nefarious credibility as a competent villain. A competent villain! What a concept! The world building as a whole with Crack in Time is much stronger than it was in Tools. Tools was a bit of a step in the right direction, and Crack in Time pushes the envelope even further as you interact with way more civilians. Granted, compared to the NPCs of the first few games, I think they're pretty boring, but I'm just so glad to have worlds being really fleshed out again like this beyond just seeing the smuggler from time to time.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
A good portion of the time you're meeting with the Fongoids, who, as I said, aren't super interesting, but I laugh at their stutter because I'm an idiot.
His troops were herding us into detainment camps.
Although I unfortunately and heartbreakingly have to say, I do not like the change in music for this game. David Bergot, I think that's how you say it, had composed the music for every Ratchet and Clank game up to this point, even these two, so to hear the change with Crack in Time was so disappointing. Admittedly, I didn't find his soundtrack for Tools amazing, but it was a lot better than this. It leaned in a more cinematic direction, of course, but still had that classic Ratchet and Clank vibe. Crack in Time's music, however, is pretty underwhelming because of how generic it is. I mean, for the cutscenes, sure, it works great, but for the actual gameplay, it's incredibly forgettable because a lot of the tracks are just ambient noise. You can have energetic, dynamic music while still being atmospheric. We've done this before. And yeah, the game has changed, it's not exactly the sound they're looking for anymore, but like I said, even Tool's music veered in the more cinematic direction and was a lot better than this, so I would have just stuck with that. The worlds themselves are an odd case. I have a lot of fun playing this game, but I really struggle to remember many of the worlds from A Crack in Time, and I think the bland music really does have a big part to play in that. Another part of it, I believe, is simply that, yeah, there's some pretty cool settings, but there's no amazing ones. I don't know, they just don't have a hook that really grabs me like previous levels in the franchise, like Sargasso, the Obani Moons, Grelbin, the Gemlik Moon Base. There's some interesting gameplay elements like the new hover boots and a couple levels featuring time travel, which is really cool, and I'll get to that later, but yeah. Again, of course this game's a wonderful time to play. I guess I'm just saying none of these levels would be making a top 10 or maybe even 15 of my favorite Ratchet and Clank levels. But to be completely honest, I think the biggest part of that is because when I think of A Crack in Time, I don't think all that much about the fun I had playing it. I mostly think of how much fun I had watching it. Crack in Time's story is light years ahead of Tools of Destruction's. While on the planet Quantos, suddenly a subordinate army of Nefaria shows up threatening Azimuth for leaving his hovel. In the process, Quark and a bunch of villagers get kidnapped, leading to Ratchet breaking into Lord Vorsalon's ship to set them all free, and also get some details on whatever the hell an Azimuth is. After the jailbreak, Ratchet heads to Torin 4 to meet with this supposed rebel, who turns out to be another Lombax. And his first instinct upon seeing Ratchet is to kill him. But genuinely, this is where the story of the future saga, for the first time, finally began to click with me. Yeah, the road getting here kinda sucked, but they make it worth your while. Alistair Azimuth actually turns out to have been Ratchet's father Caden's best friend, and has been hunting for the location of the Great Clock, explaining that the Zoni are the Guardians of Time. Although he's very reluctant to really elaborate on why he's searching for the clock or where the Lombaxes exactly are, he eventually does crack in a heartbreaking scene. Back in Tools, it was revealed that Tachyon was found in a frozen egg in Lombax mines long after the Great War between the Lombaxes and the Kragmites. As As the sole remaining Cragmite, the Lombaxes took pity on him, raising Tachyon as one of their own. Eventually, Tachyon learned of his origin somehow and hated the Lombaxes from then on, and used his intelligence as an incredible inventor to trick them. Azimuth explains that the Lombaxes were approached by Tachyon, who could aid in building super advanced equipment to protect the galaxy, so Azimuth granted the inventor full access to Lombax technology, as he was their head of defense or something, I forget. But once Tachyon was fully decked out with their tech along with his own ideas, he and his army he'd built quietly over the years obliterated the Lombaxes. And as Azimuth was the one who authorized the decision to grant Tachyon access to Lombax technology, he blames himself for the downfall of his race and was exiled as a result. This is why he so badly wants to find the Great Clock.
I can make it right, Ratchet. All of it. We can fix it. With the clock under our control, it'll be like none of this ever happened. Stay with me, and I promise I'll get your family back.
Admittedly, Azimuth is kind of a dumbass.
You must be some kind of a dumbass.
I mean, he let his guard down like this to Tachyon when pretty much everyone and Azimuth's best friend, who is Ratchet's father, were warning him not to trust Tachyon. You could even say that this almost sheer stupidity on Azimuth's part is bad writing, and I can't say I could really disagree with you. But for me, it just adds to the tragedy of his character because he really did fuck up so bad, which is why I find it all the more an extremely sympathetic motivation, and the structure of the story adds to the dynamics of all the characters involved that much more. Throughout the game, you're hopping back and forth from the perspectives of Ratchet and Azimuth trying to find the clock, back to Clank and Sigmund, who are at the Great Clock. You're repeatedly being told and shown that under no circumstances is time to be altered in any way, because it could have fatal consequences on the universe. Even if your intentions are good, it does not matter. The clock is not a time machine. It's simply a keeper of time. And you know it's only a matter of time before Ratchet and Clank meet again. This anticipation builds and builds because not only will you be so happy when they finally reunite, but you're also anticipating and possibly even dreading what the reactions of Ratchet and especially the guilt-ridden Azimuth will be when it's revealed to them that the Lombaxes literally can't be saved.
Do you realize that we are just hours away from reversing the greatest tragedy in the history of the universe? Your mother, your father, they'll both be right here, safe and sound.
It's so messed up to know that while they're so excited to be righting the greatest wrong in the history of the universe, they're actually, with each passing second, unknowingly leading the universe to its demise. And on top of that, even though, like I said, you're so desperately wanting to see Ratchet and Clank get back together, from Clank's perspective, you see that his father is leaving the Great Clock to him as his duty to protect. So even when they reunite, it could be short-lived. This whole time, you can feel this collision course just waiting to happen, and it kept me so invested for the whole game. On top of, oh yeah, Nefarious is there trying to mess with the clock too. I love the guy, but he's kind of just a third wheel in this story. Also slightly off topic, but I feel like Nefarious screams a lot more in this game. Legit, in this scene, he screamed every line. It's impressive.
Action! Lawrence!
Good lord, the lungs on that boy.
I know part of the punchline in Up Your Arsenal was how loud he is, but sheesh. Anyway, while Ratchet is building this fatherly bond with Azimuth, Clank at the Great Clock, with the help of his assistant Sigmund, is meeting his father Orvis for the first time. Well, kinda. Orvis's current whereabouts are kept a mystery, but with the help of Sigmund, Clank ventures into his own subconscious to connect with Orvis, and I really love his character. I just feel like for being Clank's father, they really got his personality down to a T. He's super endearing. Eventually, Clank and Sigmund reach the Orvis chamber, which is like the main control center for the Great Clock. Orvis entrusts the clock to Clank, but before he can finish what he has to say to him...
Is that my... I'm sorry. Were you in the middle of something? You son of a bitch!
So yeah, as for Nefarious and Lawrence, what exactly do they have to do with everything? Well, they crash-landed on the Fongoid's homeworld, and Nefarious eventually went on a spirit walk on planet Quantos from earlier, and there found out about the Zoni and, of course, the Great Clock. From there, he set out to gain control of the clock in order to create a reality where the heroes always lose. Yeah, that's the kind of motivation I'd expect from Nefarious. That's fine. Whatever. That works. Nefarious' return does tie into what happened to Orvis, however, as he was somehow tricked into meeting up with Nefarious and was tortured into revealing the key to the Orvis chamber. But refusing to reveal any information, Orvis made himself vanish, and to this day, his whereabouts are still unknown. Or he might be dead. I don't know. Pretty sure it's unknown. Regardless, it appeared as though Clank had something to do with this whole thing, and that's how Nefarious got his hands on Clank. Yeah, the whole Nefarious part of the story isn't too great, honestly. At least he feels a lot more credible than Tachyon did, but thematically, he just does not fit in with the complexity shown between these guys. Eventually, Ratchet and Clank reunite at long last in a wonderfully climactic scene. Not only that, but Clank reveals the dangers of the clock to Ratchet and Azimuth. If this were the beginning of Tools, Ratchet probably would have told Clank to go screw himself, but after the whole Dimensionator debacle, Ratchet trusts him and advises Azimuth to leave the past in the past, but disgruntled by this, he quietly leaves. We then move into the final phase of the game where Ratchet and Clank confront Nefarious. Well, actually not before a filler level where you could travel through time, saving this Fongoid village from an invasion 10 years ago. It's a really cool level. I wish we got more like this in A Crack in Time. They entertain the idea of time anomalies on several occasions throughout the game with those Clank segments I mentioned earlier, and you find out about the whole Orvis disappearance through the use of time travel, which was really cool. And there's clever gameplay elements like you plant seeds in the past and then jump back to the present and use the vines to gain access to areas you couldn't before, but it all just kind of feels like a big tease. We had all game. We could have done cool shit like this, but we didn't. We ran out of time. And also, as cool as this penultimate level is, I believe this is the second time a Ratchet and Clank game has oddly had what is essentially a filler level right before the last one. Like, what was up with Koros in Ratchet 3 where you destroy the Bio-Obliterator, only for it to be revealed that, just kidding, that was a fake Bio-Obliterator. Now go destroy the real one. What the fuck? Anyways, you save these Fongoids and then go right back to the space station and battle Nefarious.
Look at you. Free for the first time in years, inches from your destiny, and what do? Run right back to playing backpack to a squishy. You're nothing but a pathetic sidekick.
We should hang out sometime. That's it. No one talks to Clank that way. When this is over, I'll back whatever decision you make. But first, how about one final hurrah so we can kick this guy's butt?
When I'm finished killing you, I think I'll rewind time. So I can do it again, and again, and again!
The fight itself against Nefarious is pretty decent. I'd say it's around the middle in terms of best to worst final Ratchet and Clank fights, just based off like the difficulty of the fight itself. But the atmosphere, the leaping from platform to platform of Nefarious's broken space station with the hover boots, and the stakes of it all are what really make it so great and memorable. It has a strong sense of finality, and credit where credit's due, I really love the music here. The battle eventually moves to Nefarious and Lawrence's escape shuttle, where Nefarious fucking dies. Lawrence takes an escape pod as the shuttle is left hurtling towards the remains of the villain's space station, and all looks bleak until...
Ratchet, come on! You're gonna have to jump!
10 seconds until impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The gang then return to the Great Clock as Ratchet and Clank prepare to say goodbye, Clank understanding that it's his duty to protect the clock at all costs. Azimuth, ridden with guilt, still wants to use the clock, but when Ratchet politely reassures him there's no need for that... Oh no.
Where are you going? This is your responsibility. You can't just walk away. The Lumbaxes need us. Don't walk away from me! I said stop!
Holy fucking shit, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's honestly crazy how apathetic I was towards Tools of Destruction's ending, but this As Sigmund holds off Azimuth for as long as he can, Clank breaks for the Orvis chamber and does a big no-no and goes back in time with the Great Clock by 6 minutes. Just long enough so that he can save Ratchet. And for some reason, the plumber in Clank's subconscious was the one to foreshadow this idea earlier in the game, just like how the plumber basically saved them at the end of Tools. It's pretty cool to think that the first person Ratchet and Clank met in this universe is kind of the one who ultimately saves it, for whatever weird reason. Clank saves Ratchet and he and Azimuth go on to have the final battle of the game. I love the emotional weight behind this fight. Azimuth eventually does set in motion the clock to send everything way back in time, but like we've been told on numerous occasions, this is not a time machine. But Azimuth is too blinded by guilt to believe or even try to understand that. He feels like he has no other choice than this, and even says that because Ratchet's trying to stop him, he's just gonna kill Ratchet now and it's no big deal because he'll just go back in the past and save him then, which is just a really great line selling how badly Azimuth has snapped. You know, as if that didn't put that over enough already. Eventually, you of course defeat Azimuth, but by this point it seems too late to undo the damage he's done. Finally seeing and soaking in the carnage he was once again responsible for, he fully understands the gravity of the situation, springs into action, and sacrifices himself to save the universe. Oh God, I need a cig. Ratchet reluctantly leaves Clank, but at the last possible second, Clank has a change of heart, entrusting the Great Clock to Sigmund, which is just so wholesome. And we finally get to hear what Orvis was going to say before Lawrence cut him off earlier.
The clock, much like time itself, is a gift, and not to be tampered with. But like any father, my only wish is that my son does that which makes him feel whole. You are an intelligent and logical being, Clank. But intelligence and logic would have been wasted gifts without honor and loyalty. I am proud to see you came into those on your own. So, should the clock be too small for your plans, I pray the cosmos light the way towards a future you yourself design. And remember, the universe has a wonderful sense of humor. The trick is learning how to take a joke. The universe has a wonderful sense of humor.
Sometimes the universe has a cruel sense of humor.
Take a joke.
Yeah, being responsible for the death of my entire race sure was funny. Wow. What a fucking ending. I also love how this was like an inverse of the first game's ending, where Clank thought he was being left behind and now the roles are flipped. Christ almighty, I can't get over how good this is. I know I've really criticized the direction the series has taken with the Future Saga, more so the way they got here, but damn, I'd be lying if I said this ending didn't make it all worth it. Tools felt like this half-baked Pixar presentation, but credit where credit is due. I think Insomniac really learned from the last game and really stepped up theirs for this one, as here the vision they seemingly had feels much more fleshed out. It makes me wonder if they somehow just made the story of this game into an actual movie instead of the 2016 or 17 abomination we got, how much better this would have been received. I'd think considerably better. After all, this is also a considerably better game than Tools of Destruction. How the fuck does Tools have better reviews?